Chapter 1: A life-threatening pursuit. Danzo was dumbfounded. We're surrounded. The number of enemies is 20. Judging from this tracking ability, they are the elite troops of the Gold and Silver Brothers of Cloud Shinobi Village. In the country of fire, in the forest. The man in blue armor showed no panic on his cold face. Second Hokage put his fingers together and touched the grass. It only took a few seconds to sense the enemy behind him. And beside him. At this time, there were 6 people surrounding them, all with different expressions. Originally Cloud Shinobi formed an alliance with our Konoha clan, but Goldenhorn and Silverhorn didn't respect martial ethics and rebelled and killed Second Raikage, and then launched a fierce siege against us. If it weren't for your Flying Thunder God technique, none of us can retreat. Mitokado Homura said in a low voice, the Goldenhorn and Silverhorn are so powerful, but we only have 7 people, but the opponent has 20 people, all of whom are elites. If this continues, we have no chance of winning at all. Before he could finish speaking, Yuditen Koharu interrupted him. How can you say such depressing words? The enemy hasn't grasped our exact location yet, so we are just lying in wait here for the opportunity. We may not be able to escape by surprise. Impossible. Akamichi took the wind and said solemnly, in this case, there must be one person as a bait to contain Goldenhorn and Silverhorn, otherwise it will be impossible to break through successfully, but this also means. Speaking of which, the 3 of them fell silent. They all know that this kind of bait is undoubtedly an act that will lead to death. Are you going to use it as bait? Then say it now, say it quickly, damn it. Why? Why can't I say it? Are you afraid of death? Obviously I, Shimura Danz, as an excellent ninja, am determined to die on the battlefield for Konoha. Danzo's knees, placed on his palms, were trembling slightly, and he was struggling in his heart. Don't I even have the consciousness to sacrifice? But if I really die, Hokage will have no chance with me. Hiruzen, what are you thinking about now? Are you also hesitant? You are also afraid of death. I'll be the bait. Danzo's inner activities haven't ended yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked firm and showed no fear of sacrifice. Shimura Danz. Akamichi takes the wind, Sarutobi. Mitokado Homura, Hiruzen, you. Yuditen Koharu, as expected of you, my friend. Everyone was surprised but also took it for granted, they all knew their partners. At this stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very responsible, positive, and forward-looking. In this world, almost no one is not afraid of death. But even though he is afraid of death, he still takes the initiative to sacrifice himself. This kind of courage is not something that ordinary people can possess. The fear in Shimura Dan's heart disappeared, and his trembling hands stopped. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted the former's shoulder casually. From now on, we'll all be counting on you, Danzo. When Danzo heard this, he immediately became furious. Shut up. I was just about to take over this mission. Isn't it just a sacrifice? My father and my grandfather both sacrificed for Konoha on the battlefield, and I can also be like them. Don't think that you are the only one who can do it. I, Danzo, can do it too. I'm not a coward, monkey. Don't even think about being in the limelight alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little confused. Okay, why are you so anxious all of a sudden? Senju Tobirama took note of everyone's performance, but he couldn't let Hiruzen Danzo and the others act as bait. It was just a test. Danzo, you and the monkey have to fight for victory at all times. There is no problem on weekdays, but in the future when the village is in crisis, we must unite and never fight endlessly for personal grudges. Otherwise Konoha will decline because of you. Sacrifice is a difficult choice for everyone. I can understand your hesitation. You are all the mainstay of Konoha and will be able to protect the young people who inherit the will of fire as they grow up. There is no need to leave your life here, so I can only be used as the bait. No. You are the second Hokage, the most important ninja in the village. How can you sacrifice yourself? Danzo said anxiously. Danzo, no one is expendable. Senju Tobirama said, for Konoha, each of us must prepare for the day of sacrifice. Only on that day will you understand whether the value of your life has been realized. Understood, Lord Tobirama. Senju Tobirama paused and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for you, monkey, you must protect the people in the village who worship you and trust you, and you must also cultivate responsible young people in the next era who will inherit the will of fire. From tomorrow onwards, you are the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Suddenly he didn't know what to say, and everyone else was also shocked. Shimura Dan's face was full of disbelief, and his eyes flashed with jealousy and annoyance. He actually lost to the monkey again. After explaining everything, Senju Tobirama left. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others watched second Hokage leave, while Homura and Koharu formulated a breakout strategy. We can't take action now because the enemy doesn't know that we have separated yet, so when the battle breaks out between Lord Tobirama and Goldenhorn and Silverhorn, more Cloud Shinobi elites will definitely be attracted to support. But don't expect us to leave safely without fighting. The enemy is not a fool. He may not guess that this is to lure the tiger away from the mountain. We must also be prepared for the worst. Clear. The Sarutobi nodded slightly. Homura and Koharu are analytical talents, and everyone has no problem with that. However, one of them, a young Uchiha man, remained silent and did not respond before and after he left second Hokage. Udaten Koharu asked in confusion, Mirror, why don't you say anything? Do you think there is something wrong with the breakout strategy? Uchiha Kagami shook his head and said calmly, the strategy you formulated is fine, but I will not join the breakout. I have other plans. What's the plan? I'm going to save Lord Tobirama. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked, thinking that Jing's brain was short-circuited. Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed his shoulders, his face showing anxiety and concern. Mirror, don't be stupid. Even Lord Tobirama is planning to sacrifice for us, but you will die. It will have no effect at all. Hiruzen, I'm sure, you know me. Uchiha Kagami said. I know, you have never been a reckless person. You must have your reasons for doing this. But those two Cloud Shinobi are, after all, formidable enemies no weaker than Cage. It's still too dangerous for you to be alone. It's better to let Feng Feng cover you. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and made a suggestion. Of course he himself wanted to help him, but Lord Tobirama appointed himself Hokage. His personal life does not matter, but Konoha will be shaken by this, and Akamichi has the best relationship with Feng and Kagami in private, so he is the most suitable candidate. Hiruzen, thank you for thinking of me. Uchiha Kagami disagreed, but Feng Feng's super expansion jutsu can help you attract more firepower. Those 18 Cloud Shinobi elites are not easy to deal with. Without Feng Feng's cover, the probability of your breakout will be greatly reduced. Small. What should I do? I can't watch you take risks alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a hard time with his conscience. Uchiha Kagami changed her voice and put forward her own opinion. Indeed, it is too dangerous to save Lord Tobirama alone. Koharu and Homura are too weak to help, and you want to succeed the third Hokage, you can't come with me. The wind is going to help you cover, so the choice is obvious. Danzo, will you join me in rescuing Lord Tobirama? Shimura Dans, _ Chapter 2 The Darkness of the Ninja World, The Death of Senju Tobirama? Danzo is numb. Brother, if you want to die, don't take me with you. Before he could refuse, Uchiha Kagami showed a gentle smile and gave him a high hat. Danzo, weren't you brave enough to act as bait for Hiruzen just now? It seems you are not a coward either. We in Konoha need people like you who are not afraid of sacrifice. Come with me to rescue Lord Tobirama. Me. Danzo is autistic. He felt that he was really stupid just now. Why can't I help but say such words when I see Hiruzen being in the limelight? It's better now. I'm stuck here and can't refuse at all. Rejecting means that what I just said was all nonsense. Everyone will feel. What about your awareness of Danzo as a ninja? Where is your determination to protect Konoha? Is it all a bluff? It seems that I can only rely on monkeys now. Hiruzen is highly respected, and as long as he refuses for himself, Uchiha Kagami can't force anything. However, when he turned his head, I saw Sarutobi Hiruzen grinning with encouraging eyes. Danzo, don't worry. The will of fire will protect you. If you die, I will build a hero monument for you in Konoha. Yuditen Koharu, come on. Danzo, you will be the hero of Konoha. Akamichi took the wind. Don't be afraid, Danzo, you will die on the battlefield protecting Konoha just like your grandfather. Danzo felt like vomiting blood. The stabbings of other partners made him desperate for life. It's not that others deliberately targeted him like this, but who made him look like he was not afraid of sacrifice just now, making everyone think that he was not afraid of death. It's good now. It's impossible not to be afraid. Danzo took a deep breath and was about to say something. Then he saw Uchiha Kagami walking over, patted him on the shoulder, and showed a sincere smile. I was joking just now. Although Lord Tobirama appointed Hiruzen to succeed the Hokage, you will assist Hiruzen in the future to ensure that he does not go astray. Your importance is self-evident, so you cannot die with me. Thank you. Danzo's eyes were complicated. Suddenly, there was an illusion of a catastrophic life. Ding! System hint. Favorability +1 from Shimura Dan's, 10 points of chakra, wind style vacuum wave, wind style vacuum continuous wave. Oh ho! Does it work? Uchiha Kagami's eyes lit up. After thinking for a moment, he whispered a few words into Danzo's ear. Brother, before I say goodbye, I want to tell you a few words from the bottom of my heart. You say. Although Hiruzen is very loved by the villagers, he is indecisive and not suitable for being a Hokage. I just think that you are decisive and very suitable for the position of third Hokage. Danzo's eyes lit up. Is this true? Seriously, I swear on Uchiha's name. Thanks. Shimura Dan's believed it. If it were any other Uchiha, he would only feel that the other party was mocking. But Uchiha Kagami is different from those arrogant guys, and it was his last words, so there is absolutely no way he can fake it anymore. Ding! System hint. Favorability +5 from Shimura Dan's, the relationship is upgraded from superficial friends to close friends and relatives, and 50 points of chakra, wind style vacuum sphere, and aura characteristics, darkness of the ninja world are obtained. Darkness of the ninja world, when wearing this halo, your temperament will become dark and cold. When you want to obtain information, you will definitely obtain it in various ways. Okay, Danzo is a good guy. Uchiha Kagami thought so in her heart. He is not the original Uchiha Kagami, but a mirror fused with modern memories. It's just that modern memory just covers the original memory. The amount of memory is too huge, so the integration will take time. The favorability system is naturally a plug-in. As the name suggests, you can get various rewards by brushing your favorability. There are also favorability tasks that are refreshed from time to time. The rewards for such tasks are very generous, and most of them are only directional. Ding! System hint. Favorability mission, rescue second Hokage, change the fate of Senju Tobirama, and the start of the support operation is deemed to be completed. Reward, Manjiki Sharingan, Senju Tobirama favorability +20, chakra 2000 points. This is the task that was refreshed just 3 minutes ago. If it were an ordinary task, he would refuse it. After all, he is not very strong now. But this time the reward is Manjaki Sharingan above the 3 Megatama, and the mission is not fixed and refreshed. Who knows when it will be refreshed next time and whether the mission rewards will change. Certainly. More importantly, it is important for Senju Tobirama to survive. As the only Uchiha who is appreciated by second Hokage at this stage, after saving second Hokage, he is destined to be reused by Senju Tobirama. Future. It will have a huge impact on Konoha and even the ninja world. That's all. Danzo had mastered almost all the ninjutsu when he was young. Of course, including the remaining Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, their own chakra has increased to 2000 points, which is equivalent to the level of elite Genin. Boom! At this moment, there was an explosion behind him. Thick smoke spread everywhere, a large number of birds were frightened and flew around, and the expressions of Sarutobi and others suddenly changed. Tobirama-sama and Gold and Silver Cape are taking action, let's break out of the encirclement now. Mirror, take care. We must survive. Watched Sarutobi Danzo and others leave. Uchiha Kagami took a deep breath and headed straight in the direction Senju Tobirama left. After a while, he came to an open place. Large tracts of trees were blown to pieces, and there was a huge deep pit in the middle. There were stumps and broken legs all around the pit. Senju Tobirama collapsed on the slope, his face pale and blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. It's obvious. Senju Tobirama lost, and he lost quickly. Because of his declining condition, he only killed a few Genin from the Golden Horn troops, and the damage to the Golden Horns and Silver Horns was not great. Hehe. Dignified second Hokage, this is it. Kill him. Jinjiao and Yinjiao smiled disdainfully. In order to prevent the opponent from counterattacking, he even ordered 2 Cloud Shinobi Genin to finish the attack. Senju Tobirama vomited blood, clenched his hands and his eyes were dim, but his eyes were full of longing for the future. Is that the end? Ahem. It's a pity that I can't witness the glorious future of Konoha with my own eyes. Hiruzen, don't let me down. Chapter 3 The Power of Manjaki. Kill Golden Horn instantly. Senju Tobirama closed his eyes. It looks like they have given up, but in fact they are not. He planned to use a pillow on his back before he died, and the technique he was holding tightly with his fingers was none other than the powerful tandem paper bombs. However, at this critical moment, Syat! I saw a red light flashing through the air. The 2 approaching Tobirama's Cloud Shinobi Genin suddenly fell to the ground clutching their necks. Uchiha Kagami held the short sword in her right hand and stood in front of Senju Tobirama, her 3 Tomo Sharingan turning. Mirror? Why are you here? There was some worry on Senju Tobirama's cold face. You are no match for them. Golden Horn and Silver Horn are not ordinary ninjas. They also have 6 paths ninja tools in their hands. I know. Uchiha Kagami said calmly. Not only does he know that the Golden Horn and Silver Horn have 6 paths ninja tools. And they originally tried to capture 9 tails, but they were swallowed and only ate flesh and blood in their stomachs, possessing the 9 tails chakra. Many people look down on the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn. How can I kill the character who was killed by Darui in 2nd generation? But little did they know that Ginkaku was not only a senior figure in Cloud Shinobi Village. His power position is second only to that of 2nd Raikage, and he has the bloodline of Sage of 6 Paths, so his strength is at least on the level of Kage. As for the 6 Paths ninja tool, many people ignore its threatening nature. The 3-piece set of Golden Rope, 7-star Sword, and Red Gourd is a serious ninja tool of the law of cause and effect. The Amber Purifying Bottle can easily seal even the rampaging 8 tails, and the Banana Fan can blow up all the 5 major spells, which is very powerful. Tian only used this Banana Fan at that time. After a few fan blows, he defeated Kakuzu's Yu, which is enough to show the excellence of 6 Paths ninja tools. Not to mention that Golden Horn and Silver Horn already possess the 9 tails chakra, and their combined combat power is definitely higher than that of ordinary cage level. And with the speed of the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobirama should have no problem escaping. But at that time, he needed to protect the retreat of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. When he was in poor condition, he couldn't use Flying Thunder God a few times. Losing is excusable. And can he win? He was not sure, but losing was impossible. Uchiha Kagami raised his head and looked at the enemy in front of him. The elder brother has long golden hair, 2 erect horns on his head, 3 symmetrical beards on his cheeks, and wears purple short sleeves and a white vest. The word gold is tattooed on his arm. He holds a banana fan in his left hand and carries an amber purification bottle on his back. Apart from his different hair, the younger brother is dressed the same. He wears a golden rope around his neck, a 7-star sword in his left hand, and a red gourd in his right hand. The eyes of these 2 guys revealed evil spirits, and it must be said that they were full of oppression. Uchiha Kagami, I know you. Ginkaku sneered and mocked, you are the leader of the Uchiha clan. I thought you would escape like the others, but I didn't expect you to come to save second Hokage. You are really stupid. It seems you are also a brainless guy. Why are you talking so much? Watch me slap him to death. The grumpy Jinjiao is too lazy to talk nonsense. He immediately raised the banana fan, and with a sudden movement, a large flame surged away. Panana fan scroll of fire. Fire style great fireball technique. Uchiha Kagami takes his time. Make a seal with your hands, open your mouth and spit out flames. Tisk. The flames from both sides collided. The scorching heat flow spreads out, and intense high temperature rises. The flames from both sides continued to strengthen, and the range spread to more than 20 meters. The scene was extremely spectacular. You actually blocked it. How is that possible? No. This must be fake. How can this guy be my opponent? Jinjiao couldn't help but be a little unbelievable. It is time to bite the bullet and continue to increase the chakra infusion. But no matter how much he continued, Uchiha Kagami's chakras seemed to be endless, and he even suppressed his own flames. Jinjiao, why don't you come and help me? Hear the cry of the golden horn. Jinjiao walked over holding the 7-star sword. A proud smile appeared on Jinjiao's face. As long as the 2 brothers work together, Uchiha will die no matter how strong you are. Poof. But, the next second, his abdomen was penetrated by the 7-star sword. Jinjiao took advantage of him not paying attention and stabbed him in the waist from behind. Jinjiao, you actually betrayed me. UBD, ah. Die to me. Jinjiao vomited blood and was furious. He waved the banana fan in his hand, and the large squalls turned into wind blades. Jinjiao's body was torn apart in the blink of an eye, but during the fragmentation, Jinjiao's body turned into pitch-black crows and scattered. Crow? No. I was under an illusion? But when? No matter how stupid Goldenhorn is, he still wakes up. At this time, the crows gathered together and transformed into a young man with broken hair. The moment you saw these eyes, you had already fallen into my illusion without even realizing it. Uchiha Kagami looked joking. It's a pity that Ginkaku is quite smart and closed his eyes as soon as possible, otherwise you 2 brothers would have been defeated the moment they met me. Don't think that illusion is invincible. Silverhorn can help me break the illusion outside. When our 2 brothers use the power of 9 tails, you will be dead. Jinjiao's eyes were fierce. But Uchiha Kagami didn't respond and raised his hand to tie him to the pillar. Each Genjutsu clone held a kunao and stabbed back and forth on his waist, abdomen, and heart. The scene was bloody and miserable. Outside the spiritual space. At this moment, Jinjiao looked anxious. Quickly use your own chakra to interfere with the spirit and break the illusion. He was tricked by Uchiha's Sharingan. Ginkaku uses his trump card. I'm going to cut him into pieces. Okay. Let's go straight in. Jinjiao was furious, and Yinjiao also looked serious. Silverhorn was the first to erupt with a violent chakra, the ground shattered, and the scarlet-tailed beast's coat was wrapped around it. However, Vajra has just mobilized the chakra. His expression suddenly changed, and suddenly, blood spurted out from his body. Poof! Poof! Neck, waist, legs, heart. Hundreds of hideous wounds opened, spurting out a large amount of blood. In an instant, he turned into a bloody man. All the injuries in the mental space at this moment are actually reflected in reality. He could still rely on the tailed beast chakra to slowly heal other injuries, but he couldn't do it if his heart was shattered, and the severe pain of death was suffocating. Ah! Silverhorn, run! There's something wrong with his illusion. Jinjiao looked horrified. For the first time, he felt the fear of the unknown. When he was about to die, he roared and screamed unwillingly. But before he could finish his last words, he fell to the ground with a thud and couldn't die anymore. Hiss! What on earth is it? Silverhorn took a breath. He didn't understand at all how Jinjiao died. From his perspective, it was just because Jinjiao accidentally looked at the other party's Sharingan, and then fell under the illusion and woke up and died immediately. What kind of weird ability is this riding horse? Jingaku felt his scalp numb, and he decisively unleashed the power of the tailed beast and ran away, not even having time to pick up the two fallen Six Paths ninja tools. The embarrassed Yinjiao felt sad in his heart. I'm sorry, Jinjiao. I will avenge you another day, brother. I'll run away now. Chapter 4 Mirror, will you be the Hokage? Call. Uchiha Kagami breathed a sigh of relief. Of course he also wants to kill Yinjiao, and he doesn't understand the principle of eradicating the grass and roots. But the move just now is not actually an illusion, but Manjiki Sharingan's unique pupil technique disillusionment, which is an enhanced version of Tsukuyomi. This move can not only pull the enemy's spirit into the mental space, including time, location, and quality, all controlled by him, but also feed back the damage the enemy suffered in the mental space to the real body. This is extremely terrifying. The chakra consumed by Tsukuyomi itself is already large, and the damage received in the mental space is fed back to the chakra consumed in reality, which is almost doubled. Therefore, killing Golden Horn instantly is not as easy as it seems. Uchiha Kagami thought to himself, it's still a bit desperate. We must increase our favorability as soon as possible to improve our strength, especially chakra. In addition, Eternal Manjiki also needs it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it is overused, it will be tragic to lose your sight. Ding! System hint. The favorability from Senju Tobirama is plus 20, the relationship is upgraded from close friends and relatives to as close as brothers, and 200 points of chakra and impure world reincarnation are obtained. Not bad, not bad, it has already risen to 5,000 points. My current chakra is considered a standard cage level, and I have also obtained impure world reincarnation, which proves that this adventure is worth it. Uchiha Kagami is very satisfied. It's just a pity that I didn't get the Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Kagami gathered his thoughts, lifted up the pale Tobirama, and looked extremely worried. Master Tobirama, your injury is not serious, right? My medical talent is limited and I cannot help you. I am very ashamed. The injury is not serious, don't worry, but when did you awaken Manjiki? Tobirama asked doubtfully. Just now, I saw that Tobirama-sama's life and death were unknown. I thought I would lose Tobirama-sama forever. Uchiha Kagami joked seriously, at that time, I was really in pain, despair, and my eyes hurt. I didn't think much about it, so I came here to help you. Aren't you worried that Manjiki hasn't awakened yet? I have never been worried. Lord Tobirama, you have not only been kind to me, but also treated me with great respect. I not only regard you as a senior, but also as an elder brother. Whether I can awaken Mangeki is not important to me. I have never been afraid of death. For me, protecting Konoha and protecting my family is the most important thing. Uchiha Kagami said. I squeezed out a few tears from the corners of my eyes, and my voice almost choked with sobs. Mirror. Senju Tobirama was moved. He had no doubts about what Uchiha Kagami said. First of all, the former is an aspiring young man that he admires, and he is currently the only genius who is not bound by the ideas of the Uchiha family. This time, risking life and death to save her, the relationship between the two has grown even more. Even the closest Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot compare. As close as brothers is not just something you say casually. I can't be so reckless anymore. I'm already old. Senju Tobirama patted him on the shoulder and said seriously, you are still young at only 25 years old. Konoha's future still needs your support. It would be unworthy to die here. Lord Tobirama. Just call me Big Brother in private. Brother, I know you chose to sacrifice yourself for the future of Konoha. I don't care whether Hiruzen and the others can take on the big responsibility, but you sacrificing yourself will only make the future of Konoha worse. Uchiha Kagami seriously rode. Tell me why. Tobirama frowned. The reason is that something happened inside Cloud Shinobi Village that we didn't understand, which led to the sudden betrayal of gold and silver at the Alliance meeting, but Second Raikage was completely unaware of it and was killed by the two brothers in a sneak attack on the spot. Uchiha Kagami's eyes flashed. I personally speculate that the ninja world has been peaceful for nearly 20 years. The reckless people in Cloud Shinobi Village are very likely to intend to provoke a war, but Second Raikage does not want to be the leader, so the senior management disagrees. As the main militant faction, the Golden Horn and Silver Keiku couldn't defeat Raikage, so they decided to kill Second Raikage on the spot at the Alliance meeting. With the death of Second Raikage, it was destined to shock the ninja world. If you, Tobirama-sama, also died here, then the second generation Kage, who is the number one ninja village in the ninja world, would be dead, and other ninja villages would definitely be ready to take action, and the war is about to break out. It may even evolve into the Second Ninja War. Senju Tobirama raised his eyebrows and his eyes gradually became sharp. The analysis makes sense, but with Konoha's current background, it is not afraid of war, and the village does not lack Hokage candidates. They will only lose worse. What if Konoha's heritage is exhausted? What if Konoha declines? Uchiha Kagami asked. Senju Tobirama doesn't believe in evil. How is it possible? Although the monkey's abilities are a bit weak, it's not like he can't cultivate new powers, right? Hiruzen is passionate and positive, but he is indecisive. Jing commented. That's why I kept Koharu Homura and Danzo to assist him. Koharu and Homura have good analytical skills, and Danzo is ruthless to outsiders. Isn't this the most perfect high-level composition? How could Konoha lose all its foundation? On the contrary, this will only accelerate the decline of Konoha. People are destined to struggle for power, and Danzo and Hiruzen will not obey anyone. The advisors of Mito Kato Homura and Yuditen Koharu will make Sarutobi Hiruzen waver. If you make a wrong step, Konoha's decline will be accelerated several times. Uchiha Kagami said firmly, especially during the war, this influence will be infinitely amplified. Konoha may be able to win the Second Ninja War, but even if the Third Ninja War is won, Konoha's heritage will be almost exhausted. Light. When Konoha is no longer strong, the indecisive Hiruzen will bow to the enemy, even at the expense of Konoha people to prevent war. He dares. I broke his legs. Senju Tobirama's eyes were filled with anger. It wasn't like he hadn't thought that the fight between Danzo and Hiruzen would affect Konoha. It's just that he mistakenly thought that the advice before his death as a teacher would save Danzo and Hiruzen from arguing. However, he underestimated Danzo's jealousy of Hiruzen and his obsession with the position of Hokage. It seems Hiruzen and Danzo are both difficult to hold big positions. Senju Tobirama suddenly looked at the mirror and narrowed his eyes. Mirror, since you can see so clearly, why don't you become the third Hokage? Uchiha Kagami, hey. Note, there is no official setting proving that the second generation died in the first ninja war. All similar settings are reasonable second settings considered by the author. However, according to the official setting of Book of Formations, the second generation died at 31 years ago, that is, Konoha 37 years. Uchiha Kagami is 25 years old, the Hiruzen Quartet is 42 years old, Kaifeng is 30 years old, and second generation is 60 years old. Except for the age conflict of Yahiko, there are basically no logical problems. Young appearance does not represent the actual age. Chapter 5 Konoha is invincible. Who is in favor and who is against? What I said just now is certainly not alarmist. According to the original plot, both Uchiha Kagami and Tobirama will die here. Uchiha Kagami will die at the age of 25, and Senju Tobirama will die at the age of 60. Immediately afterwards, the second ninja war will break out. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to power as the third Hokage, Koharu Homura acted as an advisor, and Danzo led the root organization to assist the Hokage. This high-level power structure divides Hokage's rights into four. Although the third Hokage seemed to be highly respected at the time, in fact its power was greatly restricted. With the overt and covert struggles among the top leaders, it directly affected the political trend of Konoha for decades to come. The second ninja war was over. The third ninja war was also won, but the victory was very difficult. As the victor, Sarutobi Hiruzen was too cowardly to even ask for compensation. Later, Cloud Shinobi Village came to Konoha to sign a truce agreement, but attempted to kidnap Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. Cloud Shinobi's head was beaten to death by Hyuga Hayashi on the spot. However, Cloud Shinobi Village actually stepped on the nose and asked Konoha to give an explanation. In order to prevent Konoha from falling back into war, the old Sarutobi Hiruzen pulled Hisashi, the younger brother of the Hyuga clan leader, out to take the blame. Hisashi's death caused the conflict between the Hyuga clan and the branch house to intensify. As for Uchiha, that would be a worse ending than the Hyuga family. You know, during the second Hokage's reign. In fact, they are relatively tolerant of the Uchiha clan, with only the simplest surveillance measures, and Senju Tobirama is not so cautious. In his opinion, as long as you don't rebel against the village, I will take the initiative not to target you. Not to mention, with Uchiha Kagami as a neutralizing agent, the Uchiha family's life is not so bad as it was during the third generation. When the third Hokage came to power, they tacitly allowed Danzo to suppress and exclude the Uchiha clan, and various operations emerged endlessly. Originally, he was a bit arrogant and mentally unstable. He didn't even think about rebelling against the village, so he was forcefully forced into desperation. What's even more annoying is, finally, two geniuses emerged. They are all normal people who have been influenced by Uchiha Kagami's thoughts. Those who were brainwashed by Danzo and Hiruzen are not normal either. Shisui believed Danzo committed suicide, and Uchiha Itachi went to the other extreme and directly destroyed the Uchiha clan. During the Third Ninja War, Danzo even encouraged Hanzo in Rain Shinobi Village to destroy the Akatsuki organization headed by Yahiko. At that time, the Akatsuki organization was still a peace-loving, decent mercenary organization that mainly used negotiation methods. When Yahiko died, Nagato transformed into Kami, God, on the spot. Vow to make the whole world feel the pain. Good guy. Look, how well these two go with each other. They are obedient to their enemies and strike hard at their own people. The reason why the ninja world is so chaotic is all because of these two guys, except Black Zetsu. Someone asked, do the Nagato trio count themselves as one of their own? Why doesn't it count? Jiraiya's personal disciple. The Akatsuki organization belongs to the Nagato trio, doesn't that mean Akatsuki belongs to Konoha? With a little bit of brain power, the Akatsuki organization was brought in, but Danzo turned them into an evil organization. Isn't this a joke? And Uchiha Kagami also realized. The survival of himself and Tobirama is important to the future direction of the plot. Now he and second Hokage are like brothers. As long as he lives, the Uchiha clan will not be exterminated. And live by yourself. It is a sure thing that Manjiki Sharingan will be the leader of the clan. This will greatly affect the minds of Shisui and Itaki, allowing them to move towards the path of normal people. And Senju Tobirama's penultimate political acumen does not require any consultants at all. He himself is the most powerful politician, educator, and military strategist in the ninja world. 90% of the existing systems of the major ninja villages are copied according to his ideas. Without the infighting among the top brass, Konoha would become monolithic. If he becomes the third Hokage, the Uchiha clan will not only avoid genocide, but also speed up their integration into Konoha village. But the problem is what Senju Tobirama said true or false? Can the relationship of as close as brothers allow the second Hokage to succeed the third Hokage without regard to the identity of Uchiha? Uchiha Kagami doesn't quite believe it. You must know that after the favorability level increases, it does not mean that it will not decrease. The upper limit of favorability is 100 points, and every 20 points is divided into a relationship level, which are 5 levels: passerby, superficial friend, close friends, and relatives close as brothers, shared life and death. I have just entered into a brotherly relationship with Tobirama, but the relationship is not that strong. Every word and deed will affect the increase or decrease of my favorability. Especially the Hokage tradition of killing the master. Once the bottom line is touched, they will not care about your brothers or friends, but they will kill you without mercy. At this moment, the answer is clear. Uchiha Kagami raised his eyebrows slightly, pretending to be surprised, and then pondered for a long time and said, "Lord Tobirama, although I have seen clearly, my ability to govern is far inferior to yours, and I am afraid I will not be able to shoulder the important responsibilities. Besides, to me, it doesn't matter who becomes the Hokage, as long as he can protect Konoha." Senju Tobirama said with a half-smile, "So you don't just want to save me, but more to protect Konoha. From a personal perspective, you can't watch me sacrifice. From a collective interest, saving me can make you happy. Konoha is saved from decay." "That's right, Lord Tobirama. As expected of the person I like, why do you call me sir? Didn't you say you called me brother? If you do this again, I won't be happy." "Okay, brother." Senju Tobirama's cold face showed a smile. And Uchiha Kagami breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that the second Hokage's decision just now was a test to see if he had the idea of becoming a Hokage. Why so sure? Because Tobirama's favorability did not decrease, but increased by 2 points. This proved that the other party still cared about his identity as Uchiha, and the words he just said showed his determination to protect Konoha, which increased his favorability level a little. "Let's go back to the village first." Senju Tobirama's eyes were sharp. "The war is about to begin. We must go back as soon as possible to prepare the village. Dare to provoke Konoha? I will let other ninja villages understand. Konoha is invincible." Konoha Village. Hokage Office. The Sarutobi Quartet and Tofeng gathered together. All the Jainin in Konoha were holding their breath, and the atmosphere was very heavy. Just now, everyone received the news of the sacrifice of the second Hokage, and as Hiruzen and the others are students of the second generation, it is naturally impossible to fake this news. What should we do now? Lord second generation died, we should ask the damn Cloud Shinobi to compensate. If we don't compensate, we will give up. You only need compensation if Hokage dies? What a shame. Stop arguing. Danzo stood up and said solemnly, "The most important thing now is to let Hiruzen succeed the third Hokage as soon as possible. The village cannot be without shadow. Only in this way, whether it is war or negotiation, Konoha can be stabilized. You are right, but Hokage's succession does not take a day or two. It will be too late by the time Hiruzen takes over. Moreover, Hiruzen is not familiar with Hokage's government affairs and may be confused. Akamichi said in a low voice. I know. Shimura-dan said righteously, so I suggest that Sarutobi Hiruzen temporarily replaces Hokage, and I am responsible for assisting third Hokage. Koharu and Homura can serve as advisors, so that the situation in Konoha will be completely stabilized. Who agrees? Who opposes? Chapter 6 Second Generation Must Die, Danzo, said it. Akamichi was shocked. Danzo, a veteran, exposed his ambition so quickly? Tobira Misama has just died for less than half a day, and you are going to fight for your rights? Although he felt unhappy, he was sensible and didn't say much, because although he was also a Hokage guard, the other four were disciples of the second generation. And Hiruzen was designated as the third Hokage. The future third Hokage doesn't object, but what's the use of your objection? On the other hand, the reason why Shimura-dan's is so anxious is to quickly form the prototype of the consciousness of Konoha's new high-level people, and the Genin will accept it as well as the lower-level ninjas. Just wait for the monkey to take over, and everything will fall into place. It doesn't help anyone who comes. Unless second Hokage comes back from the dead. But he knew this was impossible, and when the Genin saw that Hiruzen was silent, almost all of them raised their hands in agreement. Only one Genin did not raise his hand. The man was wearing a green Genin vest, with the clan emblem tattooed in red at the top and white at the bottom on the lining shoulders, and there were 2 tear troughs at the corners of his eyes. Fugaku, do you have any different suggestions? Hiruzen asked in surprise. It's not a suggestion. The first thing I want to ask is, are you sure that Lord Second Generation died? Did you see this with your own eyes? Uchiha Fugaku frowned. Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously, we didn't see it with our own eyes, but Lord Tobirama not only fought against the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, but also the elite troops under his command. There are many Genin among them, so they must have been sacrificed. There is no need for us to lie about this. Uchiha Fugaku said in a low voice, since Mr. Second Generation thought he was certain to die, why did Kagami go to the rescue? Kagami is 6 years older than me. He is smart, rational, and good at thinking. He is not a reckless person. Could it be that he thinks that Mr. Second Generation still has a possibility of survival? Besides, you guys haven't seen the body of Mr. Second Generation, so you are so anxious, isn't it too childish? Note, in the 37th year of Konoha, Fugaku is 19 years old and is not yet the clan leader. This book is set to be a candidate for the clan leader like Kagami. Before Hiruzen could say anything, Shimura-dan stood up hastily, with a ferocious expression on his face. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kage's strength is not as good as Hiruzen's. Those Cloud Shinobi elites are not something that one Genin can handle. Besides, Gold and Silver Horn killed second Raikage in an instant. How can Kagami be confident that he can save Lord Tobirama? The second generation will die, I said it. It won't work for anyone who comes. At this time, suddenly, chakra fluctuations were heard in the air. Syat. 2 figures appeared in front of everyone out of thin air, one wearing blue armor, the other with eyes shining with scarlet light. Everyone was stunned. And Shimura-dan's was even more dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if he was hallucinating. Uchiha Kagami showed a teasing smile with a playful expression. Danzo, you just said that Lord Tobirama is dead and it won't work no matter who comes? Why don't you say it again? Me. Shimura-dan's was speechless for a moment. His whole face was filled with shame, like a child making a mistake. Senju Tobirama came over with a scolding look in his eyes. Danzo, it's my intention to let you assist Hiruzen, but you shouldn't be in such a hurry. Besides, even if I die, Should we send someone to verify it, or at least see the body before making a conclusion? As a ninja, you can't think about what is what. This is wrong. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Danzo lowered his head. You are a good boy if you know your mistakes and can correct them. But since I am not dead, the third Hokage will be put on hold for the time being, and there is no need for consultants and assistants. Shimura Danz was stunned for a moment. But he didn't dare to say anything, and 2 tears rolled down the corners of his eyes. On the contrary, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Koharu, and Homura burst into tears when they saw their teacher was still alive. But Lord Tobirama, how did you escape? Yes. The Golden Horn and the Silver Horn can kill second Raikage. They also have a large number of elites under their command. I'm afraid it will be difficult to escape from such a dangerous situation, right? Everyone is curious. From their point of view, this is almost a desperate situation. Especially since the second Hokage still has to fight with it to protect the retreating Hiruzen and the others, it will be even more difficult. Senju Tobirama said slowly, at that time, my chakra was insufficient, and I was defeated by Golden Horn and Silver Horn and almost died. It was my sworn brother who saved me, and he also instantly killed Golden Horn. Ginkaku was frightened and ran away, and the remaining Cloud Shinobi elites, including the group that ambushed Hiruzen and the others, were all wiped out by his sworn brother. Sworn brother? It's Uchiha Kagami. What? It's really him. Everyone showed shocking expressions. Even the veteran Jainin lost their composure one by one. The 4 members of Sarutobi Hiruzen all opened their mouths with disbelief on their faces, which was really shocking. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath. Second generation lord, I'm not questioning you, but Kage does have some resourcefulness. It's very rare to be able to save you in such a dangerous way. How could I kill Golden Horn and scare away Silver Horn? Woolen cloth. Of course he couldn't do it before, but my adopted brother has awakened Mangeki Sharingan. If it hadn't been for the pupil technique that had just opened his eyes, the load would have been too great, otherwise Silverhorn would have just died. Senju Tobirama raised his head proudly, as if he had awakened this Sharingan. And then Tobirama also threw out Golden Horn's extremely miserable body from the scroll, as well as the confiscated banana fan and amber purifier. Hiss! What a guy! He even stole the 6 Paths ninja tool. Look at the hundreds of wounds on Jin Jiao's body, and his miserable death. You can fully imagine how desperate he was at the time. He is indeed the legendary Mangeki Sharingan. Such talent reminds me of the one who competed with Lord First Hokage back then. Oh my god, Uchiha Kagami is so scary. After seeing the Golden Horn corpse and the 6 Paths ninja tool, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were all convinced, and the expressions they looked at in the mirror were different, but basically they were all filled with respect, admiration, and envy. After all, Uchiha Kagami has a very good reputation in Konoha village, unlike some Uchiha who learned Chidori and became crazy about it. The key is, because of this rescue, Kagami became Tobirama's adoptive brother. This proves that the opponent's status has surpassed that of disciples like Hiruzen, and his rise to prominence is just around the corner. But one of them is different. It doesn't matter if I can't compete with Sarutobi, but I can't even compete with damn Uchiha. A trace of greed flashed in the depths of Danzo's eyes. Those eyes awakened by the mirror, can actually kill the Golden Horn in an instant? If I also have the Mangeki Sharingan. Chapter 7 The Beginning of the War. Danzo's greed. No, the mirror is my friend, why do I think so? Then I'll start with other Uchiha, right? Ordinary Sharingan, may be of great help to me. Mirror shouldn't blame me, right? Danzo denied his greed, but not completely. Uchiha Fugaku smiled helplessly. Mangeki's news was still too shocking. It may be just news to these people, but it is a completely different concept to the Uchiha clan. At least, he is no longer qualified to compete with Jing for the position of clan leader. Ding! System hint. Favorability from Ui Mahong +5. Favorability from Umino Ikekud +10. Favorability from Kato Dan +10. Favorability from Akamichi Tofu +10. Acquire 1250 Chakra Points Illusion Tree Binding Kill, Spiritualization Technique, and part of Expansion Jutsu. Here the system prompts. Uchiha Kagami's face was gentle, but her heart was filled with joy. In fact, he originally planned to hide Manjiki for a while, but later he felt it was unnecessary. First of all, Ginkaku wouldn't be able to hide it for long if he wasn't dead. Again, spread the word early. It's easier to get more favorability points, these Janin's techniques are average. But he is lacking chakra now. He has only spread a dozen Janin and gained another 1000 points of chakra. Wait until it spreads throughout Konoha. Even if there are only 1000 people who can gain a little favorability each, if it is 10 times that, there will be tens of thousands of chakras, which is a decent super shadow level. Wait until the second ninja war breaks out. It wouldn't be difficult to get another 100,000 points of chakra, right? Even tailed beast level chakra is not a dream. The pleasantries are almost over. Senju Tobirama is sitting on the Hokage seat, Uchiha Kagami is sitting on the small chair next to him, and everyone else is sitting directly opposite. Now that everyone is here, let's begin the meeting regarding Cloud Shinobi. Since Cloud Shinobi Village dares to provoke Konoha, they must pay the price. That's right. If you dare to attack Lord Tobirama, then chop off their claws. I think we can declare war on Cloud Shinobi. Yes, it's time to show the power of Konoha. Senju Tobirama is not dead. Everyone was excited and not worried about winning or losing. To be precise, the second generation team is their backbone. When the backbone is there, they will be vulnerable to any war or Cloud Shinobi. Coupled with Kagami's Manjiki, everyone is emboldened. After watching the Jainin finish speaking, Senju Tobirama turned his head and looked to the side. Mirror, what do you think? Declaring war is necessary. But just declaring war on Cloud Shinobi Village is too weak. We in Konoha are the #1 ninja village. The ninja world has been at peace for 20 years. Rock Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi are all ready to move and are jumping around on the border of our fire country. Uchiha Kagami Haki said completely, but no one dares to provoke a war. Only brainless fools like Cloud Shinobi dare to do so. Then give them a war and let them understand how hard One Piece is. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated. What about Kirigakuer? They are far away and have hardly provoked us Konoha. Do we still want to declare war on them? Of course, treat everyone equally. But, wouldn't it be wrong to offend all the ninja villages at once? What else does Sarutobi Hiruzen have to say? But soon, he was interrupted by the strong words of second Hokage. What happened to offend? Konoha is not afraid of any enemy. In 3 days, we will demand accountability from Cloud Shinobi Village. If you dare to attack the shadows of Konoha, ask them to hand over the criminal Ginkgo and compensate Konoha 100 million taels. And declare war on the 4 countries of wind, earth, water, and thunder at the same time. If you don't surrender, prepare for the baptism of war. Yes, Lord Second Generation. Senju Tobirama made the decision with one word. No one dared to refute, and the Jainin left each other. The ninjas were gathered to form an advance team, and then Uchiha Kagami and Hiruzen left. Walking on the street, everyone came to the ramen restaurant. After a half-day meeting, everyone was starving. Shao, each of you will have a piece of Grand Slam ramen and charge it to my account. Mirror, it's a waste of money. Uchiha Kagami treats guests as soon as she enters the store, doubling the favor of Hiruzen and others. Grand Slam ramen is all topped with barbecued pork, fried eggs, and meatballs. I have to say that Naruto's favorite ramen is really delicious. Everyone chatted while eating, but the central topic was the mirror. For example, how to save the second generation, how to awaken Mangeki, how to kill Golden Horn, and how to scare away Silver Horn. In the corner, Danzo ate the noodles without saying a word. Seeing them chatting so animatedly, he suddenly felt that the ramen no longer tasted good. What? Not happy? Jing Jiao muttered. No. No, I'm not unhappy. Danzo said with a guilty conscience. Are you saying no? Your face stinks so bad right now. I know why you're unhappy. Isn't it because you can't be the Hokage's assistant? Uchiha Kagami whispered, I know you actually want Hokage's position, but second generation passed Hokage to Hiruzen, but now there is no Hokage assistant, so you are not happy, right? As smart as you are, there's no chance for me anyway. Danzo was depressed. It's definitely not possible now, but it may not be impossible in the future. Uchiha Kagami showed a wicked smile. Master Tobirama is already so old. I don't think he will live for a few more years. The position of Hokage will be passed down sooner or later. When the time comes, won't it be enough for me to recommend you to my eldest brother? Is this true? Danzo's eyes lit up again. Of course, I said I was optimistic about you. Hiruzen naively wanted to let Kirigakure go in the meeting just now. Do you think that if you let Kirigakure go this time, he won't attack us in the next war? Uchiha Kagami said, you are still too naive. I will recommend you when the time comes. But, why aren't you interested in being a Hokage? Have you forgotten my identity? Big brother won't let me be a Hokage. Besides, I'm really not interested. Do you believe it or not? I believe it, thank you, Jing, you are a good person. Danzo finished his ramen. I cheered up again and left the ramen shop in a hurry. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was on the left, came over and asked curiously, Hey, what were you talking about with Danzo just now? I heard Hokage or something, what exactly happened? Uchiha Kagami turned around and asked, It's nothing, it's just that Danzo was a little disappointed because he didn't become Hokage's assistant, so I comforted him. By the way, you can't be the third Hokage. Are you disappointed? Tell me honestly, this relationship between us, don't be polite. It's not that I'm disappointed, I'm just a little disappointed. Then do you still want to be a Hokage? I mean when the eldest brother gets older. Sarutobi Hiruzen said helplessly, Of course I have, but do I still have a chance? Lord Tobirama seems to be very disappointed in me because of my rebuttal just now. A momentary disappointment is nothing. Lord Tobirama values you very much, even if it doesn't work. Uchiha Kagami bumped his shoulder, as if the two brothers were good friends. When the time comes, I recommend you to be the third Hokage. As the younger brother, the eldest brother will definitely believe me, right? The third Hokage will not be yours by then. Is this true? Certainly. Jing, thank you, you are so kind. Sarutobi Hiruzen eats ramen in 2 bites. He regained his former vigor and left in a hurry. Uchiha looked at their backs and couldn't help but feel unbearable. They are really smart. They said thank you to others after being cheated. After all, they are not old foxes. They will not be so easily fooled in the future. You have to take advantage of the moment and cheat a few more times. Chapter 8. Is he 13 years old? Ding! System hint. Favorability +3 from Sarutobi Hiruzen, +2 favorability from Danzo, and obtain the Seal of the Dead Ghosts, the Seal of Self-Inflicted Curse, and the Halo characteristics, Ninja Professor. Professor Ninja, when you take the initiative to learn ninjutsu, you will definitely learn ninjutsu as long as it conforms to the logical theory. Oh my god! This feature is heaven-defying. Uchiha Kagami was stunned. Even though he has a calm personality, he can't help but get excited. As long as you can learn ninjutsu that conforms to logical theories, doesn't it mean that you can learn whatever you want without having to work hard to gain favorability? The key is, It seems that the ninjutsu gained through gaining favor ability is not limited to age. The characteristics of the ninja professor need to be found in a private place to try it out first. Let's go home first. Uchiha Kagami thought for a while. Based on vague memories, he walked towards the Uchiha clan's clan. It's almost due east of Konoha, not too remote nor too close. Note: the Uchiha clan was forced to move to the edge of Konoha after the Nine Tails incident when high-level officials suspected it. After a while, he came to the house. A slightly larger courtyard with a small wooden attic in the middle, with 2 floors. As soon as Uchiha Kagami opened the courtyard door, he saw a tall young man who looked to be in his 20s, standing at the door and bowing respectfully. "Welcome home." You are my servant." Uchiha Kagami was surprised. The young man's eyes widened with tears in his eyes. "Father, what are you talking about? I am your son." "Hey? But you look very old, about the same age as me? Are you kidding me?" "Father, I am only 13 years old." "He's 13 years old." Uchiha Kagami was confused and looked this guy up and down. I found that apart from her mature appearance, she was really similar to me in other aspects, whether it was facial features or hairstyle. When he thought about the Hokage's precocious style, he accepted this fact. "Father, what's wrong with you? Have you lost your memory?" Zhai Feng asked worriedly. "Well, I lost some of my memory. When I awakened Manjiki, my mental energy was unstable. My memory was blurred due to the impact. I can remember some now." Uchiha Kagami shook his head. "This is not a pretense, the relevant memories have indeed surfaced just now. Manjiki's awakening is inherently dangerous and has no flaws, and losing memory is quite normal." Even Senju Tobirama did not doubt himself. "I see, my father has suffered." Zhai Feng sighed. "Where's Susu?" "I'm sorry, father, but she is unwell and cannot come to greet you." "Feeling unwell?" Zhai Feng walked over, with an unhidden smile on his face, and whispered. "Yes, father, I have good news for you. Susu was pregnant just before you came back from your mission." "Pregnant? Wait." Uchiha Kagami suddenly realized something. "You are 13 years old, how old is Uchiha Susu?" "Susu is the same age as me, she is also 13 years old." "Beast." "Ah." Uchiha Zhai Feng expressed his incomprehension. "Father, you may not know that the average lifespan during the Sengoku period was only 30 years old. In order to allow the family to inherit and iterate, ninjas usually get married and have children at the age of 15. 13 is actually not that outrageous. Besides, didn't you ask me to get married and have children early? Didn't I follow your wishes? Isn't that too early? At 13, you are really punished." Uchiha Kagami complained. "After all, it's just a fusion of modern memory. Most of the original person's memories have not yet been restored, and this cannot be changed instantly," but he still asked patiently. "By the way, have you chosen a name?" "Originally, I wanted to ask you to give me a name, but when Lord Sarutobi Hiruzen came back, he said that you and the second generation were sacrificed, so we picked the name this morning." "What is it called?" "Shisui, Uchiha Shisui." Uchiha Kagami was stunned. He thought that Shisui was his descendant, but not his grandson. But carefully recalling the word descendant set in the original work, if it is a son, why not just call him Jing's son? And if it is a son, how could Yijing and Hiruzen not be able to figure out the relationship between their son and grandson? This is obviously illogical. In addition, he happened to recall that 2 years ago, someone from the Uchiha clan inherited Uchiha Madara's will and believed that Konoha should let Uchiha take power, so he launched a coup to seize power. But was easily suppressed by Senju Tobirama. But for Jing's sake, he just put the person in charge in jail. After experiencing that coup and seizing power, the second generation project did not do anything to other Uchiha, but it increased the monitoring and control of Uchiha. Note, this thing is true, and the specific name also exists, but the time is second-guessing. This incident also made Uchiha Kagami worried about the future of her family. The Uchiha clan is arrogant, warlike, and has no emotional intelligence at all. He was worried that if he suddenly died on the battlefield one day, the situation of the Uchiha clan would become more and more dangerous. Then, he asked Cai Feng to get married and have children as soon as possible. But Cai Feng is not Kagami himself after all, and the ideas passed down are not authentic at all. Later, coupled with Danzo and Hiruzen's brainwashing, Shisui's thoughts were completely distorted. Looking at it this way, it makes a lot of sense. Although a bit outrageous in terms of age, at least it can stand up to scrutiny. Seeing that his father was silent, Cai Feng looked uneasy and said, "Father, don't you think this name sounds good to you? You can definitely choose a new one." "No, it's just Shisui." Uchiha Kagami shook his head and said seriously, "But after Shisui is born, I will personally guide him. He will be the future of the Uchiha clan. Of course, it's an honor. By the way, is Uchiha Fugaku married?" "Not yet, but I heard that Lord Fugaku already has a girl he likes. His name is Uchiha Mikoto. It is said that he just turned 14 this year." Cai Feng said cautiously. "Fugaku is almost 20 years old, right?" "Yes. Another beast. Cai Feng scratched his head and couldn't help but remind in a low voice, "Father, you may have forgotten that you have lost your memory. You got married and gave birth to me when you were 12 years old. If we really want to compare, we can't compare with you. Hey? Do you want to be beaten?" Uchiha Kagami threatened. "Think. I'll help you." "Ah. No. Ah." The screams continued. But Cai Feng was very happy. He felt that his familiar father was back. Note: the reason why Shisui and Kakashi are set to be the same age is because Kakashi became a Genin at the age of 12, and Shisui did not break the record, proving that he became a Genin at the latest age of 13. In the third battle, Shisui scared off Ao, but at that time Ao was the veteran Genin, and was scared off by Chunin's Shisui. It was more reasonable for Genin to be scared off because Manjiki owned it, so he was born in Konoha 37. Chapter 9 War breaks out. Shisui, Uchiha's future. Only. Uchiha Kagami only gave her 2 symbolic beatings. Then walk through the courtyard and enter the home. The layout of the home is simple and plain. The living room and dining room are integrated. There is 1 master bedroom on the first floor and 3 master and secondary bedrooms on the second floor. On the wall of the living room on the first floor, a gray and white photo frame hung. Inside the photo frame is a girl who is only about 15 years old. She has a very cute nose and big eyes, and is wearing a high ponytail. The moment I saw this photo, Uchiha Kagami was stunned, and the memories in his mind were tumbling. The girl in the portrait is none other than his wife who had passed away for 10 years. She had just turned 15 that year. The cause of death is also very simple: he died while performing a mission. Even though the ninja world has been at peace for 20 years now, it does not mean that there is no friction between the ninja villages. The temptations, lurking, and assassinations of each other have never stopped. When his wife died, Cai Feng was only 3 years old. He doesn't have much memory of his mother, but under the influence of Mirror's words over the years, he respects her very much. But he also felt sorry for his father. "Father, I know you can't let go of your mother." Cai Feng hesitated for a moment and said, "But after all, my mother has passed away for 10 years. Don't you really feel lonely for such a long time? Now the war is about to break out. My son's strength is far inferior to yours, and Susu's body is weak. I'm really worried that one day Susu and I will walk in front of you and we won't be able to serve you and let you die alone. And with your current status in the clan, you don't have to worry about not being able to find a suitable partner." What size do you think is suitable for me? Jing Feng asked. Well, it depends on your preference. After all, you have awakened Mangeki, and your prestige has long surpassed that of Uchiha Fugaku. He can find a 14-year-old, so you can find someone younger. Boom. Not finished yet. He was hit hard on the top of his head. Jing said seriously, Fugaku is a beast, I am not. Zhai Feng covered his head and said with a look of resentment, then why did you let me get married and have grandchildren so early? I don't believe it. You did this for Uchiha's future. You know what the heck? I really do it for Uchiha's future. Uchiha Kagami said angrily, have you forgotten the incident in which the Uchiha clan seized power through a coup a few years ago? Second generation didn't kill me because of my face, but what if second generation and I die? Just like this time, if I don't come back alive this time, do you think Hiruzen and Danzo will really show mercy to Uchiha because of a dead person after they take over? But, what does this have to do with having a baby? Zhai Feng couldn't figure it out. You are so stupid, kid. Uchiha Kagami said, it is the nature of the Uchiha clan to refuse to obey anyone, especially the elders of the main war faction. Even though they are weak, they are still clamoring for a coup every day to seize the Hokage position that belongs to Uchiha. If the second Hokage and I die, whether actively or passively, the second coup will happen sooner or later. By then, the Uchiha clan will suffer numerous casualties and may even be exterminated. Genocide? No way. Zhai Feng was stunned. He didn't expect this possibility at all. After all, the Uchiha clan is the wealthy clan that founded Konoha with Senju. Even if there is a coup, the clan will not be wiped out, right? You think I'm alarmist? This is the truth. Uchiha Kagami said in a low voice, so the Uchiha clan needs a genius who transcends family concepts to lead Uchiha. I originally placed my hope in you, but your talent is too poor, and Jainin will be the best in this life. Since you are dead, your hope must be placed on the next generation. Otherwise, why would I let you get married and have grandchildren so quickly? However, transcending family concepts alone is not enough. Strength also needs to curb Uchiha's desire for a coup. I think Shisui is fully qualified to do it. Zhai Feng scratched his head and said cautiously, not to mention whether your future eldest grandson can fulfill your high expectations, but father, you have now awakened Mangeki Sharingan, and Fugaku is completely unable to compete with you for the position of clan leader. When you become the leader of the Uchiha clan, and under the leadership and supervision of your father, Uchiha can completely curb the Uchiha clan's desire for a coup. There will be no need to rely on the younger generations, right? But people will die, and I may not always be the clan leader in the future, so it is also important to cultivate future generations so that they can inherit the future. Uchiha Kagami explained. Okay. Zhai Feng always felt that his father was not telling the truth. But he was very sensible and didn't ask any more questions. After all, his father's vision didn't need to be explained too much to him, and he didn't want to bother others. Of course Uchiha Kagami didn't tell the truth. He is well aware that the situation in the ninja world will be turbulent in the future, and Infinite Tsukuyomi is just the beginning. In the later stage, Satsuki was everywhere, and even Kaguya was just a mini-boss. He must improve his strength as quickly as possible, and Mangeki Sharingan is just the starting point, until his strength surpasses Satsuki. What clan leader, what Hokage? None of them are attractive in the slightest, so it might as well be left to future generations. As for Zhai Feng's explanation of why he doesn't want to find a partner anymore, it's just because modern people have the memory of late marriage and late childbearing. Teenagers or 20s are too early for him. He doesn't want to focus too much on it for the time being. Above this. After all, the word S*X has a knife on its head. Moreover, the war is about to break out. He must increase his favorability and strength as soon as possible. Women will only affect his progress in becoming stronger. The beginning of Konoha 37. The Fire Nation declared war on the four nations at the same time. Uchiha Kagami killed the Golden Horn, and his fame gradually became apparent. Fortunately, before the declaration of war, Cloud Shinobi Village compensated Konoha 50 million taels, and wanted the traitorous ninja Silverhorn with a bounty of 50 million taels. Have to say, Cloud Shinobi Village is such a thief, they didn't compensate 100 million taels. Instead, half of the bounty was allocated to Ginkaku. Whether he could get it or not would depend on who among the ninja villages found Ginkaku first. After a lapse of 1 month. Although the war continues, everyone is fighting with restraint. After all, no one wants to throw all their trump cards at the beginning. Therefore, according to past practice, each major ninja village first dispatched rounds of advance troops to test the confrontation. The advance force is mostly composed of ordinary genin with a team of 100 people, 20 or 30 chunin, and 60 or 70 genin. The battle site is located in the junction area, Rain Shinobi Village. When the advance troops continue to be depleted, there will always be those with weak background who will lose their confidence and throw the elite genin squad into the battlefield first. And when it comes to this level of battle, the number of people will not be too large, and the winner will not be determined for a while. But also as the war intensifies, life or death, defeat or victory. These elites will become more famous as they fight, and gradually have their own names, becoming well-known figures in the ninja world. Chapter 10 I Am the Hokage. Flying Thunder God Technique. An Uchiha Kagami. After awakening Mangeki Sharingan, his combat prowess is comparable to that of Kage in the eyes of outsiders. Unless there is a battle against the shadows or a large number of ninja ambushes, Konoha will dispatch such geniuses to deal with it. Otherwise, most of them will stay in Konoha to recharge their batteries. But no matter what, Uchiha Kagami couldn't sit still. In this month, he gained a lot of favorability in the village. But the biggest gain is not the ninjutsu, but the 45,000 chakra points accumulated from killing Goldenhorn and saving the second generation not long ago. Including the original 5,000, there are a total of 50,000 chakra points. Good guy. What is this concept? This chakra is equivalent to 5 times the peak of Kage level, completely surpassing Kage level. And it's still around the mid-stage level of chakra. If you get another 50,000 points of chakra, you'll be at the peak of Super Kage level. As for more than 100,000? That is the category of tailed beast level chakra. But is this possible? There is no doubt that this is for sure. After all, this is a war period. Taking advantage of this opportunity to challenge those elites, 2 or 3 times at most will be enough. With a huge amount of chakra as the foundation, combined with Sharingan, it is almost invincible. However, Senju Tobirama was stubborn and refused to allow him to go to the battlefield, so Jing planned to go to his big brother again to theory. This time he planned to use a different excuse. Arrive at Hokage's office and knock on the door. The desk was piled with documents. Senju Tobirama pointed around without even raising his head. Second brother is here? Sit down wherever you want and wait for me to finish my work. Okay, big brother is busy first. Uchiha Kagami was also polite. It was still the chair next to him, and he sat down casually. I have to say that Hokage was really busy at work. After 2 hours, Senju Tobirama stopped and turned to look at the mirror. What's wrong? Why do you come to me? I want to go to the battlefield. Didn't I say that? It's not time for you to come forward yet. Senju Tobirama frowned and said, besides, do you think the advance force is just for attrition? Everyone has a tacit understanding of using war to temper young genin. If you go on stage like this, it will break the balance. It is not good to break the rules. Is that called training? Is that called youth? Uchiha Kagami retorted, those are obviously young children, and some died on the battlefield at the age of 7 or 8. It's not that I don't let them train, but they obviously haven't learned anything, and there is no need to lose their lives. This is the fate of ninjas. Mirror, you are too kind. Tobirama said coldly. You are so heartless. What's the use of those freshly graduated kids who only know 3-body technique? Some of them can't even hold a kunai. They were killed by a detonating talisman. They can't even do the simplest ninjutsu against the enemy. Neither. Uchiha Kagami said angrily, why not give those children some time to grow up? At least let them learn basic ninjutsu, even the simplest means of self-protection, is better than losing their lives because of ignorance. Aren't you really heartbroken when you see the bodies of those children? Of course I'm heartbroken. Senju Tobirama stood up suddenly, stared into the mirror and said hoarsely, I am already 60 years old. I saw with my own eyes that Konoha Academy became a ninja school. I sent away batch after batch of those children. I am better than anyone else. Heartache. You told me before that you could subdivide ninja high schools and teach children more ninjutsu knowledge. I understand that you are thinking about the future, but most civilian children are not unable to learn, but they have no channels to learn at all. Let alone a wealthy family like you Uchiha, even the great fireball will not be leaked. Small families have their own secret techniques, and no one is willing to teach them to civilians. The rank of ninja makes it impossible for them to rise. You want to sum up most of Konoha's ninjutsu and enter the ninja high school in just one sentence, breaking the hierarchy among ninjas? How can it be that easy? Your family is the first to disagree. Mirror, you are too naive. Okay, consider me naive. Uchiha Kagami also stood up and did not give in at all. Since the ninja high school cannot be established, then let me go to the battlefield and I will break the balance on the battlefield. As long as I am strong enough and kill the 4 major ninja villages and surrender, it will be over. That's enough. Mirror, I am the Hokage. Brother, you can't stop me, I must go to the battlefield. Chakra surges from Uchiha Kagami's body. Senju Tobirama was also furious, and the waves of energy from both sides collided with each other. Boom! Click! Click! The wooden boards and walls of Hokage's office were cracked, and the strong aura made the entire building tremble slightly. There is an enemy. Be alert. Quick! Quick! Protect Lord Hokage. Don't panic, it's just a dispute with Jing Pingfen. Everyone, please step aside. Anbu panicked around him. He was about to rush into Hokage's office, but was stopped by Hokage. The Anbu all looked at each other in confusion, looking at the cracks in the Hokage building with lingering fear. They couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the strength of the mirror could be compared to Master Hokage. But little does anyone know. The mirror only exploded with 5,000 points of quasi-cage level chakra. However, this amount of chakra is only 1/10 of his total amount. If it were to explode completely, the Hokage building would collapse in an instant. Although Senju Tobirama didn't do anything serious, he was keenly aware of this, and the two sides were no longer at war with each other. Jing, your strength has improved greatly this month. It's okay, not as good as you, big brother. You are still too modest. My chakra perception is very keen. This level of chakra has surpassed many shadows. Senju Tobirama's expression softened slightly. No wonder you are so confident, but it's not enough. Once you go to the battlefield and the balance is broken, you can fight 1 against 100, 1 against 1,000, can you fight 1 against 10,000? Your chakra will eventually run out. And you don't know the Flying Thunder God technique. If you are not agile enough and you are caught, no amount of chakra can save you. Mirror, after the death of my eldest brother, I will be your only younger brother. Don't let me give away my grey hair. Dark-haired man. Brother. Uchiha Kagami looked moved, and her heart was filled with ups and downs. Over the past month, their relationship has deepened a lot, and it has become the same as the Senju brothers back then. Basically, as long as the topic of Hokage is not involved, the two of them talk about almost anything, but they will still quarrel if they have differences. Uchiha Kagami said with a serious look, "I know your good intentions, then can't I just learn Flying Thunder God? With Flying Thunder God and my Sharingan, even if you can't defeat, it's still very easy to escape, right?" "Haha, do you think Flying Thunder God is so easy to learn? Then why don't we make a bet? If I can learn Flying Thunder God in one day, how about you let me go on the battlefield?" "Okay. I'll bet with you." "Second brother, you are still too young." Senju Tobirama laughed angrily. "Do you really think Flying Thunder God is that simple? Although I know you can't learn it quickly, let me tell you the key points. First of all, keen chakra perception is a necessary condition, otherwise the space coordinates will not be found at all. Secondly, the caster needs to have very skilled control over chakra, otherwise he will not be able to engrave the Flying Thunder God spell with space coordinates. In addition, his own nerve reaction speed must be fast. Otherwise, even if you can barely sense the spatial coordinates, you will still bump into the enemy's kunao on the way to cast the spell. No matter how talented your kid is, you won't be able to do it in one day." "Brother, I learned." "Not finished yet." Uchiha Kagami raised his right hand. The chakra in his palm quickly condensed, and the Flying Thunder God spell was engraved on Hokage's desk. Senju Tobirama, oh. Chapter 11 Mirror vs Cho. "You call this a fireball? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Flying Thunder God technique is an S-level forbidden technique. How could you learn it in such a short time? Your talent is so high." Senju Tobirama was stunned. For the first time, he had doubts about life. But looking at Hokage's desk, he saw a technique that looked very much like the Uchiha clan emblem. "I have to admit that this thing is a genuine Flying Thunder God technique, but how did he do it? But as everyone knows, some people are cheating. Just now, the aura of Professor of the Ninja World activated its characteristics. As a developer, Senju Tobirama's logic theory is naturally completely correct, and he later learned it very reasonably. Ding! System hint. Professor Ninja, the aura characteristic is activated, and he is learning. The theory of ninjutsu explained by Senju Tobirama is logical. Flying Thunder God technique learning is successful. After learning Flying Thunder God, Uchiha Kagami said humbly, "My talent is not worth mentioning." "Brother, you are the developer of Flying Thunder God. I think you must have learned Flying Thunder God faster than me, right?" "Indeed, you still have to practice." Senju Tobirama's mouth twitched. Frankly speaking, he is a man of his word. But after seeing Kagami learn Flying Thunder God so quickly, he suddenly realized that Kagami might have hope of surpassing the first generation. If he died, it would be a huge loss to Konoha. Before he could regret it. Suddenly, an Anbu appeared on one knee, looking very anxious. "Lord Hokage, this is bad. Just this morning, Hitaki Jainin led the advance force and accidentally broke into Tsunagakure's stronghold in Rain Shinobi Village, and had a fierce battle with the enemy's puppet master couple Centipede and Lion Majesty. Note: Scorpion's parents have no names, just random code names." Senju Tobirama frowned frivolously. "What's going on? Shouldn't it be the genin training stage now? Why didn't Tsunagakure follow the rules, and secretly sent out elites? I remember these two puppet masters seemed to be very famous." "Yes, those two are the son and daughter-in-law of Chiyo's mother-in-law," Anbu respectfully reported, "but the reason Tsunagakure did this was because their village was already the weakest and did not have that many ninjas at all, so they sent the puppet masters Centipede and Lion Majesty. Originally, my subordinates thought the situation was critical, but Hitaki Jainin used penultimate sword skills to kill the two puppet masters. Cho became furious and chased Hitaki Jainin in Rain Shinobi Village. His life and death are unknown at the moment." Please let Master Hokage decide. Okay. Well done. Senju Tobirama glanced at Uchiha Kagami and said solemnly, this kind of talent must not be lost on the battlefield, but sending other Jonin to support is too slow. I leave it to you, Mirror. Be sure to bring Hitaki Sakumo back. Understood, brother. Uchiha Kagami looked solemn. The space between nodding disappeared into thin air. Rain Shinobi Village. In the jungle, the rain kept falling. This Konoha Jonin has long silver-white hair, a long ponytail, and a red triangle and white armband on his left shoulder. He held the white fang short sword tightly in his right hand and kept running away. There was no color on Hitaki Sakumo's face, and Jonin's vest was in tatters. And he was already at the end of his strength. Leave me alone. The puppet activated by Cho. A large kunai was shot out, covering the past. Clang! Dang! 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 Hitaki Sakumo holds the short sword. Swing it back and forth several times to knock down the kunai. He used his flexible posture to avoid the subsequent kunai cover, but he was so exhausted that there was not much left in either physical strength or chakra. In a daze, he tripped and fell to the ground. Haha! God help me! If I don't kill you today, I won't be able to explain it to Syet. Just die! Chiyo's voice filled with hatred resounded. The puppet quickly approached, and a sharp blade popped out of its palm, heading straight for the opponent's neck. Are you going to die? Damn it! I haven't seen Kakashi born with my own eyes, and I haven't been able to train him to become the pillar of Konoha. How could I die in a place like this? Hitaki Sakumo looked unwilling. At this moment, the shadow of death was already hanging over his head. However, at the critical moment, suddenly, a red light flashed. The sharp blade in the puppet's palm was broken, but the puppet still kept moving. Click! The abdomen split open and a mechanism popped up, and a big mouth studded with sharp blades rushed over. However, such a sharp attack was easily avoided by the man. He unhurriedly drew his ninja sword and raised his hand to split the puppet in half. Seeing the visitor, Hitaki Sakumo showed an excited expression. Jing, Senior, why are you here? Of course I'm here to save you, but don't use the word senpai. We are about the same age, so just call me Mirror. Uchiha Kagami said kindly. But, you and Mr. Second Generation are brothers. It's okay, everyone has their own business. Good. Hitaki Sakumo nodded. I couldn't help but feel good feelings growing in my heart. As expected of Uchiha Kagami, he is as approachable as the rumors. Ding! System hint. The favorability from Hitaki Sakumo is +20, the relationship is upgraded from superficial friends to close friends, and 200 points of chakra and Hitaki sword skills are obtained. Hitaki's sword skills are good. Uchiha Kagami is very satisfied. The two of them chatted like this for several times. Fortunately, Hitaki Sakumo's injury was not serious. He only suffered from excessive physical strength and chakra. He was placed in the tree hole behind him and borrowed a genin sword White Fang. After doing so much, Cho actually stood motionless in the distance. She had heard of Kagami's name, so she was wary of the Uchiha in front of her. Kill the golden horn and scare away the silver horn. Also awakens the legendary Mangeki Sharingan. Of course, most ninjas didn't believe the last rumor. Since no one could verify that battle except Second Hokage and the missing silver horn, other ninja villages naturally doubted its authenticity. But now, there is a chance to prove it. Cho asked bluntly, Uchiha Kagami, rumors say that you have awakened Mangeki Sharingan, is it true? Won't we find out later during the battle? It's just that you are old after all and are far from your prime. Whether you can force out my Mangeki, that's another question. Fire style great fireball technique. Uchiha Kagami showed a faint smile. Black flashing light, hands quickly forming seals. Before Cho could refute Uchiha's arrogant remarks, he saw large swaths of flames coming from the sky. The monstrous flames covered the sky and covered the ground, like raging waves. Seeing this scene, Grandma Cho was stunned for a moment. With such a scale, you call this a fireball? Chapter 12. Arrogance is not synonymous with me, caution is. No time to think about it. Cho looked solemn and immediately took out the scroll. Raising her hand to inject chakra, 10 puppets wearing white robes appeared. This is her famous white secret skill, Chikamatsu 10 people. Puppet technique, machine wind style. With Chiyo's low drink, the 2 puppets stood together, their limbs and arms merged. Granny Cho infused chakra, and a blue transparent light shield condensed, blocking out all the monstrous flames. Water blade slash. Granny Cho moved her fingers. Almost at the same time that the machine light seal escape was formed, the blue-faced puppet raised his right hand, and a high-pressure water pipe was drilled out of his palm. A sting. The water formed by high pressure turned into a sharp blade nearly 10 meters long. The sharp blade of water fell through the air and cut the opponent's body in half, but it quickly turned into smoke and dissipated. What? It's actually a clone. Chiyo's pupils suddenly tightened. While looking shocked, his fingers trembled slightly. It wasn't that she was suffering from Alzheimer's disease, but that she had almost never thought that such a wave of large-scale fire style could only be performed by a clone. And Uchiha Kagami doesn't know when. He quietly appeared behind her, and the blade of his right hand fell. Although Cho is old, he is very experienced in combat. His finger chakra line moved slightly, and 2 superimposed puppets blocked his back. A large amount of poisonous mist suddenly sprayed out from his wrist, covering the surrounding area. Haha, just poisonous fog and puppets can't stop me. Uchiha Kagami's mouth was sarcastic. Immediately hold your breath and infuse the right chakra. Zizzy. Zizzy. Click. I saw White Fang's ninja sword immediately covered with dazzling lightning. The chakra blade covered by lightning style ignored the poisonous mist and cut the white puppet in front of him in half in the blink of an eye. But it's far from over yet. The sharp lightning style ninja sword slashed his back straight. Poof! Cho groaned, and a large amount of blood fell on the ground. She endured the severe pain to activate the chakra line, trying to get the remaining 8 puppets to surround the enemy. However, Uchiha Kagami had expected it. I saw the dark eyes turned into 3 bloody megatama. The seemingly sharp puppet attack was full of flaws. He easily avoided all the attacks and came to Cho again. The Uchiha clan is actually powerful, but just 3 megatama can push me to this point. It seems there is no other way. Chiyo's eyes were full of despair. The lightning-style chakra knife's damage was so high that it almost cut her off at the waist. This injury was very serious. Although she could use medical ninjutsu to stop the bleeding, the enemy would not give her any chance. However, for Mirror, this battle is boring. Because puppetry itself has a very fatal weakness. That is, except for human puppets, most puppet masters have almost no self-protection measures for their own bodies. Therefore, it is necessary to activate the puppet and keep a safe distance from the enemy at all times. For ordinary people, the endless attacks of the puppet technique are very sharp, but the covering saturation attacks are too few. In front of his pair of Sharingan, there is no difference between those puppets waving their sharp blades in slow motion. Although it is only 3 Tomo Sharingan. But with Mangeky's SI power blessing, the insight is not comparable to that of ordinary 3 Megatama, not to mention that Cho is no longer at his peak. It's not that Cho isn't strong enough, it's that she is very unlucky. As long as the person she meets is not herself, then the chance of winning will definitely be very high, and she will not be defeated so easily. Okay, it's time to end. Uchiha Kagami looked calm. The ninja sword in his right hand fell again. The dazzling lightning-style chakra covers the blade and aims directly at Chiyo's head, leaving no chance of mercy. But watching the blade fall. Cho didn't panic at all and allowed the blade to pierce his head. Just when he felt something was wrong, Hitaki Sakumo, who was watching the battle not far away, was in a state of confusion and looked extremely flustered. "Mirror, be careful behind you." "Too late. Die, arrogant Uchiha. I am Sand Shinobi's flower of shinobi. If you don't activate Mangeki, you will pay the price with your life for underestimating the enemy." Cho, whose head was pierced, turned into sand. And at some point, her true body quietly appeared behind the mirror, with 3 white puppets standing in a triangular formation. Click! 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 In an instant, the 3 organs of Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha suddenly opened. Cho injected a large amount of chakra in an instant. When the mechanism was opened, it turned into a ferocious tornado, and a huge suction force suddenly burst out. This is the white secret technique 3 treasures absorbing collapse. The powerful puppet technique composed of 3 puppets can completely crush the person or object being sucked under pressure within a few seconds. In Chiyo's opinion, even if Uchiha Kagami opens Mangeki, it is too late. Her unique skill made the enemy's whole body compressed and unable to move, let alone forming seals to perform ninjutsu, so she thought the opponent was dead. "Arrogant Uchiha, this is the price you pay for despising me. You Konoha will become obsolete of the times." A triumphant smile appeared on Chiyo's lips. However, the next second, her smile froze. Because the Uchiha Kagami in front of him suddenly glowed with white light. Her mind seemed to be invaded by something, and then her thinking came to a standstill without any warning. In just 1 second, the puppet that was infused with chakra collapsed and fell to the ground. As the tornado dissipated, poof! Sharingan's red light flashed, and a figure came through the sky. The white fang blade in Uchiha Kagami's hand cut her throat mercilessly, and a column of scarlet blood spurted out. Cho clutched her neck, her face turned pale, and her heart was horrified. What just happened? Why did my thinking stop for a second? Sharingan's genjutsu? But I didn't even look at him, how could I be tricked? I can't stop bleeding, no. Sand Shinobi's future. Scorpion. I'm sorry. Plop. Cho covered her neck and fell to the ground. Blood spread all over the ground, and her face showed deep reluctance. Even if this flower of tolerance is buried in the sand of cause and effect, it will not be able to escape the fate of death. He slowly retracted the blade. Uchiha Kagami looked at Chiyo's body with a calm expression on his face. "You are right. Most Uchiha are very arrogant. It is easier to underestimate the enemy with a Sharingan, but it is a pity, you don't understand me. Arrogance is not synonymous with me, caution is." Chapter 13 Sakumo, let's assassinate the 3rd Kazekage? Hiss. Mirror, you successfully killed Cho. Hitaki Sakumo came over and said in disbelief, "This is said to be the wife of 1st Kazekage. She is highly respected and powerful in Tsunagakure. You are so effortless. You don't even bother to use Mangeki Sharingan." "It's not that I'm too lazy to use it, but I'm just being cautious." Uchiha Kagami explained, "Do you think the white secret technique just now is easy? The huge pressure is difficult to deal with even if Mangeki is turned on, so I chose the safest secret technique, which not only resolved this move, but also solved the problem she." "What secret technique? Can it be more powerful than Mangeki?" "Spiritualization technique." "Ah? Isn't this a unique secret technique of Kato-dan? How did you learn it?" "I learned this jutsu from a sparring session a month ago. Kato Jainin is a very nice person and doesn't mind me using this jutsu." What Uchiha Kagami said is true. In order to let the secret skills obtained be used openly and honestly. Not long ago, he had a friendly discussion with individual Jainin in Konoha, and based on 1 or 2 B-level ninjutsu, he pretended to exchange their unique secret techniques, as well as the authority to use and teach the techniques. Never underestimate B-level ninjutsu. Because there is a large hierarchy of ninjas, the channels for civilian ninjas to learn ninjutsu are very narrow, or even if they are available, it is difficult. Do you think civilian ninjas don't want to learn? Who doesn't want to master a few more ninjutsus if they have a little bit of talent? Even a genius like Hitaki Sakumo is in a dilemma. It's not that he doesn't want to learn more ninjutsu, but that he simply has no place to learn it. So that, in his spare time, he kept practicing his sword skills. And he used the original Hitaki sword technique to kill Scorpion's parents, and the name Konoha's White Fang became famous in the ninja world. Kato was in a similar situation, but he died young before he could become famous. As for other learning channels, of course there are. Ninjas with strong talents can become apprentices, such as Konoha Sunan, who will soon become famous in the ninja world. Tsunade himself comes from the Senju clan, not to mention, Jiraiya and Orochimaru are properly civilians, but he became a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, broke the shackles of the ninja class, and learned various advanced ninjutsu. On the other hand, level B is already a Jonin difficulty technique. On the battlefield, one more ninjutsu means one more chance to save one's life. Therefore, without any ninjutsu learning channel, Kato Dan and the others are very grateful to Uchiha Kagami and do not feel that this transaction is a loss. And the spiritualization technique? No, this can no longer be called a secret technique. It's forbidden technique, no doubt, a proper S-class forbidden technique. Because this technique is the only forbidden technique in the ninja world that directly affects the soul. It can separate its own spirit and body, turn into a spirit body and invade the enemy's spiritual space, controlling the enemy's spirit and causing it to collapse internally and die. Certainly. This is just the most basic way to kill enemies. Because the spirit body itself possesses the will of the caster, it can complete the invasion without a medium at all, thus causing the enemy's consciousness to stagnate for a long or short time. This is the terrifying part of spiritual technique. You must know that even Sharingan's illusion activates chakra through visual contact, thereby releasing spiritual invasion through the eyes. Another example is Fukasaku and Shima's Genjutsu Toad's Singing, and Teiwa's Dream Sound Lock, both of which require hearing to complete the mental invasion. Other genjutsu have similar five-sense conditions in order to achieve the conditions for the genjutsu to be successful. Linghua technique is completely different. Physical attacks are ineffective against spiritual bodies, and no one can defend against them. Moreover, the speed of the spirit body was astonishing. Cho was killed by Uchiha Kagami in an instant without even reacting. In addition, after becoming a spirit, one can still sense the soul. No matter how far the distance is, even if the target location is not known, the destination can be reached at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, the caster can confirm the other party's life or death or convey thoughts from a distance based on his or her own thoughts. As for why Kato Dan died young? This is actually very simple. Or because of chakra, most civilian ninjas have very little chakra. A person like Naruto who can easily have thousands of clones is even rarer, and Kato Dan, as a Jonin, only has 2,000 chakra points at most. The chakra consumed by the spiritualization technique is not that much, but it is also quite a lot. In the original work, the Second Ninja War broke out. Kato Dan was on the battlefield. With the scarcity of chakra, it was almost impossible for him to kill people from a distance, and his body without the ability to resist was his biggest weakness. It is reasonable for the enemy to see the opportunity. As for the Fourth Ninja War, if it weren't for the Dream Ambassador Kato, the wireless Wi-Fi provided by Kato Dan. Otherwise, no matter how fast he turned into a spirit, with his little chakra, he would never be able to reach another battlefield and save Tsunade from Madara. Of course, the potential of the spiritualization technique has yet to be tapped. In the future, it may not be possible to cooperate with Sharingan and gradually develop more pervert abilities, but it cannot be said that this technique is stronger than Manjiki. After all, it was too late to open Manjiki at that time. And before you advance to the Eternal Eye, you will easily go blind if you use it too many times, so avoid it if you can. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, it's normal to hide it as a trump card. Coupled with the other ninjutsu he currently masters, there is really no way to break away from the control of 3 treasures and at the same time pose a fatal threat to Cho. But there is no doubt that, whether it was Sakumo who killed Scorpion's parents or Kagaya who killed Cho, the 2 young people, who are only in their 20s, will no longer be unknowns. Jing Yuan has a good record and his prestige will be even greater than before. Brother Kagami, should we go back? Hitaki Sakumo asked. I don't think it's needed for the time being. Mirror. Hitaki Sakumo considered for a moment and said, you and I have enough military exploits, and Granny Chiyo's death is beneficial to Konoha, but this person's status in Tsunagakura is too high. And it is very likely to anger the 3rd Kazekage. In addition, there are still a lot of remaining Tsunagakura advance teams nearby. Why don't we go back to the village and report the information to Master Hokage before making a decision? After all, Master Hokage has not issued other attack orders, what do you think? But Sakumo, the battlefield is adaptable. Uchiha Kagami said with stern eyes, for you and me personally, the battle achievements are enough, and for Konoha, the battle situation is favorable. But it is far from enough. We need to decide the outcome with one blow and win or lose. Since Chiyo's death will anger the 3rd Kazekage, why don't you and I use our plan to destroy the remaining Sand Shinobi advance troops? We deliberately let the fish that slipped through the net go back and spread the news, waiting for Tsunagakura's shadow to take the bait. You mean? That's right. How about we assassinate the 3rd Kazekage? Note, in the 37th year of Konoha, Raza was just 15 years old and not yet the Kazekage. Chapter 14, Bare Feet Are Not Afraid of Wearing Shoes, Naked Conspiracy. Dark, Assassination of the 3rd Kazekage. Hitaki Sakumo's breathing quickened. His heart beat uncontrollably faster, but he still lowered his voice and looked panicked. Brother Jing, are you crazy? That is the being who is known as the strongest Kazekage. Even Onokidano of Iwagakure praised the opponent's magnet style for being infinitely attackable. Only his dust release can fight with it. Isn't this going to die? No, why are you going to die? Uchiha Kagami said seductively, have you forgotten that I killed Cho without even opening Mangeki? No matter how powerful the 3rd Kazekage is, can it withstand the attack of you and me? Your sword skills are strong enough to help me create chance. You may not be able to let the 3rd Kazekage fall under my illusion. To be honest, if I fall for this illusion, I will die. Even if Onoki comes, you know how I am. I will never do anything I am not sure about. But, what if it fails? I never care about my own life, as long as I can protect Konoha, but once the 3rd Kazekage escapes, it will definitely anger other ninja villages. If other Kage join the battlefield, the battle will be completely out of control. Hitaki Sakumo worriedly said, Brother Kagami, I hope the victory in this battlefield belongs to Konoha. But once the battle gets out of control, Konoha's defeat will make many people homeless. This is too risky. I think I will go back and talk to Lord Hokage first. Discuss before making a decision. You can't go back, the opportunity is fleeting. Uchiha Kagami said in a low voice, once Tsunagakura reacts, he will definitely be the first to counterattack. Even if the village's strength can withstand it, how many lives of young ninjas will be lost? Like you, I also want to protect Konoha. If our plan succeeds, without the strongest Kazekage, Tsunagakura is destined to be defeated. Only 1 month after the war started, the 5 major ninja villages surrendered to one side. The 4 major ninja villages are destined to be frightened, and the balance of victory will tip to the Konoha. Sakumo, aren't you not moved? Me? Hitaki Sakumo looked struggling. Of course he was moved, but he didn't want to violate the ninja code. After all, second generation didn't give any orders at all, but Jing was his savior, and the two of them fell in love like close friends. He didn't even want to watch his friend take risks. "Brother Jing, I'll go with you." "Brothers." Uchiha Kagami smiled. He was not surprised by Sakumo's decision. Because Hitaki Sakumo himself is a very emotionally complex person, he can do anything to complete the task, but he can also give up his ninja duties for his friends. But at the same time, he is also more likely to take advantage of others. It's easy to get caught up in emotional struggles and develop depression. In the original book, he gave up the mission to save his partner, was condemned by the high-level officials of Konoha, was despised by the people in the village, and even his partner condemned him. In the end, Sakumo committed suicide due to depression, using death to escape reality. But the difference this time is that even if the assassination plan fails, it won't hurt because he still has the Flying Thunder God technique, which is enough to make him invincible. And Senju Tobirama is in power. Plus his own prestige. There will never be any bad public opinion in the village, not to mention that their military exploits are still there, so the risk is actually very low. Low risk, high returns. Once you kill the third generation, your prestige skyrockets again. The accumulated favorability will greatly improve the strength, and the small goal of Super Shadow Peak will be achieved. Then take advantage of the war to challenge Onaki, Third Reikage, and others, as long as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama don't show up. There are only a handful of people in the ninja world who can fight with him, so he can be as wild as he wants. Just as the two were discussing the assassination plan, a large number of sand shinobi ninjas appeared, and when they saw Chiyo's body, they were all angry and gnashing their teeth. "Ah! Chosama is dead. Damn Konoha ninjas, you are so arrogant. Brothers, come here, kill both of them and avenge Chosama." Hitaki Sakumo snorted coldly. "Pull out the white fang and charge in." His body is agile and fast, making him impossible to capture. Poof! Poof! The white fang blade turned into white light. Under the night rain, they quickly harvested the enemy's lives. Coupled with Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan, this advance force suffered heavy casualties, and after a while only one person was deliberately let go. There were almost 60 corpses all over the ground. Hitaki Sakumo restrained the corpse, with a puzzled look on his face. "These sand shinobi ninjas are obviously not strong, why do they have to die? Even Cho was killed by you, do they think they can beat us? Also, when I broke into the advance forces station before, the ninjas in Tsunagakure were like crazy. Some of them hugged me with the detonating talisman attached, as if they were not afraid of death at all. Brother Jing, why do you think it is? Because they have no choice. What's the meaning? Among the 5 great ninja villages, Tsunagakure's land is the most barren. The year-round wind and sand make it difficult for the village to develop. Their village's strength is at the bottom among the 5 great ninja villages, so they are the least afraid of death. Since we're at the bottom, shouldn't we be more timid?" Hitaki Sakumo scratched his head. "Let me ask you a question, if Konoha doesn't take the initiative to declare war this time, which village do you think will be the first to provoke a war? Cloud Shinobi Village or Tsunagakure? Cloud Shinobi Village is a military power after all, and Tsunagakure's Santo Kazekage is very cunning and may start a war." "Wrong, it's Tsunagakure." "Why?" "Because bare feet are not afraid of wearing shoes." Uchiha Kagami shook his head. "Tsunagakure is too barren, so barren that there is no room left to train more ninjas. Just like this time, they simply don't have enough advance troops to consume the enemy's combat power. There are not enough elite Jainin to compete with other villages, but it is precisely because they have nothing that they dare to take risks and break the balance of the battle. It doesn't matter even if the advance troops are lost, but if they win, they will gain blood. Other ninja villages have much more heritage than Tsunagakure, but they are worried about losing too much." "Then why are you so sure that the third Kazekage will come?" Hatake Sakumo asked. Because the price Tsunagakure can afford does not include centipede. Lion Majesty, Flower of Shinobi. He third Kazekage would never have imagined that you can kill 2 elite puppet masters, and I can kill Granny Cho. Uchiha Kagami said calmly, such a price is enough that Tsunagakure may not be able to recover for more than 10 years, and he is known as the strongest Kazekage, so he must do something, otherwise his authority as a kage will be shaken. And this man is Chiyo's younger brother and the Ebis of Sand Shinobi's top brass. Once third Kazekage learns that his enemy is waiting for him to take the bait, he has no choice but to come even if he knows it is a trap. This is a naked conspiracy. Chapter 15 The Strongest Wind Shadow. Magnet-style Shatetsu Shiger. The Land of Wind, Tsunagakure. The atmosphere in the Fengying building was extremely solemn at the moment. Because not long ago, they just received the death of 2 elite puppet masters, and they are still recovering. But they are more angry. That's right, even as the bottom of the 5 great ninja villages. They were still angry because they had very few ninjas to begin with, and training puppet masters cost a lot of resources. Now that we have lost 2 puppet masters, who can bear it? Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. We are just some ninjas, and you still kill them? This is unbearable. Konoha is simply too deceptive. I suggest Kazekage-sama to dispatch immediately and catch them off guard before they can react. That's right, kill the Jainin named Hatake Sakumo first and get some interest back. Everyone quarreled constantly. They didn't stop until third Kazekage spoke. EBI, what suggestions do you have? It is not appropriate for Kazekage-sama to go out for the time being. After all, my sister has begun to hunt down Hatake Sakumo. According to the intelligence of the spies, that man has experienced a battle and is exhausted. I think this Jainin of Konoha must die. Ebis showed a confident smile, but this interest is not enough. That Jainin was not outstanding in Konoha before, but he was able to kill the 2 puppet masters Centipede and Lion Majesty, which is enough to prove that Konoha is invincible. Measurement. But Konoha will definitely not sit back and watch Hatake Sakumo die, and will definitely send people to rescue him. The supporter must have a certain status in Konoha, but his strength will definitely not be as good as second Hokage. With my sister's strength, as long as the second Hokage doesn't come in person and everyone else dies one by one, then the loss of the 2 elite Jainin, even Konoha can't bear it, and I, Tsunagakure, can still save my face. Third Kazekage deeply agreed. What Ebi Lao said makes sense, given Elder Chiyo's strength. As long as the second generation doesn't come here in person, no one will be her opponent. The white secret technique has been famous in the ninja world for many years, and even ordinary ninjas really can't deal with it. We can just sit back and wait for the good news. Kazekage-sama. It's not good. Cho-sama failed in his pursuit of Hatake Sakumo and was killed by Konoha's Uchiha Kagami. Our advance troops were almost completely wiped out, and I was the only one who escaped. Not finished yet. Suddenly someone broke in. The man looked angry and flustered, but he did not show off and conveyed the information he had just obtained. What? Cho is dead. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Third Kazekage and Ebis both stood up. The latter was more excited and angry than the former. After all, as Chiyo's biological brother, he could hardly believe that this information was true. But the facts cannot be changed. After verification, Granny Cho was indeed dead. Uchiha Kagami, you and I are at odds with each other. Ebis was filled with grief and anger, with tears in his eyes. Master Kazekage, please go to the battlefield immediately and kill Uchiha Kagami of Konoha. I am not doing it for my own selfish reasons, but the loss of Tsunagakure is too great and we cannot bear it. But you forgot that Uchiha Kagami and Hatake Sakumo almost wiped out the advance troops, but only one person was left to report back. This is obviously wrong. This is the enemy deliberately tempting me. Third Kazekage hesitated. But so what? You are the strongest Kazekage. Your magnet style is invincible in the ninja world. Even the third Tsuchikage doesn't dare to underestimate you. How can two Jainin be your opponent? Third Kazekage was speechless. You just said that your sister will win if she takes action. As a result, I was immediately counterattacked, and now I was asked to deliver it. I was really convinced. Besides, that Uchiha Kagami is no ordinary Jainin. The existence that can kill Golden Horn and scare away Silver Horn, but now that Joe has died in his hands, even the strongest Kazekage is worried about overturning. To be honest, he really didn't want to go. Seeing Third Kazekage's hesitation, Ebis burst into tears and almost knelt down to beg him. Master Kazekage, I have dedicated so many years to Tsunagakuer. There is hard work without credit. Now that my family member is dead, who else in the village can take on this important responsibility? You are the only one. I'm not doing it for selfish reasons, but the cost of our losses is too great, and there is no powerful Jainin left in the village. Once the news leaks, the people will not trust it, and the village will fall into turmoil. We have to give everyone an explanation, and this explanation can only be made by you. It can't be me who is engaged in intelligence, right? Of course. If you insist on letting me go, I can accompany you. I'm not afraid of sacrifice, I'm just afraid of being stabbed in the spine after death. Ebis's words. The face of Third Kazekage is getting more and more stinky. This old guy and Cho are highly respected in the village, and no one disbelieves them, resulting in no high-level objection. Plus there aren't many Jainin in Tsunagakuer. And he has the magnet style to use his flying ability. Based on the above facts, there is really no one more suitable than him. Now, he was stuck here and couldn't get down. There is only one choice now, go to the battlefield. He was too lazy to argue with Ebis, and immediately the sand iron wings appeared from behind, and flew straight to the battlefield of Rain Shinobi village with a flap of wings. Certainly. He certainly wasn't completely forced. It's more for the village, because what Ebis said is right. The losses to the village were too great, the advance troops were almost wiped out, 2 puppet masters were lost, and the highly respected Chogranny was also killed one after another. The village must be given an explanation. And the reason why he dared to come was because he didn't think he would lose. After all, he is known as the strongest Kazekage in history. Magnet style is both offensive and defensive. Even if he cannot win, he has the confidence to retreat. With the blessing of sand iron wings. He soon arrived at the battlefield and immediately saw 2 young men. One was wearing a standard Jainin green vest, and the other was wearing an old-style grey armor. The former looked tense, but the latter was very calm. But the 2 men had extraordinary temperament and were not afraid. Uchiha Kagami smiled, you are indeed known as the strongest Kazekage. You really dare to put yourself in danger? Are you really not afraid to explain here? If even you die, Tsunagakuer may exist in name only. The ninjas of Tsunagakuer are not afraid of death, let alone sacrifice. Third Kazekage showed an expression of appreciation, but soon his murderous intention burst out, I am different from some old man who only knows how to talk. Besides, I don't think I will die. On the contrary, as Konoha's genius ninjas, you are so brave. Do you want to face me? I have to say that you are very brave, but you don't know if you are strong enough? Young people, don't pee your pants later. Magnet Style Seititsu Shiger. Chapter 16 The Decisive Moment. Hitaki kill with one sword. The battle is about to begin. No long talk, Third Kazekage hands in hand seal. Under the stimulation of chakra, large pieces of sand and iron filled the air, turning into sharp iron needles and covering them. Uchiha Kagami dare not underestimate the enemy. Chakra gathered in the eyes, and the dark eyes turned into bloody Megatama. Scarlet Sharingan turned left and right, avoiding all the iron needles with vigor. When he landed on the ground, he formed seals with his hands, and then opened his lips slightly. Fire style: the fire is extinguished. Hooray! Hurrah! In an instant, large swaths of flames spurted out. It's like a raging sea of fire, breathtaking. This is the truly powerful fire style. Although his current chakra is not as good as Madara, this fire style is at least half the size. What an amazing fire style! But unfortunately, my magnet style. Third Kazekage looked surprised. Immediately, with a wave of his big hand, more than half of the sand iron quickly gathered into a shield, blocking all the flames from the outside. But the next second, a sudden change occurred. There was a roaring sound behind him, and the speed was astonishingly fast. There was a young man with silver-white hair who appeared behind the enemy at some point. He covered almost all of the chakra on the soles of his feet and the blade. So much so that the explosive power and speed of this move are very high. Logically speaking, the two work so well together that any Jonin who comes will die. But Third Kazekage is now at his peak. Although such a flanking attack is sharp, it is not enough to make him unable to react. He did not turn around and condensed the remaining half of the sand and iron. The fingers of his right hand moved slightly, using attack instead of defense. Shatai turned into a huge palm and grabbed at the opponent. Such a covering attack was very disadvantageous for Hatake Sakumo. Because he didn't master many ninjutsu except sword skills, he couldn't block such a sharp attack, but he was unwilling to let him avoid it. Haha, Lord Fengying thinks you are not afraid of sacrifice. But I, the ninja of Konoha, are still not afraid of death. Take my move, Hatake one sword slash. A sting. Hatake Sakumo ignored Tsuneto and climbed up his body. After all, the third Kazekage was not in a defensive posture. All the sand iron was chopped open, and the white fang blade cut through the enemy's chest. However, what is unexpected is, the enemy's chest was actually covered with a layer of iron sand. The move just now was not enough to penetrate his body, it only made a shallow cut, but he was still slightly injured. Good. What a move, Hatake. I thought Uchiha Kagami was the one worthy of attention, but you surprised me as well. I recognize your strength. Just die. Sand iron coffin. The trace of blood on his chest made Third Kazekage furious. He has been in the ninja world for so many years, and injuries are commonplace, but he has never been injured by a junior. Although the injuries were minimal. But this is a great blasphemy to the strongest Kazekage. Third Kazekage was about to crush the opponent to death with one hand, but before he could do anything, Kagami's calm voice came from behind. Amaterasu. Along with incomparably hot breath spurted out. Different from the flame just now. Although the aura is not strong, it makes the scalp numb. Third Kazekage turned around. Suddenly he saw that wisp of flame coming out of thin air. The moment the sand iron was contaminated, it instantly turned into a sea of black flames, and the sand iron was burned to nothing in less than a few seconds. Black flames. Could it be that this is Amaterasu? Third Kazekage's pupils suddenly tightened. Even though he was in his prime, he had seen a lot as a Kazekage. Every village has more or less knowledge about the legendary Manjiki Sharingan's abilities, and Amaterasu is one of them. It is said to be an eternal black flame. The ultimate pupil technique that will never give up until it is burned to the ground if anyone or anything is contaminated at all. Third Kazekage did not dare to show any signs of neglect, and immediately recalled the remaining sand iron and blasted towards the black flames in front of him. But Amaterasu is Amaterasu. Even if your attack is sharp, it's useless. After a while, nearly 99% of the iron sand was burned away. The little remaining iron sand turned into wings. In order to avoid the large-scale coverage of the black flames, he could only fly into the sky and stay in the air to avoid danger. Uchiha Kagami's eyes It is no longer an ordinary Megatama pattern. Instead, it became a scythe and pinwheel shape, similar to Ataka's Mangeki, but the pinwheels had barbs at the tail. He is indeed the third Kazekage in his prime, much better than a certain Hiruzen. Both the battle strategy and reaction speed are far stronger than I imagined. Coupled with the magnet style that is both offensive and defensive, it is no wonder that he is known as the strongest Kazekage. Uchiha Kagami wiped the blood from her right eye. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The other party was stronger than he imagined. The amount of chakra you have is comparable to that of Chao Kage, but the amount of chakra cannot intuitively reflect your personal strength. It mainly depends on the strength of the ninjutsu mastered by both parties, their combat experience, and their respective reaction speeds. And third Kazekage is in his prime. The exact age is unknown, but the reaction speed is extremely fast. Although the cooperation between him and Sakumo is not perfect, it is not something that ordinary ninjas can avoid. It is not surprising that he can avoid Hitaki's sword skills. However, in order to kill the opponent in the follow-up, Kagaya even used Amaterasu. Burn all the sand and iron, and before the opponent can react, use the spiritualization technique to invade the opponent's mental space. Then finish off the third Kazekage just like you did with Cho. But who would have thought? The opponent was actually able to retain a little bit of iron sand to turn into wings under the threat of black flames, and decisively distanced himself. Have to say, third Kazekage is quite powerful. Chakra may not be as good as Super Shadow, but with the blessing of Magnet style, it may be comparable to the peak of Kage level, or even Super Shadow level. As for Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the pervert of nine tails cannot be used as a general example. There are actually only two descriptions of the third Kazekage in the original book. The first time is when Scorpion controlled the human puppet of the third Kazekage, and the second time was when he was reincarnated by Orochimaru Impure World. The human puppet is controlled by Scorpion and cannot use magnet style proficiently. Orochimaru's Impure World reincarnation technology had not yet been perfected at the time, and the third Kazekage's strength was only 60 to 70% strong. Therefore, the two miserable performances did not fully represent the true strength of the strongest Kazekage in history. But the good thing is, most of sand iron was burned by Amaterasu, and the current battle situation is favorable. Uchiha Kagami looked up at the other party and deliberately said sarcastically, "The strongest Kazekage, won't you be so scared that you wet your pants? Don't you dare to come down and fight me? Don't you, without Tsunade, you don't even have the consciousness of a ninja? Lost it? Haha, there's no need to provoke me on purpose." Third Kazekage was full of momentum, lowered his head and said coldly and arrogantly, "Uchiha Kagami, among the Uchiha I have fought against, no one is stronger than you. I recognize your strength. Next, it's time to decide the outcome." Chapter 17 Sand Iron Burial. Damn it, where is Sakumo? Bring it on. Uchiha Kagami's eyes narrowed slightly. I was about to do something, but my actions froze. He looked down and found that two large holes had been broken into the ground at some point, and his feet were bound by the sand and iron pouring out. As long as I have sand and iron, I can do anything. Uchiha, you are stupid. Crushing minerals from the ground to make sand and iron is a piece of cake for me. Go to hell. Sand-iron boundary method. Third Kazekage shouted coldly. A large amount of sand and iron spewed out from the ground. And with the control of magnet style, these iron sands turned into sharp thorns, so densely packed that it was impossible to escape. However, before third Kazekage could be proud, a large amount of chakra emerged from Uchiha Kagami's whole body. An unspeakable momentum rose into the sky, and scarlet skulls wrapped around the body, from the ribs, arms, and skull. Roll! Uchiha Kagami shouted coldly. The right chakra turned into a giant sword, and he raised his hand and waved it gently. A sting! In an instant, The sand and iron that enveloped the sky were all chopped into pieces. Uchiha Kagami, who opens Susanoo, crosses her arms and looks aloof, seeming to show the arrogance that belongs to Uchiha. It's just sand and iron, not even half as good as me. The power of that move just now is acceptable, but it is not enough to determine the outcome. Third Kazekage, can you still dance? It's not over yet. My magnet style is more powerful than you imagine. Third Kazekage refused to admit defeat. But his eyes became more and more solemn. The Uchiha in front of me is so powerful that it not only awakens Mangeki, but even the legendary Amaterasu and Susanoo can use it skillfully. This has far exceeded the level of Shadow. Even he, the strongest wind shadow, found it very difficult. But there is no way. As a shadow, he never thought about escaping because he wanted to give an explanation to the village. This was also the realization of being a shadow. Clang! Clang! He controls more sand and iron, forming cones and cylinders, constantly bombarding each other. However, Susanoo blocked them all easily, and was unable to even force the opponent back, which made him feel a deep sense of powerlessness. Why don't you admit defeat? Kazekage Dano, you can survive if you admit defeat. Uchiha Kagami persuaded. No. If it's a private challenge, I can admit defeat, but this is a battlefield. As a shadow, I can't lose, and I will never admit defeat. Third Kazekage was extremely determined, gritted his teeth and said, Uchiha of Konoha, although you are very strong. But I must win. For my village, for the future of my Tsunagakuer, I am not afraid even if I die. Okay, I respect your choice. Uchiha Kagami sighed helplessly. But my heart was a little moved by this. Seeing that the other party is clearly able to escape, but still unwilling to do so. This reminded him of his elder brother Tobirama's original choice. If he hadn't rescued him, Tobirama would have died. And as Hokage, in fact, he could have chosen to escape, but he didn't. He didn't really understand it at first, but now he sees that Third Kazekage made the same choice. He may have more or less understood. As a film, what is the responsibility of this character? But it is a pity that the position of Hokage is not suitable for him. At least now, Uchiha Kagami just wants to become stronger, so that he will not be so powerless when facing Satsuki in the future. And war is the best way for him to become stronger, bar none. Personally speaking, they have no personal grudges, but it is a pity that they still have to face each other life and death. War is so ruthless and cruel. Magnet-style sand-iron wave. Third Kazekage shouted angrily. He opened his arms and mobilized all the remaining chakra. Countless amounts of sand and iron continued to emerge. As he continued to crush the minerals, the sand and iron seemed to be endless and rushed towards the enemy. This moment, the sand and iron seemed to turn into waves. It actually completely changed the terrain of a 2 to 3 kilometer radius, and all the surrounding bushes were submerged, losing even the slightest bit of their previous appearance. Even Susanoo. They were all completely submerged and disappeared. But Third Kazekage's attack was not over yet. The sand-iron wings behind him flew forward and landed quickly on the ground. Uchiha of Konoha, fall with the iron sand. Try my trick. Sand-iron big burial. Third Kazekage pressed his hands to the ground. The turbulent chakra swept across the entire sea of sand and iron. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. 10 consecutive shocks were transmitted. The entire ocean of sand and iron compressed exactly 10 times. This move was very impressive. The huge pressure actually caused a large number of cracks to appear on the surface of Susanoo's first form. It seems to be about to collapse. But the next second, the amazing chakra spurted out again. The skull-like appearance was covered with meridians and flesh. The blade in his hand became brighter and brighter. A large area of sand iron was cleared away as he raised his hand and waved it. Seeing this, Third Kazekage was shocked and helpless. Has this all failed? The legendary Susanoo is indeed extraordinary. This defense and attack have surpassed my magnet style. She truly deserves to belong to the Uchiha clan. Your Excellency Feng Ying, you are already very strong. Uchiha Kagami said sincerely, whether it is combat awareness or enemy experience, you are worthy of the title of the strongest Kazekage. The magnet style is powerful enough to make you invincible. It's a pity that you met me. Thanks, stop saying nice things and just kill me. Kill you? Why? Why don't you kill me? I planned to kill you at first, but I have changed my mind now. I will take you back to Konoha village, and Mr. Kazekage will be the first cage-level distinguished guest to be treated by Konoha. Warm hospitality. Hey? Are you going to insult me? You can't even try. Genjutsu Sharingan. Third Kazekage suddenly became angry. Just control the little remaining iron sand and pierce your own throat. But when Uchiha's Sharingan Megatama was turned, the spirit instantly invaded the opponent's mental space, and Third Kazekage fainted before he could commit suicide. Of course, Uchiha Kagami is not aimless. Because he discovered an important point, that is, it is not that difficult to kill a shadow, but it is too difficult to capture a shadow alive. At least, in the era without Hashirama and Madara, few people could do it. As the strongest Kazekage, he was defeated and was captured alive and brought back to Konoha as a prisoner. Think about it. This kind of shocking news is enough to shock the ninja world for many years. It must be much more valuable than a dead person. Just when he hadn't finished thinking, looking at the dilapidated forest buried by sand and iron around him, Uchiha Kagami suddenly thought of something, and then he panicked. What the hell? Where's Sakumo? It's over. This guy just ran out of chakra. Could he be buried alive? Chapter 18, Capturing the Third Kazekage Alive, Senja Tobirama couldn't hold himself any longer. Etc. Maybe not buried alive at all? But he was directly shocked to death by the sand-iron burial of the Third Kazekage, right? After all, his injuries were not healed in the first place, and he was unable to resist due to exhaustion of chakra. This was entirely possible. Uchiha Kagami was a little panicked. It's not entirely because of this incident, it's because Sakumo's original work doesn't seem to have happened during this time period. It was because of the investigation mission a few years after the end of the Second Ninja War. So here comes the question. Sakumo mentioned death, was Kakashi alive? If Kakashi hadn't had time to be born, wouldn't it have been his own fault? Originally, he asked Sakumo to act with him in order to increase Sakumo's self-confidence, thereby changing his fate of depression and suicide in the future. Now fate has advanced and Kakashi is gone. As an original Konoha fan, Uchiha Kagami, this is so sad. Go away, Sakumo, you died so miserably. I was the one who caused you to die. I'm sorry for you and your son. Uchiha Kagami had tears in her eyes. But before she could cry, she saw someone coming next to her. It was Hitaki Sakumo, who dragged his tired body and said with embarrassment on his face, "Brother Kagami, I'm not dead. You don't have to cry so sadly." Damn it. You're not dead. Of course he's not dead. Wait, what the hell do you mean? Holy shit, it means exclamation. It's applicable to any scene. For example, holy shit, Uchiha Kagami is so awesome. Oh, what do you mean awesome? The cool thing is that this person is very good, and the combination is perfect. It's quite interesting. If I have a chance in the future, I can teach it to Kakashi. Hitaki Sakumo said with a smile. Your son has been born? Uchiha Kagami asked doubtfully. Not yet. My wife just got pregnant last month, and she'll probably be pregnant in September. Sakumo said honestly. Uchiha Kagami smiled and said, that's quite a coincidence. My Shisui estimates that in October, he and Kakashi can be brothers. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Your son is about to be born? That's a good feeling. Not a son, but a grandson. Ah! Hitaki Sakumo was immediately confused. After thinking about it for a long time, I couldn't help but complain, then your son got married and had children when he was a teenager, and if you push it further, you got married and had children earlier than your son. You can say that. Beast. No, a slip of the tongue. Hitaki Sakumo blushed and said righteously, you are still young and strong. When I was young, I didn't think about this. I only focused on completing the mission and serving the village. But since there is a generational difference, we can't be so casual. They can call each other brothers in private, but in public. Kakashi still has to call him uncle. That's okay too. Uchiha Kagami thought for a moment. Suddenly I thought this scene was a bit funny and couldn't help but look forward to it. The two of them returned to the topic. Hitaki Sakumo looked at the third Kazekage who fainted on the ground, and couldn't help but exclaimed, as expected of you, you actually defeated the strongest Kazekage, Brother Kagami. You are going to be famous in the ninja world. Isn't this the credit of both of us? Your sword is still very handsome. The sand iron of the third Kazekage is not something that ordinary people can chop. Mirror businessmen boasted to each other. You're still great, I'm far behind. Hitaki Sakumo suddenly said seriously, but speaking of it, why did you suddenly change your mind? Are you planning to take the third Kazekage back? Do you know how much impact the cage being taken as a prisoner will have on the situation of the battle? I know, I've thought about it. Uchiha Kagami said with a serious face, the shadow of the ninja village is regarded as a spiritual pillar. This is no less than an insult to Tsunagakure's personality. It will inevitably cause dissatisfaction and resistance from other ninja villages, and may unite. But we accidentally encountered each other when we were out. After a friendly discussion, we invited Mr. Kazekage to visit Konoha village. He is a very distinguished guest to Konoha. How can he be a prisoner? In other words? But those cage are not stupid, how could they hide it? Hitaki Sakumo frowned. You don't need to hide cage, you just need to hide it from other people in the ninja world. Most of the villagers in major ninja villages and even other villages don't care about this. Uchiha Kagami smiled slightly and said, it's hard enough for them to live, but do you care whether your cage has been caught? Only Tsunagakure will care. But true and false news are mixed together, and Konoha's reputation is preserved. The cages of other villages will not unite as long as their own interests are not involved. This seemingly fake guest is meant to ease the situation, but in fact it is a deterrent. Or invite him to come to Konoha as a guest. Is he afraid? What if there are really people who aren't afraid? Then bring him as a guest. If I can defeat the first shadow, then I can defeat the second shadow. Uchiha Kagami showed a confident expression. After the third Kazekage was captured, Tsunagakure, who was lacking in strength, would inevitably be the first to surrender. If there are still reckless men who feel unconvinced, then the second ninja village to surrender will be born. If they are not convinced, I will defeat them all. Won't the war be over? So no matter what the choice is, Konoha will gain blood. Hiss, it's so scary. Hitaki Sakumo exclaimed, as expected of you, but what do you call the method of capturing someone as a guest just now? No name, it's just the lowest level of diplomacy. It's time to go back. We haven't gone back for so long. Brother should be unable to sit still. Good. Konoha village. Inside the Hokage office. Senju Tobirama was sitting on the chair, although his face was expressionless. But his hand kept holding the corner of the table tightly. It was obvious that too much time had passed, and he had no choice but to worry about his brother's safety. And the impact on Uchiha after Kagami's death. After all, Mangeki Sharingan is of great significance to Uchiha. If the evil Uchiha is not protected, he will still be able to seize power. This is something that must be guarded against. But now the battle begins. Especially when Cho and others joined the battle, other ninja villages couldn't sit still. If Uchiha rebels at this time, it will really make matters worse. Sure enough, he should not be sent to the battlefield. But it shouldn't be. Senju Tobirama speculated in his heart. Even if you can't defeat Cho with the strength of the mirror, it is very easy to escape from the battlefield casually with the speed of the Flying Thunder God technique. Could it be that he is on top, planning to kill Cho? Or, I haven't finished thinking yet. Suddenly, Anbu appeared, looking extremely flustered. Hokage-sama, this is bad. Kagami-sama accidentally killed Cho on the way to rescue Hotaki Jainin. Killed Cho? Okay. Senju Tobirama hadn't finished having fun yet, and suddenly felt bad. Wait. What did you say? What do you mean by accidentally killing Cho? What else did my brother do? After killing Cho, Kagami-sama and Hotaki Jainin jointly lured 3rd Kazekage, trying to assassinate 3rd Kazekage and defeat Tsunagakuer. What? Nonsense. It's just nonsense. Senju Tobirama suddenly became anxious. It's normal for Cho to be able to defeat him when he is old, but 3rd Kazekage is a top cage-level strongman that even Onoki praised. Aren't he and Hotaki Sakumo trying to die? I shouldn't let him. Those who went to the battlefield. Master Hokage, Master Mirror wins. 1. Then why are you anxious? Kage-sama took it upon himself to bring 3rd Kazekage back, and now they are eating ramen together. Now the streets are in chaos. What the hell? Senju Tobirama was shocked. Wait a minute. This kid captured the shadow of the next village alive? And brought him back to eat ramen together? What the hell kind of operation is this? Chapter 19 Friendly Visit, Senju Tobirama's character collapsed? Etc. The focus is not right. How did Jing do it? Senju Tobirama looked dazed. His eyes were full of shock and disbelief. You must know that that person is known as the strongest Kazekage in the ninja world. Even with his Flying Thunder God technique and a large number of forbidden technique, he is not afraid of the opponent. But after all, we have never fought against each other. Therefore, one cannot be too cautious with such a strong person. As a result, after Uchiha Kagami killed Cho on the battlefield, was he still able to capture the 3rd Kazekage alive? Good guy. This news is really exciting. After all, there are two concepts of being able to defeat a shadow head-on and capturing a shadow alive. At the beginning, Uchiha Madara suggested that they simply blast all the 5 shadows, and either bring them back and imprison them, or simply kill them. Then use force to unify the ninja world. But he was rejected by the kind-hearted elder brother Hashirama. Now that Uchiha Kagami has brought back 3rd Kazekage, he has accomplished some feat to some extent, which makes Senju Tobirama feel relieved. Did Uchiha's madness finally appear on the battlefield? Otherwise, I really thought that your soul, brother, had been swapped. Senju Tobirama shook his head. The different behavior of Jing before finally made him a little wary. After all, although Uchiha Kagami was kind-hearted in the past, he was from the Uchiha clan after all, and his attitude towards the outside world was very tough. But now it seems that I am overthinking it. Kagami's Uchiha bloodline couldn't be any more pure, otherwise, no ordinary person would dare to be crazy enough to capture 3rd Kazekage alive. No time to think about it. He immediately cast Flying Thunder God and rushed over. Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. 3 people were sitting on chairs, waiting for the ramen to be served. Uchiha Kagami returned to his former gentleness, while Hotaki Sakumo looked nervous. 3rd Kazekage is a little reserved and wary. After all, it is not their own territory, even though Uchiha Kagami promised him a friendly visit. But this is wartime. The second Hokage is notoriously cold-blooded and ruthless in the ninja world. Especially as long as he threatens the existence of Konoha, he must strangle it in the cradle. If he dies here as the Kazekage, it will definitely do more good than harm to Konoha. There is no guarantee that the other party will change his mind, so be careful. Don't be nervous, Lord Feng-Ying. Uchiha Kagami said with a smile, the taste of this ramen restaurant is great. Hiruzen and I often come here to eat, just as a casual meal. You want me to calm down? How about you remove the ninjas outside before you say this? Third Kazekage pouted. My eyes glanced at the outside of Ichiraku Ramen. The originally lively streets were already deserted. As early as the first time Anbu discovered that Third Kazekage had been brought back, there were a large number of Anbu and ninjas all around, and everyone looked tense as if facing a formidable enemy. After all, you are the strongest Kazekage. When you are unrestrained, you still have to be on guard, but in my opinion it is of no use. It's true, this is your territory, what else can I do? Then let's have a good meal. Uchiha Kagami smiled gently. The greeting hand brought 3 large bowls of ramen, but the hand was obviously very nervous and the expression was slightly nervous. Uchiha Kagami showed a warm smile and reassured, don't be nervous, this is the dignified Third Kazekage. I have eaten your ramen, just take a photo and promote it. Opening chain stores in the ninja world will definitely be popular. Ah? Can I take a photo? Sure. Master Jing, you are such a good person. The hand slap suddenly became exciting. Feeling extremely grateful to the mirror, Third Kazekage was forced to take a photo. Uchiha Kagami joked, you're welcome, you can hang this photo in the store if you want, but if my descendants come to patronize it in the future, you can give me a fracture price. Of course. Thank you Master Jing. This is a lifetime free coupon for our store. As long as you come to my store, it will be free no matter how many people you visit. It's so fun to play with my hands. Immediately and solemnly handed Jing a coupon. After all, Jing itself had a high status. Moreover, he is the younger brother of Mr. Second Generation, and coupled with the disguised promotion of Third Kazekage, it is difficult for this store not to be popular. Just a coupon. Future earnings are nothing compared to them. I have to say that Shanday's business vision is still very sharp. After receiving a free coupon of the same model from Naruto, Uchiha Kagami did not refuse, half falsely and half truthfully said, haha, then I'm not polite. Maybe more big shots will come to your store in the future. I can use this coupon. It comes in handy. Ah? Are you serious? No. Shouta was immediately stunned. Before I could say anything, someone walked in from outside the door. The second Hokage wears white Hokage robes lined with blue tights and has 3 red marks on his face. As soon as I came in, Senju Tobirama didn't wait to attack. Third Kazekage stood up and said solemnly, I have met Mr. Hokage and I have no choice but to take the liberty of visiting your village. I hope you will forgive me. Your Majesty Feng Ying said something serious, please sit down. Senju Tobirama was also polite. On the way to sit down, he glared at Uchiha Kagami several times. But the latter didn't seem to see it, but smiled and said, brother, since you are here, let the ninjas outside withdraw. Mr. Feng Ying was frightened along the way. It is not polite to treat an honored guest like this. Well, it's up to you, let's break up. Senju Tobirama waved his hand. The ninjas outside the street dispersed and disappeared. This scene made Third Kazekage look slightly sideways, and he had a deeper understanding of Uchiha Kagami's status, but he also had a better impression of him. This Uchiha. It seems really different from other Uchiha. After the 4 of them finished eating, they settled down the Third Kazekage and returned to the Hokage building. Senju Tobirama's expression darkened. Kage, you actually captured Third Kazekage alive and brought him back as a prisoner. Your behavior is an insult to Kage's personality. Do you really think other ninja villages have no temper? Even if you are really sure, you should come back and discuss it with me first. Do you still take me as a shadow in your eyes? Well, Hokage-sama, I am also responsible. Shut up. Before Sakumo could say anything, Senju Tobirama stopped him, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. However, Uchiha Kagami glanced at him and seemed to see through his concealment. Brother, you are actually very happy, right? If you want to laugh, just laugh, hold back the discomfort. Ha ha ha. Great job. Mirror. Senju Tobirama really couldn't stand it any longer. He looked up to the sky and laughed for a long time, completely different from his previous cold demeanor. It's not that his character is broken, but that he is really happy. Because when Uchiha Madara originally proposed to unify the ninja world, he actually didn't have much resistance and even wanted to promote it. But no matter what, I was severely rejected by my eldest brother. Now that Uchiha Kagami was able to capture the third Kazekage alive, how could that not make him happy? Chapter 20 Famous in the Ninja World. Konoha's Red Fangs. First of all, Tsunagakura lost 2 puppet masters and Granicho, and the third Kazekage was also captured alive. Isn't surrender a matter of time? Certainly. On top of that, Konoha's morale soared. The situation of the war is naturally overturned, and the benefits are simply unimaginable. As for the risk, although Senju Tobirama is not as powerful as his elder brother, he still has the courage. So what if the other ninja villages are angry? Plus Mirror using Friendly Visit as a diplomatic cover. Other ninja villages did not dare to join forces to attack. Even if the situation really turned bad, he, Senju Tobirama, would not give up. Not to mention, he also has a younger brother, Uchiha Kagami. They both have the Flying Thunder God technique, and the Forbidden technique works with Manjiki. Are you afraid of them? Brothers work together to cut through gold, not to mention being invincible in the ninja world, and whoever dares to die first, then he doesn't mind helping the other person. Such is his courage. And Uchiha Kagami had already expected this. Because Senju Tobirama's courage is not comparable to that of Hiruzen, not to mention that the war has only started for a month, and the losses in Konoha are almost negligible. Therefore, it is impossible to object. And seeing second-generation Sama laughing, Hitaki Sakumo was a little confused. F***ck. The relationship, was the quarrel between you brothers just now fake? Is it true that I am the only honest person to take it seriously? Senju Tobirama suppressed his smile and said with a serious expression, however, how confident are you that Tsunagakura will surrender? After all, even the shadow is captured. Ebis may ignore the Kazekage, but it may not be possible for him to die. If you don't surrender, then let third Kazekage continue to be our guest. Uchiha Kagami said without any fear. Besides, there are almost no decent ninjas left in Tsunagakura. What can Ebis do to defeat the enemy? Just open his mouth. If Tsunagakura really doesn't know how to appreciate others, then destroy them. There are still too many great ninja villages in the ninja world, and reducing one will not affect the overall situation. Well said. We in Konoha are not afraid of challenges. Senju Tobirama then thought about it and said, but the third Kazekage is in our village after all. If it suddenly becomes unable to sit still and causes destruction, it will have consequences. How about letting the Hyuga clan tap the acupoints and seal the chakra? It's not necessary. The cages have dignity. Once chakra is sealed, he may seek death. It's okay for the third Kazekage to die on the battlefield, but if he dies during a friendly visit to our village, Konoha's reputation will be affected. Uchiha Kagami smiled, and he has already seen my Sharingan, and has been hypnosized by me. He is hanging out with me now, don't worry. Well done. As expected of my brother. Senju Tobirama proudly put his hands on his hips, coughed a few times and said, but if you do this again next time, remember to tell me in advance. Otherwise it will be bad to cause panic in the village, okay? Definitely next time. It didn't take long. All major ninja villages received this news. Cho was killed and third Kazekage was captured alive, which shocked the ninja world. Uchiha Kagami's name has since become completely famous in the ninja world. Due to the awakening of the legendary Manjiki, he is known as Konoha's Red Fang. And Hitaki Sakumo is called White Fang. The superb Hitaki sword skills and the ninja sword White Fang are famous in the ninja world. The two are collectively known as Konoha twins. Hey, have you heard? Tsunagakuer, the respected Cho granny, is dead. It is said that she was defeated by Konoha's Uchiha Kagami in 3 moves. Oh my god! Is he so strong? Shit, I heard it was an instant kill with 1 move. Manjiki knelt down on the spot as soon as he fired Cho. Hey? Why did I hear that Manjiki wasn't even opened? Passerby didn't believe in evil. Is Granny Cho so weak? She must be too old, right? I think that Uchiha's strength is only average, I can do it even with me. As for Fuki, after Cho died, third Kazekage was furious on the spot. As a result, he was not only defeated, but also captured alive. With such strength, you tell me, I can have S*X with you. Someone was not convinced. What? Even the strongest Kazekage was defeated? Hiss. This Uchiha's strength is so terrifying. Tisk tisk, it's indeed Red Fangs. Konoha's White Fang is not weak, right? It is said that he joined forces with Red Fang at that time, and his superb sword skills made even the strongest Kazekage have to avoid the edge. I guess it is not much weaker than Red Fang. I think so too, tisk tisk. It is indeed the #1 ninja village. It can capture the shadows of the other village alive without even having to send out any shadows. If you think about it this way, how powerful is second Hokage? Scared. The rumors in the ninja world are so outrageous. While Hitaki Sakumo and Uchiha Kagami became famous, even the second generation project also gained a sense of presence, and small ninja villages all over the ninja world were very happy to eat. After all, it has nothing to do with them. On the other hand, the great ninja village was not so happy. This is too much. In the rock shinobi building, Oniki slapped the table angrily. Konoha actually dares to humiliate Kage like this? Are you really angry at us? I think it is necessary to contact other ninja villages to jointly deal with Konoha. We cannot let Konoha be so rampant. Huangta said cautiously, but Konoha claimed that this was just a friendly visit between villages, and the Kazekage Dano also admitted it, and there were also photos of eating ramen together circulated. It seems quite friendly. Friendly visit between villages? Are you really calling me Onoki a fool? Oniki said angrily, now is the time of war. Which shadow has the brains to visit other villages? Isn't this playing into the enemy's plan? It's obvious that he was captured. Doesn't Tang Tang Fengying even have this bit of moral integrity? He actually ate with them. But now the public opinion in the ninja world is leaning towards Konoha. They believe that Konoha is peace-loving and has a great structure. Even in times of war, it treats Kage with courtesy. Except for Tsunagakuer, even many of our civilians believe that Konoha's cover-up measures are very effective. Huangta said helplessly. Peace-loving? Big picture? Wasn't it Konoha who started the war? Okay. Then I will reveal their true colors and let the ninja world understand Konoha's wolf ambitions. Onoki's eyes widened. And a few strands of his beard fell off in anger. Lois hesitated for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed, but it's useless. The newly appointed third Raikage-yun has already issued a relevant statement, but the public opinion is more biased in favor of Konoha. Cloud Shinobi Village North has been criticized miserably. Why? Because. Huangtu hesitated before he spoke, Tsunagaku announced his surrender yesterday and signed a 10-year alliance agreement with Konoha, and the second Hokage Senju Tobirama also sent the third Kazekage back as agreed. Everyone praises the second Hokage for being broad-minded and thinks that the third Raikage is brainless and tries to intensify the conflicts between the big powers. The shinobi village is afraid that the war will expand and affect them, so they madly insult Cloud Shinobi Village. Third Raikage is probably furious right now. Chapter 21 Family Meeting. Uchiha Kagami, directly rebelled against the clan. Oniki was silent. It has to be said that Konoha was caught off guard by his clever move. Moreover, most of the bad effects of the war originally provoked by Konoha were wiped out this time. This kind of strategy made everyone afraid. The key is Tsunagaku surrendered, only a month later. Moreover, the third Kazekage also signed an alliance agreement with Konoha, which is undoubtedly a heavy blow to other ninja villages. And the culprit? It's the young man named Uchiha Kagami from the Uchiha clan of Konoha. Killing the long-famous Cho and capturing the strongest Kazekage alive, these impressive achievements are enough for any shadow to take him seriously. Onoki took a deep breath and couldn't help but become solemn. Investigate all information about Uchiha Kagami, including his interpersonal relationships, and eating habits, and by the way, that Hatake Sakumo. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Huang too considered it for a moment and said, do we still need to unite with other ninja villages? While Onoki was worried, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up, yes, but we can't be the first to take the lead. Contact the third Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village. They previously compensated Konoha 50 million taels, and they should be happy to play this role now. Konoha. Uchiha Tribe Land. Experience this public opinion propaganda. Uchiha Kagami has also gained a lot of favorability, and her strength is also improving by leaps and bounds. In less than 7 days, a total of 20,000 chakra points have been accumulated. Including the previous 50,000 points, 70,000 chakra points are already approaching the peak of Super Shadow. Yes, I still have to do big things. I have saved 20,000 in just 7 days, and the favorability of chakra is still improving. I should be able to reach the peak of Super Shadow within a month. Uchiha Kagami is very satisfied. I have to say that capturing third Kazekage alive was too clever. The accumulation of strength brought about by this influence of public opinion is much more terrifying than the last time we killed the Golden Horn. Sure enough, the Golden Horn was too low. At this moment, Zhai Feng beside him was rubbing his shoulders. Uchiha Kagami was lying on a chair, drinking scented tea. At first, he felt it was awkward to have a son suddenly, but after taking care of him carefully, he became really sweet. Pouring tea and making the bed are all basic tasks. You don't have to cook your own food, and they also provide shoulder-crushing service attentively. It's really nice. Wouldn't it be twice as wonderful to have a grandson? Thinking of this, Uchiha Kagami asked, how is Susu doing? Is your body maintenance okay? Very good, father, don't worry. You have made too many Jainin, and sent you a lot of supplements. I couldn't finish them all. The rest were given to Uncle Fugaku and Hatake Jainin because I was afraid they would go bad. Feng answered honestly. Hey? Why give it to Fugaku? Mikoto is pregnant too. Uchiha Kagami raised an eyebrow. No, Fugaku has a cousin who is not doing well. I heard that she is pregnant and is about to give birth. She is the same age as Shisui, so I gave her some gifts. Oh, does the kid have a name? It seems to be called Obito. Ah. What's wrong? Father? Shouldn't I give it away? No, it's a good gift, but it's not enough. Next time you go there in person, in my name. Uchiha Kagami replied. In addition to supplements, do you also want to give me any valuable jewelry? No need, wait until the child is born, it's too early now. Okay, father. although Ji Feng was puzzled. But he didn't ask any more questions and continued to rub his shoulders. An Uchiha Kagami is actually just a gift without much meaning. After all, Obito is the main character in the future plot, but he is not born yet, so there is no need to pay too much attention to him. But there is nothing to lose by giving a gift casually to deepen the impression. Just when he was about to say something, suddenly, Uchiha Kagami frowned and raised his hand. "Get out!" A violent wave of air swept out. Bang! A young man wearing Uchiha clothes flew backwards. The flying body smashed the door of the courtyard into pieces, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his expression was full of confusion and a little questioning. "Master Jing, the patriarch invites you to attend a high-level family meeting." "What do you mean?" Uchiha Kagami looked slightly cold. "This is my house. Who told you to come in without telling me? You can't even knock on the door? Is the clan leader so rude?" I am not the leader of the clan." "Then you are." "I am from the Great Elder." "It's no wonder. I just said, how could the patriarch's men not understand this etiquette? Next time, remember to knock before entering. Do you understand?" "Understood, that meeting. Go in a moment and let them wait." "Yes." The man left angrily. But he didn't dare to say anything more. With Uchiha Kagami's current strength and status, it is not something that a pawn of his kin offend. Anyway, he will submit these words to the Great Elder and clan leader unchanged. What the higher UPS think is a matter for the higher UPS. Watching that tribesman leave, Uchiha's Hai Feng couldn't help but worry. "Father, I guess this meeting is to discuss the succession of the clan leader. If you offend the elders so much, will it affect your election as clan leader? You know, there are many high-level officials who support the Great Elder." Uchiha Kagami smiled contemptuously. "So what if I offend him? The clan leader's election has always been decided by the clan leader, so what if his elder doesn't agree? It's enough if the clan leader agrees. How dare he fart? But if you ask the clan leader and the others to wait, won't you make the clan leader unhappy? What if you can't become the clan leader?" Hai Feng asked doubtfully. "Stop the wind!" Uchiha Kagami interrupted him and said seriously, "You have to understand that when a person reaches the top of the ninja world, there is no need to worry about making anyone unhappy, but they worry about whether they will make me unhappy." "Clan leader? Haha. If it weren't for you, Susu, and Shisui, I wouldn't care about being the clan leader at all. But I am a member of the Uchiha clan after all. If the clan leader knows better, I don't mind leading Uchiha to become stronger." "What if the clan leader also doesn't understand?" Ji Feng asked. "If he doesn't understand," Uchiha Kagami said with a slightly contemptuous expression, "No, he didn't dare to do that. After all, the clan leader doesn't want to see the genius who awakened Manjiki rebel against the clan, right? P.S. Cousin Fugaku is a secondary character. It is considered to strengthen the connection with the subsequent plot and will not affect anything." Chapter 22. The Uchiha clan is basically hopeless. Rebel. Father. Hearing this, Hai Feng's eyes widened. Suddenly I felt that my three views were being impacted. After all, as a standard Uchiha clan, despite being educated by his father in his early years, he is still inevitably bound by family values. Therefore, he never thought about betraying the clan or anything. Uchiha Kagami smiled half-heartedly. "What? Do you think betraying the clan is too much? It doesn't matter. Tell the truth. There is no need for you and me, father and son, to engage in such nonsense. Father, I have always been proud of being a member of the Uchiha clan. I know that there are many people in the family who are aloof and have extreme behaviors." Hai Feng knelt on the ground and said with tears in his eyes, "It also has something to do with my own Sharingan, but I can't ignore it because I can't integrate into the collective of Konoha village. Especially in the police force, there are often conflicts between tribesmen and people in the village. Many people are ostracizing us. Even second generation is monitoring us. Of course, I know that if it weren't for your operation, my father, the family might not be as simple as monitoring, but I don't think we should abandon everyone. Those Uchiha who are talented and ambitious are still worth saving. But it's a pity that my talent has let you down. I ask you not to give up Uchiha, and don't give up the pride of being an Uchiha. Uchiha Kagami helped him up and spoke earnestly. Child, you misunderstood. I have never given up on Uchiha, and I have never given up on the pride of being an Uchiha. The emotions of the Uchiha are stronger than ordinary people, and they dare to love and hate, but it is also because Sharingan is more likely to go astray. I awakened Mangeki Sharingan. I understand what Uchiha is better than anyone else. Even though some people in the clan have extreme personalities, they can still be guided one by one at a young age, but those who are old and stubborn cannot. Especially the Hawks headed by the Great Elder. They have gone through the Sengoku period and witnessed the founding of Konoha from scratch. Uchiha and Senju established it single-handedly, but they did not get the status they deserved, which makes them more and more dissatisfied. Even, wanting to seize power through a coup, just like the one a few years ago. Zhai Feng was a little confused. Father, my brain is not strong enough. I can only put myself in their shoes and think about it. If I were the Great Elder and the others, if I had gone through that cruel era, what would happen to me when I finally shared the fruits? No, I would be dissatisfied. Yes, there is nothing right or wrong in itself. Uchiha Kagami shook his head and said helplessly, but the Uchiha clan is actually not good at governing. My eldest brother also saw that Uchiha Madara has no ability to govern. Senju Hashirama is actually similar, but at least he has a kind personality. For a newly established village, it is just enough to establish a good image, and Senju Tobirama can be responsible for the governance. Of course, Uchiha Madara's strength alone can definitely be a Hokage, but Tobirama cannot check him at all. It is said that Madara's younger brother Izuna has similar abilities to Tobirama. If the two work together, one externally and the other internally, it may not be impossible to unify the ninja world. But Izuna is dead, so Madara cannot be a Hokage. And the Great Elders are average in strength and weak in power, but they still refuse to listen to advice? As long as they become Hokage, Konoha will be in chaos. What the Uchiha clan needs is new power, and the Great Elders are out of date. As for why I shouldn't be a Hokage myself. As I said before, I was indeed tempted by this at first, but since I awakened Mangeki Sharingan and gained a new level of strength, the position of Hokage no longer attracts me. Doesn't that mean that Uchiha has never been able to be a Hokage? Zhai Feng said a little frustrated. No, after all, the Uchiha family has a profound foundation and a large number of talents. Sooner or later, suitable candidates will appear. There are at least 2 or 3 candidates, but the time needs to be postponed a little, at least until my eldest brother is away. Father, be careful. I understand. You should go to the family meeting. Zhi Feng gave urgent advice. No more questions on this topic. Good boy, I'm leaving. Uchiha Kagami smiled and touched his son's dog head. Then he opened the door and walked towards the ancestral hall. His pace was leisurely and not in any hurry. On the street, there are many shops open. These are private or family properties belonging to the Uchiha clan. Of course, Jing also has his own property, but it is all taken care of by his son and daughter-in-law, so he can be considered a truly wealthy family. Just walked a few steps. I saw enthusiastic voices coming from the pancake shop on the corner. Jing, do you want something to eat? I have freshly baked pancakes, come here and have a taste. Okay. Uchiha Kagami smiled gently. I walked over, took a pancake filled with meat and paid for it. These two people are husband and wife, one is called Uchiha Terrier and the other is called Uchiha Taiyaki. They are similar in age to Kagami, but they are both members of the Uchiha tribe without ninja talent. Since they live very close to each other, they are considered acquaintances. This shop. It was the old store that Suzuki often visited later. Uchiha Kagami kept mouthing while eating, "The pancakes are good and the meat filling is quite big. Aren't you afraid of losing money?" "Harm, look what you said, it's all about what the tribesmen say is a loss or a loss." Uchiha scratched his head. "By the way, Kagami, where are you going? Do you have any other missions?" "Forget it if it's a confidential one, I'm just asking." Uchiha Tiaki laughed. "Nothing is confidential. Go to the Ancestral Hall to attend the meeting." "Ancestral Hall? That's not." "Yes, we should be discussing the candidate for the new clan leader." "Ah. Then you want to be the clan leader?" We husband and wife." "Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Jing, I just offended." Uchiha's eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief, and he bowed and apologized repeatedly. Although they are very familiar with each other, even among the Uchiha clan, the status of ninjas and non-ninjas are two different concepts. Now, the Mirror Demon was elected as the clan leader. They definitely can't be as casual as before. Uchiha Kagami showed a warm smile, his expression was calm and comforting. "It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Just call me by my name from now on. It doesn't matter if I am the clan leader or not. Besides, I may not be elected." "That's not possible. How can you call the clan leader casually?" "And Uchiha Tiaki came over and whispered, "I think you have a high chance of being elected as the clan leader. Especially after you brought third Kazekage back not long ago, many people think that you are more suitable to be the clan leader. It's useless to support everyone. It depends on the attitude of the old patriarch." Uchiha Kagami shook his head. The kick he just gave was not casual. Although the man appeared to be a member of the Great Elder, it was actually the patriarch who called him to attend the meeting, which was a bit disrespectful to him. But this is the effect he wants. After all, it is Uchiha who needs him now, not him who needs Uchiha. If the old patriarch cannot tolerate this, it can only prove one point. The Uchiha clan is basically hopeless. Chapter 23. Then I will no longer be the leader of the clan. I will take my leave. Why do you say that? Because there are only two candidates for the clan leader, one is himself and the other is Fugaku. Fugaku's personal talent is sufficient, but his strength is far behind. If the Uchiha clan wants to get out of its current predicament, it needs a new clan leader with strength, vision, and talent. However, sadly, Fugaku does not have Mangeki Sharingan and will not awaken even later. Note, the official settings of the comics are used here, and the TV anime settings are not used as a reference. And he, Uchiha Kagami, not only has Mangeki Sharingan, but also has a close relationship with second Hokage like brothers. Especially since the last quarrel shattered the Hokage building, everyone no longer doubts the relationship between the two. Even if he can't become the third Hokage in the future, it is very possible to control this position. And the Uchiha clan. The difficulty of obtaining rights will be greatly reduced. It's not a problem to leave the Konoha Police Department. In short, there are too many benefits. To sum up, no one in Uchiha is more suitable to be the patriarch than him, but this does not prevent the old patriarch from being confused for a while. Uchiha Shrine. This place is where the Uchiha clan holds important meetings. Almost every time a meeting is held here, it means something big is going to happen in the clan. The place is not spacious but not narrow either. Seats are neatly placed on the left and right sides of the long table. Most of them have white temples and are of a certain age. Everyone has been gathering here for more than 10 minutes. Although these 10 minutes are short, for the easily agitated Uchiha, this can literally kill them. The Great Elder said angrily, "Uchiha Kagami has no respect for his elders and even injured the people I sent." I suggest that he be eliminated as a candidate for clan leader and let Uchiha Fugaku be the new clan leader. Yes, I agree. This kid is too arrogant. The second elder also agreed. That's right. You're so arrogant before you become the leader of the clan? It's amazing to awaken Mangeki. I also competed with Uchiha Madara at the beginning, and to be honest, it's just average. I heard the third elder say this. The other elders fell silent, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. Who here is not an elite who survived the Sengoku period, and who has never seen Uchiha Madara's monstrous strength? Chopping a mountain is like chopping vegetables. Are you telling me that Mangeki is just average? We are all on our own, just brag a little bit, it is too easy to accidentally injure friendly forces. After all, as I get older, it's painful to hold back laughter. Seeing that no one agreed with him, the third elder quickly changed the subject. Fugaku, do you think you are qualified to be the clan leader? I can, but it all depends on the old patriarch's decision. Fugaku didn't finish his sentence. Of course he also wants to be the clan leader, this position is so attractive. But he couldn't compete without Mangeki, but fortunately Kagami was so ignorant of praise, so he just let the elders wait. You actually don't even pay attention to the old patriarch? No matter how broad-minded the former is, it's impossible that it won't have any impact at all, right? So as long as the clan leader hesitates a little bit, then he has a chance to be elected as the clan leader. I have to say that Jing did something stupid. Everyone looked at the old patriarch. But the old man in the first seat closed his eyes and meditated and did not express any opinions. At this time, the door opened and Uchiha Kagami walked in. But he didn't really step into the ancestral hall, but stood on the threshold, just standing quietly. Jing, you are so arrogant. You don't care about us, but you actually make the old patriarch wait for you? You know that he is almost 70. Why don't you come and apologize soon? The great elder just saw the mirror. He was given a slap on the spot. But Uchiha Kagami didn't even look at him, just stared at the old man on the front seat silently. Just when the great elder couldn't help but start to spray. But what I never expected was that the old patriarch opened his lowered eyes, moved his hips and waved, showing a kind and friendly smile. Here comes the mirror. What a handsome young man. Come on, come on. Sit over here, sit next to me, and let me, a bad old man, take a good look at you. Everyone, including the great elder, was stunned. Did he let Jing sit next to him? Don't look at such a small move. You must know that the position of patriarch is of great significance. For so many years, no one has dared to sit in this position, even if there is no meeting. Being able to let him sit next to him meant that the old patriarch didn't care about Jing's offense at all. Or simply say, the old patriarch didn't think that was offensive at all? Or is he still dissatisfied and planning to personally beat the successor? Ignoring the inner speculations of the elders, Uchiha Kagami walked over and showed an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, old patriarch, it's my fault for keeping you waiting for me for so long, but it's not necessary to sit next to you. The seat is too crowded and can't accommodate 2 people. The seats are too crowded, can't seat 2 people. Everyone was stunned. What does this guy mean? The old patriarch is old and has great prestige within the clan. Therefore, even if the old clan leader abdicates, he still has a lot of say in the clan, which can be regarded as a kind of supervision and check and balance for the new clan leader. Until the old patriarch passed away. Or confirm that you have passed the inspection period before handing over the power to him. But the mirror actually said that it could not seat 2 people? Is this trying to express that he wants to monopolize power? And when I think about it, mirror's bad attitude towards themselves before. If this kid really takes over the power as soon as he takes office, will they still be able to sit comfortably in the elder's position? Good guy. This guy is very ambitious. There was anger in the eyes of the great elder, and he immediately said, "Uchiha Kagami, the old patriarch lets you sit next to him because he cares about you. Why are you so ignorant of etiquette? A person like you is not suitable to be a patriarch at all." The great elder said that I are not suitable. That's right. Okay, I'll take my leave then. The great elder's face was filled with questions. Don't understand what this operation means? But that doesn't stop them from being happy about it. After all, if Fugaku takes over, they will have more say as elders. However, before Uchiha Kagami could take a step forward, the old patriarch stood up impatiently, holding on to the armrest, while Madara grabbed Jing's wrist with her frizzy hands. "Don't go, since you feel crowded. Then you can sit alone. I now declare the new clan leader to be Uchiha Kagami, effective from now on." Chapter 24 Uchihaku? Your son is qualified to be the patriarch. The great elder was stunned at this moment. Unexpectedly, the clan leader announced the new clan leader on the spot. And it seemed that he was begging Uchiha Kagami to be the clan leader, which made Fugaku and all the elders feel extremely shocked and incomprehensible. Why? Why is the old patriarch so anxious? The great elder stood up suddenly and became anxious. "Clan chief, running for the new clan chief is not a child's play. How can you be so arbitrary?" "Yes, shouldn't we discuss it first before making a decision?" the second elder also said. "Furthermore, this kid Kagami doesn't respect his elders at all. If such a person is elected as the clan leader, the future of the Uchiha clan will be completely ruined. Yes, the patriarch should think twice." The three elders burst into tears. I wanted to kneel down on the spot, as if it was all for Uchiha. Unexpectedly, the old patriarch changed his usual expression and became serious. "Shut up. Since I am the patriarch, then I have the right to decide who is the new patriarch. Do I not even have this right? Aren't you being disrespectful to your elders when you do this? Besides, why doesn't Jing respect you? Is it not that you don't know etiquette? You don't know how to knock on the door even if you send someone to do it? Don't you deserve to be beaten? Now, don't object to anyone. If anyone objects, then stop being an elder. Go home and retire, don't think I dare not." As soon as these words came out, no one dared to speak. The always kind old patriarch now showed the majesty of the patriarch. Uchiha Kagami became the clan leader simply and casually. He supported the old clan leader on the chair next to him, and then sat on the head seat himself. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. The old patriarch was not only not confused. On the contrary, he is very smart. Dang Duan continued to be disturbed by him, and as soon as he entered the door, he was made the leader of the clan. He directly overruled all the elders' objections. It's no wonder that this courage has deep prestige in the clan. Now, let's start the next meeting. The old patriarch announced again. The new patriarch Uchiha Kagami will preside over it. I will not express any opinions. Everything is decided by the new patriarch. What else do you want to discuss? Jing asked. The great elder suppressed his excitement and said, "Before discussing, I wonder if the clan leader can let me pay my respects to your Mangeki Sharingan." "Sure." Uchiha Kagami nodded. Chakra surged into the eyes. The dark eyes immediately turned into 3 Megatama, and the 3 Megatama stuck together and rotated. Scarlet barbed pinwheels were formed again, gorgeous and intoxicating, almost the moment Mangeki appeared. The elders present were all excited. "Okay. Yes, it's this unique shape. It's definitely Mangeki Sharingan, our clan's hope is here. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. After so many years, our clan is finally going to rise. Ha 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 ha." The great elder no longer suppressed his excitement, and proposed excitedly, "Clan leader, not only do you now own the Mangeki Sharingan, but you also killed Goldenhorn and Cho not long ago, and captured the strongest Kazekage alive. which proves that your strength has surpassed its a shadow, right? That's right, what's wrong? Jing asked back. Then we suggest that our clan launch a coup tonight, clan leader, and you assassinate second Hokage. The Great Elder said ambitiously, as long as Senju Tobirama dies, I, the Uchiha clan, can become the masters of Konoha village from now on. That's right. As long as the mirror kills the second generation, we can recommend you to be the third Hokage. The second elder said excitedly. Uchiha Kagami was silent. It's not an absolute surprise, but I had already guessed it. After all, the Great Elder, as a hawk, had launched a coup before without Manjiki, but he had only done it behind the scenes. The puppets who exited were imprisoned. But there is nothing wrong with me. But now that Manjiki Sharingan is here, how can it be possible to hold back on ambition? But the problem is that these elders were madly targeting me just now, so why do they think they would agree? The third elder couldn't help but have some doubts. Clan leader, are you unwilling? Well, I don't want to. Uchiha's mirror answered. The elders immediately became furious. Sure enough, I knew it. This guy is unreliable. He would rather abandon the pride of the Uchiha clan. You are not willing to abandon the personal relationship with Senju Tobirama. He is no longer an Uchiha. Clan leader, I suggest that his new leader be deposed immediately. Yes. Abolish it immediately. The elders were all clamoring. The anger on his face almost broke through his skin, as if Uchiha Kagami had betrayed his clan. Even the elders who had always remained neutral before joined the trend and seemed to be too disappointed with the new patriarch. This moment, Uchiha Kagami finally understood. Where did these people get the confidence that they would agree to a coup? The result is still the same old clan concept. No wonder they don't care at all that it was just targeted at them, because in their eyes they have awakened Manjiki. It is already an asset of the Uchiha family, so it should be dedicated to the family without any grudges. What I just said. It's no less than a deviant, and it's possible to be kicked out of the family. Uchiha Kagami was no longer too lazy to talk nonsense with them, but asked himself, Old Patriarch, now, do you still want me to make decisions? Have you thought about their ending? The old patriarch was struggling. For him, this was extremely difficult. What's weird is that Jing and the old patriarch are conspiring loudly, and the elders are still quarreling, as if there is an extra air person here. A full half-quarter of an hour passed. The old patriarch seemed to be relieved and sighed leisurely, You are the patriarch, you have the final say, but I just ask not to make them suffer too much. Good. Uchiha Kagami closed her eyes. Suddenly, a large number of ninjas suddenly burst in outside the door, all of them were Konoha Anbu. The leader, Anbu, wore a tiger mask, exuding the aura of elite Jainin, and showed ruthless cruelty on his lips. After Lord Kagami's report, the Uchiha clan rebelled. Hokage-sama issued a warrant to arrest Uchiha's top culprits, and the rest of the gang left. You. Mirror, you actually betrayed us. Ah, I'm not willing to give in. Damn it. Fight. The Great Elder and others resisted angrily. But to no avail, they were all arrested. However, from the perspective of the old patriarch, there was no fighting or resistance. Jing just glanced at them. And the Great Elders and others all fainted. Not long after, he was taken away by the three Anbu who came in. It was obvious that it was just an illusion. The moment they saw Manjiki, they had already been unconsciously trapped in the hallucination. The reason why the old patriarch could see the truth was entirely because he didn't look at him behind him. This is Manjiki Sharingan. The moment you look into these eyes, the illusion of hypnosis is permanently created. At this moment, in the huge ancestral hall, only Mirror, Fugaku, and the old patriarch were left. After Uchiha Fugaku awakened, he saw the horror of Manjiki for the first time. His whole body and scalp were numb for a long time and he could not recover. The old clan leader took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask, "Jing, thank you for saving their lives, but the absence of all the elders may affect the operation of the clan's industry. Can you handle it alone? Let Fugaku be the deputy chief, he can help me share the burden," Uchiha Kagami said. Fugaku was very surprised. "Hey? You have just become the clan leader, and now you have set up an additional deputy clan leader. Aren't you worried about me decentralizing power?" "Don't worry at all, the family has to pass on and change." Uchiha Kagami looked at him and said with a faint smile, "In the future, as long as there is enough talent and strength, any Uchiha can become the clan leader. Fugaku, maybe, there is hope for your son too." Chapter 25 Forbidden Technique Master. Tobirama and Mirror's relationship improves again. "Hey? Are you kidding me?" Fugaku was stunned, looking a little suspicious. "Besides, I'm not married yet, how do you know about the son I gave birth to? What's your relationship with Mikoto?" "It doesn't matter. Don't think blindly. It must be a son, or two sons." "Hey? 2 sons?" Fugaku became even more panicked after hearing this. Not happy at all, he always felt green above his head. Uchiha Kagami said solemnly, "I'm leaving first. I have to go to the Hokage building and report this matter to the Hokage. Thank you for your hard work, Mirror." "No, brother, please explain, don't leave." Fugaku was extremely panicked. But Jing ignored him and left anyway. But when he thought about the situation of the elders, Fugaku still couldn't bear it. "Old patriarch, why did you allow Jing to do such a thing?" "Fugaku, the Uchiha clan is no longer what it used to be." The old patriarch sighed leisurely. "We can no longer bear the trouble, but fortunately, although the second generation does not like the Uchiha clan, we have a good relationship, we can ease the relationship. But the great elders are too ambitious. If this continues, the Uchiha clan will be destroyed sooner or later. The thoughts of the young people in the clan can still be guided to change, but the great elders and others will not listen to any suggestions at all. Even an old man like me has to make a choice." Fugaku hesitated. Then why? You want to say why not just seize power? Kill the second Hokage? Do you really think you can succeed?" The old clan leader said slowly, "Konoha's heritage is not something that the Uchiha clan can compete with. Not to mention Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Dans, the elite Jainin are all biased towards Konoha. The combined threat of those big clans is also great. Even if we kill the second generation, it will be useless. The Hokage's position will not be our turn. The most important thing is, the mirror itself is unwilling to do this. We cannot offend Konoha, and offend the only owner of the Manjiki Sharingan in the clan." "Unwilling? Why? Could it be?" Fugaku said with difficulty. "No, he is still a member of the Uchiha clan. I can feel that his heart is still towards Uchiha. It is necessary to put the great elders and others in prison. This is the prerequisite for the change of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan will get their rights, but not now. It's just that I'm not young anymore and I can't see that day anymore. Fugaku, Assistant Mirror, help me see the future of the Uchiha clan." "Okay, I understand." Fugaku is not a person who doesn't know how to adapt. And now that he is the deputy clan leader, he has already gotten a huge advantage. The old patriarch is very thoughtful. I vaguely guessed some of the layout of the mirror. Including constantly making friends with Jainin in Konoha village, facing the people in the village with a kind personality, and killing Cho and capturing the third Kazekage alive. These are all building momentum for the Uchiha clan to rise to power in the future. But little does anyone know. This is just the purpose of the mirror. He has only one real purpose, and that is to become stronger, so powerful that he can surpass the pinnacle of the universe ninja world. The other side. Mirror, a flying thunder god technique. The next second, I arrived at the Hokage building and couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the Flying Thunder God technique developed by my eldest brother. It's really convenient for traveling. In the future, when I get old, I may be able to use this to deliver takeaways or something. Takeaway? What? Just delivering food to people's homes, you can definitely make money. Senju Tobirama rolled his eyes at him. Kill the enemy at ultimate speed with the Flying Thunder God technique. You kid, what did you think of my forbidden technique? You actually delivered food to others. Haha, just kidding. Tell me, how's it going? Senju Tobirama asked. Uchiha Kagami said seriously, it's done. The elders of the clan were all taken away by Anbu. I used Sharingan hypnosis to kill them, including the clan members who were noticed nearby. Well done, thanks to you. Senju Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief. If you hadn't realized that the Uchiha clan might launch another coup, otherwise the village would have been in disaster again. Brother, it's easy to suppress them with the strength of the village. Jing said modestly. No, your method is simpler, and it is more concealed and less likely to cause accidental injuries. You have done a lot of credit this time. Senju Tobirama hesitated for a moment and said, but you told me last time that you hoped to get the Uchiha clan out of the Konoha police department? Have you thought about it? This right is hard won, and many wealthy clans can only dream of it. Brother, don't test me. It's not like you don't know the situation of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kagami said with a little helplessness, the Sharingan of the tribe can effectively maintain law and order, but their character is too arrogant and it is too easy to conflict with the people in the village. Since the clan's character cannot be changed for the time being, it's better to give up this right altogether and make plans for the future. Senju Tobirama thought for a moment and said, since I promised, I will not break my promise, but now is a war period. If the power of the Konoha police department is transferred, it may cause problems in the security of the village. How about waiting for the war to end? Okay, listen to Big Brother. Brothers. Senju Tobirama was relieved. He had promised to imprison all the chiefs of the Uchiha war faction and the power transfer of the Konoha police department from the beginning. Now that the time has been delayed, it's always hard for me. But fortunately, Jing was still as considerate as ever, which made him value Jing more and more, and sometimes it even felt like he was facing the illusion of his elder brother. Senju Tobirama patted him on the shoulder. Let's change our names from now on. I'll call you third brother, you call me second brother, Hashirama is your eldest brother, how about that? Hey? That would be great. Uchiha Kagami was stunned for a moment. Senju Tobirama, this title seems to be just one word different. But the actual meaning is completely different, which proves that the other party regards himself as a blood brother like Hashirama. Before he could finish thinking, suddenly, a mechanical prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! System hint. The favorability from Senju Tobirama is +5, the relationship is upgraded from as close as brothers to life and death friends, and 50 points of chakra. Aura characteristics, Master of Forbidden Technique are obtained. Master of Forbidden Technique, when you delve into Forbidden Technique, as long as the Forbidden Technique conforms to the logical theory, you will definitely develop it successfully. Chapter 26 Orochimaru, I elect you to be the third Hokage. Uchiha Kagami was ecstatic. Damn it! This aura is so awesome. As long as the Forbidden Technique conforms to the logical theory, it will be successfully developed. This is completely different from the aura characteristics of Ninja Professor. The former can only learn existing ninjutsu including the known Forbidden Technique. But the latter is the direct development of the unknown Forbidden Technique. And as long as the logic theory is correct, the development will be successful directly. This is much easier than Senju Tobirama who spent many years studying. As expected of my second brother, this surprise is too great. Senju Tobirama said with emotion, it's a pity that eldest brother can't see you, otherwise we three brothers can have a good drink together. It's okay, there will be opportunities in the future. Ah? What did you say? It's okay, I just said it casually. Uchiha Kagami was so happy that she forgot everything. I almost let it slip, but I saw Senju Tobirama looking suspicious, as if he wanted to explore this issue. But suddenly, Anbu appeared and said anxiously, Lord Hokage, Tsunade's younger brother. Noeke was killed in battle. What? When? Not long ago, the body was returned. Tsunade will return to the village soon. Hiruzen-sama and his 2 students will be there. I'll be there right away. Mirror, you come with me. Good. The 2 looked at each other. Noeke is Tsunade's younger brother. Tsunade is Hashirama's granddaughter and Tsunade's second grandfather. Although the 2 of them are not actually close due to personality reasons, they certainly cannot ignore it due to their blood relationship. The 2 cast Flying Thunder God. We arrived at a wooden house in the mountains behind Konoha. Standing at the door was Sarutobi Hiruzen, and next to him were 2 young men who were probably only in their 20s, both wearing Janines vests. One had long white hair and a very sad expression. The other one had black hair and long golden pupils. The purple eyeshadow extends to the wings of her nose, her skin is pale and bloodless, and she wears a pair of magatama-shaped earrings on her ears. Saw someone coming. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately stepped forward to greet him. Teacher, you are here. Hokage-sama, Kagami. Kagami-sama. Jiraiya and Orochimaru paused. He bowed slightly before his second-generation eyes and the accompanying mirror. Although they are not so willing, after all, Jing is not much older than them, but their seniority is really ridiculously high. Even their teacher. That is to say, we have a good relationship in private and don't need to hold the mirror up to our seniors. And he has almost no interaction with Jiraiya and Kagami in private, let alone second Hokage in person. Do you dare to try to be rude? Senju Tobirama walked in. Then he saw the bloody Noeke, who had long since lost his voice. The most important thing is that the death scene was so tragic. The whole body was blown into several pieces and was so charred that it was completely unrecognizable from its original appearance. Senju Tobirama glanced at them. What's going on? How did Noeke die? It was Iwagakure's advance troops who made a sudden attack. I led a small team to support. Noeke accidentally fell into a trap and was killed by the detonating talisman. Orochimaru looked guilty. Noeke, this boy is very brave on the battlefield, but I should pay more attention to it. It is my responsibility. Don't talk about responsibility. This is the fate of ninjas. You are Noeke's teacher. Now you, feel more heartbroken than anyone else. Senju Tobirama glanced at the silent mirror. He had quarreled with himself before, also because of these young children. Jing said that some children were even killed by a detonating talisman, without any coping strategies at all, and now it has all come true. The sacred tree was only a little over 10 years old and lost its young life. Perhaps. Should something really be done? At least, the lives of these children cannot be allowed to go in vain. Although Kagami was also a little sad, he was looking at Orochimaru secretly at the moment. It seems that in the original work, it was Noeke's death that made him realize the fragility of life, and then Kato Dan deepened his concept. From now on, he is out of control on the road of science. Not long after, Tsunade came but was stopped by Orochimaru, who also handed her a green necklace. Forget it, stop looking. You may not be able to accept Noeke's appearance. This is the necklace you gave him before going to the battlefield. My Noeke. Tsunade burst into tears. Her hand was holding the necklace tightly, and her whole person seemed to have lost her soul. Noeke's death did not affect the continuation of the war. Instead, it became more intense as time went by. Noeke was buried in the back mountain that night. Tsunade was so sad that she fainted and was sent to the medical department. Jiraiya blames himself for not taking good care of Tsunade's younger brother, and lies alone in the tavern drinking and feeling depressed. Night. In front of the newly erected tombstone, Orochimaru stared quietly, his expression seemed very indifferent. But as everyone knows, as Noeke's only teacher, the sadness in his heart is not much worse than that of others, but he doesn't like to show it on the surface. Human life is really fragile. Orochimaru said hoarsely, even the mighty ninja god Senju Hashirama can't fight against death, so what can I do? No, there will always be a way. If you can, it's not a bad idea not to be a human being. What a great idea! I applaud you. Who? Suddenly, a soft voice came from around. Orochimaru suddenly became alert and saw the young man wearing a Jonin vest but with the Uchiha clan emblem tattooed on his shoulder walking towards him. Mirror, Master Jing. Orochimaru said reluctantly, what are you doing here? Uchiha Kagami said very kindly, there is no need to be formal, Orochimaru, you and I are of the same age, you can call me whatever you want in private. Thank you very much, otherwise I would be really awkward. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and said, but I'm curious. It's so late, why does the strongest man of the Uchiha clan come to see me? You want to resurrect Noeke? What? Orochimaru looked shocked. Resurrection? Is there such a forbidden technique in the ninja world? Uchiha Kagami replied, there are many taboo techniques, and of course you can't access them now, but I happen to know this technique, and let me tell you a secret news, my second brother, that is, the second Hokage can also do it. Then why? Orochimaru didn't understand. You want to say why this kind of technique can't be used to resurrect the sacrificed people? It's not that it can't be done, but it requires a living sacrifice to perform this technique. Uchiha Kagami said calmly, also, people after resurrection will have some minor disadvantages, but people after resurrection will not die, and chakra will not be exhausted, except for sealing techniques, which are almost impossible to target. I previously proposed to the second generation project. Using some criminals to resurrect people from some villages to form an immortal army can completely serve as cannon fodder, but due to the bottom line of morality, my second brother did not agree to this plan. But I still don't understand, why did you choose me? Orochimaru still did not let down his guard, what is your purpose? I don't believe it, you are just trying to help me. Uchiha Kagami said with a smile, my purpose is very simple. My second brother is not young anymore. Sooner or later he will abdicate Hokage. When the time comes, I will help you become the third Hokage. Chapter 27 I, Uchiha Kagami, have a flexible moral bottom line. Why? Why did you choose me? Now, I'm just an ordinary Jonin. How can I be a Hokage? Orochimaru was shocked and surprised. He was still just a Konoha Jonin, even the apprentice of Sarutobi Hiruzen. But I haven't thought about Hokage's position at all, because he is still very simple-minded and has not yet transformed into a pervert scientist. It's actually normal to be attracted to the Hokage. No, you are not ordinary at all. Your talents are unrivaled in the ninja world. Uchiha Kagami said seductively, it won't be long before, your name Orochimaru will be as famous as mine in the ninja world. You have both strength and fame. You deserve the position of third Hokage. Just think of me as investing in you in advance, Orochimaru, I'm very optimistic about you. Thanks for the compliment. Orochimaru suddenly thought of something and began to doubt again, but I heard my teacher say that you will elect him as the third Hokage after the second Hokage abdicates. Are you trying to trick me? How is it possible? I just said it casually. I also said that I would recommend Danzo, but they all believed it. What can I do? Uchiha Kagami said cheatingly. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, then squinted his eyes and smiled. "Mirror, you are so sinister. You are completely different from the kind person rumored in the village." Uchiha Kagami said seriously, "I am indeed very kind. I want them to avoid fighting for the Hokage position and causing a life and death fight. Just choose someone else. Wouldn't this be a perfect solution?" Hehe. Orochimaru didn't believe it. Uchiha Kagami shook his head, took out the scroll and threw it to him. Naturally, the theory and operation of impure world reincarnation were recorded in it. The other party took a cursory glance at it and couldn't help but have a look of amazement on his face. "Such a valuable technique should not be buried, but you actually gave it to me directly? Aren't you afraid that I will threaten you after I learn it?" Orochimaru said hoarsely. "These techniques are of some value to me, but not much, not enough for me to pay much attention to them." Uchiha Kagami said with calm eyes. "Besides, Orochimaru, since I have the confidence to give you everything, I have the confidence to take it all back. Don't do anything stupid." "Okay, I understand." Orochimaru nodded. "Besides, is there anything else to explain?" Uchiha Kagami took out a bottle of reagent, handed it to him and casually said, "Here is the cell solution of first Hokage. It is filled with huge vitality. Take the time to study it. I may use it later." "What to do?" "Of course, you don't have to say anything." Orochimaru blinked. "There's nothing I can't say. If you use Manjiki Sharingan too much, you will go blind. Hashirama cells can reduce or even immunize the eyes. Although I'm fine now, I want to take precautions before they happen and don't rush to use them." "Okay." Orochimaru thought to himself. The disadvantage of Manjiki Sharingan is that the other party tells him so easily. It seems that there are other ways to save myself, so I don't worry about being hijacked by these Hashirama cells. No wonder I feel confident. But I have to say, his fear of the mirror became more and more intense. Orochimaru looked nervous. "Wait. Where did you get the Hashirama cell solution? Did you steal it directly? If second Hokage finds out, we will be finished, and we may be forced to defect." "What are you talking about?" "I got it from second generation." Uchiha Kagami said straightforwardly. "I told him that I would use Hashirama cells to weaken Manjiki's burden. He was also worried that I would go blind, so he agreed." "What about impure world reincarnation?" Orochimaru asked again. "I gave it to you with my consent, but Hashirama cells must be tested on humans first, and the test products need to be criminals in prison. In addition, I have told my second brother that I recommend you to be the third Hokage, but I need you to give some results, do you understand?" Orochimaru was silent. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated the closeness between Mirror and second generation. He originally thought that Kagami came to him with second generation's purpose behind his back, and he even did not hesitate to act as a traitor and make some extraordinary moves. As a result, all of these have been reported. But this also means that he can experiment openly. Once the scientific research results of penultimate are available, second Hokage will be impressed. In the future, third Hokage will not be a dream. As for resurrecting Nawaki, after having impure world reincarnation, Orochimaru is not in a hurry. His disciple was resurrected just after he died and went into the battlefield. It would be better to wait until the war is over and resurrect again, which can also eliminate some bad effects. As for why did Senju Tobirama agree? In fact, it is very simple, because his moral bottom line is not high. Not to mention that this plan itself has huge benefits for Konoha. The reason why it has never been used is because he developed impure world reincarnation and was severely stopped by Hashirama. Due to the face of his eldest brother, it could only be sealed. Now we see that Tsunade's brother was killed by the explosion, plus the previous mirror's escape. Tobirama doesn't care about that much anymore. As for the mirror, not to mention, he has the memory of a modern person. Therefore, his moral bottom line is very flexible, and he is just doing human experiments. Isn't this the fundamental thing for scientists? Konoha's 37th year. The war intensified, and Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure launched attacks at the same time. Rain Shinobi Village couldn't stand being beaten passively in the middle, and declared war on the ninja world on the spot. Not long after, Rain Shinobi Village leader Sancho Hanzo joined the battlefield. This. A ninja at the top of the ninja world. The man known as a demigod is known to almost everyone. Almost as soon as they got this information, some of Konoha's top brass felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Many Jonin gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Senju Tobirama sat at his desk calmly, with Uchiha Kagami standing next to him. Senju Tobirama went straight to the topic and said, "The leader of Rain Shinobi Village and Iwagakure have joined forces. Who should be sent to deal with it now? What do you think? Let Kagami go. Kagami is a man who can defeat even the strongest Kazekage. He will definitely have no problem dealing with the man known as the demigod. Yes, let Jing go to support." I agree too. Almost all Jonin's opinions were the same. Not only because everyone admires Jing's strength, but also because currently only Jing is more suitable, and other candidates are too unsafe. Senju Tobirama looked at Mirror and asked, "Mirror, what's your suggestion? Or do you have a recommendation from a suitable person? Although I have the confidence to compete with Hanzo, the village also needs young people to shine. I can't take all the credit." Uchiha Kagami raised his hand and pointed to the corner. The Loki Tsunade group of 3 people said, "But if they are not strong enough, they will just die. I think Hiruzen's 3 apprentices are completely qualified. They are young and strong, more than enough to contain Hanzo." Chapter 28. Today I will make you fall off the altar. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became anxious. "Mirror, are you kidding me? I am not favoring Tsunade and the others, but the other party is a demigod who is known as the peak of the ninja world. If you let them go to the battlefield, isn't this asking them to die? They are young and have great potential in the future." "I don't agree." "If you don't agree, then who do you think is suitable?" Jing Feng asked. "The most suitable one, isn't you? But Mr. Second Generation ordered me to complete an S-class secret mission not long ago. To be honest, I have hidden wounds on my body." "Hey? An S-class secret mission?" Everyone was stunned. He looked up at Second Generation Master and saw the other person nodded. Only then did everyone put aside their doubts, and this S-class mission was certainly not a fabrication. It was because the elders of the Uchiha clan had been secretly purged some time ago. This S-level mission, only Kagami and Senju Tobirama know. Except for the hidden injury, which is fake, everything else is real. In this case, then Cage is not suitable for the battlefield. Everyone knows the importance of Q, and he must not be sacrificed. Akamichi said. "I think so too, let's find another candidate." Kato Dan said. "In that case, then Danzo and I will go." Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and said, "For Konoha, I can sacrifice myself. Even if I give up this life, I will stop Hanzo. Danzo has the same awareness as me. He is as good as me." Danzo was immediately dumbfounded. "Damn it, you have such an awareness, but I don't. You kid wants to die so much, why do you have to take me with you?" He now wants to bang Hiruzen on the head and ask, "Is your head filled with shit?" Fortunately, Second Hokage came to his rescue, and Senju Tobirama looked at Tsunade and the others. Fighting Hanzo is a difficult task, and according to Anbu's intelligence, Iwagakure and the leader of Rain Shinobi Village seem to be secretly connected. The level of danger will be very high. If you don't want to, I won't force you. We do. The 3 of them looked at each other. They nodded almost in unison. Without any hesitation or fear, Tsunade is out for revenge. After all, his younger brother Nawaka died in Iwagakura's trap, and of course Jiraiya was there to protect Tsunade. As for Orochimaru, he had a little guess in his mind. It seems that Kagami's original words were not lies. The battle with the leader of Rain Shinobi Village is the best opportunity for them to become famous. After rushing to the battlefield, the three of them soon started a confrontation with Hanzo. However, the three of them are still too young after all, and Hanzo is now at his peak, and they show their decline in almost every encounter. Fire-style detonating flame formation. Hanzo raised his hand and pressed it. Seizing Tsunade's flaw, a large number of detonating symbols covered it upwards. Tsunade struggled desperately but to no avail. Seeing that he was about to be blown to death, Jiraiya gritted his teeth and used his secret technique. Ninjutsu, Needle Jizo. His hair grew rapidly, pulling Tsunade over and wrapping them up. However, those detonating symbols actually spread along the hair and started to explode at a very fast speed. Boom! 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 There was a loud explosion and smoke filled the air. Jiraiya spread out his long hair and looked extremely pale. It was obvious that the damage of this move was too great. Even though he sharpened his hair, he still could not completely defend himself and his body was burned a lot. Jiraiya, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been injured. I'm sorry. Tsunade said unbearably. Okay, Tsunade, don't say these words at this time. Orochimaru, do it. Latent Shadow Snake Hand. With a low shout from Jiraiya. Amidst the thick smoke, pythons emerged out of thin air. Orochimaru used his unique skill to restrain Hanzo tightly, his cold face full of cruelty and ruthlessness. Jiraiya, now. Okay. Hanzo, go to hell. Needle hell. The hairs on Jiraiya's back stood up. They were densely packed like steel needles, covering Hanzo who was unable to move. Phew. Whoosh. However, this sharp attack had no effect. Hanzo didn't even make a seal, so he easily avoided it with the technique and landed on the head of the huge Sanshou fish. Good cooperation, but it's a pity. I'm superior in skills. Hanzo said proudly. Damn it, even the coordinated attacks of the three of us can't work. Orochimaru's eyes gradually darkened. Is that the end? Jiraiya was very unwilling. It doesn't matter if he dies on the battlefield, but what about Tsunade? Hanzo crossed his arms, but said with a slightly sad expression, personally, I won this battle, but the war between ninja villages is never decided by one person's victory. I thought I could fight against the strongest of the Uchiha clan, but I didn't expect that any ninja randomly sent by Konoha would have such potential. The victory of this war will probably belong to you, Konoha village. So, I'll let you go. Jiraiya was immediately furious. You don't need to pity us, we still have the energy to continue fighting. If you have the ability, come. Stop it, Jiraiya. Tsunade stopped. Hanzo was not angry, and said calmly, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, right? You three are very strong. You can survive against me for so long. It's very rare. I am Hanzo. From now on, I will call you, Konoha-san and dot. As the price of survival, each of us has to bear his own reputation. I look forward to one day, being able to fight you again. Tsunade and the three looked at each other. I felt ashamed and powerless in my heart. After all, I was still too weak. Orochimaru's fingers on his sleeves were even tighter, and his mood swings were more intense than those of Tsunade and Jiraiya. Originally Kage said they would become famous in the ninja world. However, he originally thought that the battle with Panzang would be an honest victory or a draw, but in the end, he was given a name as a charity. How could the proud Orochimaru accept this? After all, after some fooling by Jing, he has set his sights on succeeding the third Hokage. Now the name given by such charity is no less than humiliating. Hanzo, stop. Orochimaru couldn't help but shout angrily. Hanzo was about to leave, but turned to look at him again, with a hint of amusement in his expression. Orochimaru, I thought, you were the calmest one. You wouldn't want to continue to die, would you? If you are really stubborn, then I can help you. Of course I won't die. You are just older than us. Sooner or later, I will defeat you head-on. Orochimaru said righteously, but your humiliation of us today is equivalent to insulting Konoha. Orochimaru, can't bear it. Don't think that you are truly invincible. There are many people in Konoha who can kill you. Oh, really? Who do you mean? Of course it's me. Swish. The words have not yet finished. A figure appeared out of thin air. Janin's vest coat was layered with armor. With his piercing dark eyes and a dozen special kunai strapped to his waist, he showed an indifferent attitude. Uchiha Kagami Haki said completely, Hanzo, even if your Rain Shinobi village joins the war, you actually dare to provoke Konoha? Who gave you the courage? Is it based on your title of Ninja World Demigod? Haha, today I will make you fall off the altar. Chapter 29 The Death of Hanzo, the Arrogant Third Raikage. Uchiha Kagami, you are indeed here. Hanzo was not timid at all, but instead sighed leisurely, the genius of the Uchiha clan, the undisputed strongest, will die here today. It's just you. Haha. I want to see if your abilities are worthy of the title of Ninja World Demigod. Fire style extinguish the fire. Uchiha Kagami was too lazy to talk nonsense to him. The moment the seal was completed, the lips were slightly opened. Hooray! Hurrah! Flames filled the sky like a sea and rushed towards his face. The scorching high temperature instantly evaporated the rainwater, and the momentum was extremely fierce. Blinking technique. Hanzo made a seal with one hand. As soon as he raised his hand, he left the place. Although he avoided this attack, Hanzo exclaimed in his heart, what an amazing fire style! The fire style released by Uchiha is so large in scale, it seems that the amount of chakra must be a lot. It seems like we have to decide quickly and there can be no tug-of-war. Summoning technique. He raised his hand and pressed it on the ground, and the smoke filled the air. A huge mountain pepperfish appeared and opened its bloody mouth. It spit out a large amount of purple poisonous mist, covering the entire battlefield in just a few seconds. Be careful, Mirror, Senior. Tsunade suddenly said anxiously, this poisonous mist is very toxic, please do not breathe it in. I know, please stay away. Good. Tsunade and the other three hurriedly retreated. Jiraiya couldn't help but asked curiously, what ninjutsu do you think Kage will use to deal with such a large area of poisonous mist? It seems to be wind style. Wind style is a good way to blow away the poisonous mist. But I remember Jing said before that he is not very good at wind style. Orochimaru thought secretly in his heart. The poisonous mist became more and more intense. Uchiha Kagami mobilized chakra, raised his hand and clapped it out. Wind style fire wind palm. Haha. Just like Gale Palm, such a weak ninjutsu wants to blow away my poisonous mist? Uchiha Kagami, you are so naive, hey. Before Hanzo finished speaking. When he saw the opponent's palm coming down, a strong wind suddenly blew up. The scale was exactly the same as fire style. The violent wind was like a tornado, blowing away the poisonous mist easily. How is it possible? Just a low-level ninjutsu can blow away my poisonous mist? Doesn't your chakra cost money? I don't believe it. Your chakra must be exhausted, right? You are just pretending, go to hell. Swordsmanship, flash. Hanzo made a seal with one hand. In an instant, he appeared behind the mirror. The scythe in his hand is filled with a large amount of chakra. This is his most powerful swordsmanship, and he once defeated Mifune with this move. Now, it's Uchiha's turn. However, the opponent easily avoided this fatal blow. The Scarlet 3-Tomo Sharingan had already been activated. He saw through this seemingly sharp attack and pulled out the special kunai from his waist. Poof! Uchiha Kagami pulls no punches. A knife cut through his abdomen, and a large amount of blood spurted out. Hanzo vomited a large amount of blood and stumbled to the ground. His face was extremely pale, but his eyes became more and more shocked. Your swordsmanship skills. It's actually so high? What kind of school is this? Uchiha Kagami said very modestly, a friend of mine created this book by himself. It's called Hitaki Sword Technique. The move just now is called Hitaki Sword Slash. Not long ago, my friend relied on this move, combined with my Sharingan, to force the third Kazekage into a desperate situation. Really? The strongest Kazekage was defeated by this move? Then I didn't lose unjustly. Really? Uchiha Kagami looked solemn. But I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. Hitaki's sword skills are certainly strong. After all, he was able to kill Scorpion's parents with his sword skills. But at the beginning, Uchiha Kagami mainly relied on Uchiha Kagami for that battle, but he didn't mind making his friends famous, and it wasn't a big deal to brag a little more. Furthermore, Hitaki Sakumo really cooperated with himself. Even if it only helped him a little, he could be considered as cooperating to win the third Kazekage without any glitches. But, it's not over yet. With a presence like you in Konoha, the future of Rain Shinobi Village may turn into darkness, and I will drag you to hell with me. Fire style detonate the flame array. Hanzo's eyes were fierce. Mobilize all remaining chakra. He raised his hand and pressed it to the ground, and a large number of detonating symbols appeared. This technique might have been useful not long ago, but now that Uchiha Kagami has experienced the impressive record of killing Cho and capturing third Kazekage alive, his chakra accumulation has exceeded 100,000 points. The strength has already transformed. It can be said that it is comparable to the tailed beast level chakra. Such a fire style without any cover was almost impossible to be effective in front of Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami raised his feet and retreated to dodge. At the same time, he threw out the three-pronged kunai in his hand. Call out. Go straight to the other person's head. Hanzo was seriously injured at the moment and couldn't avoid it when his chakra was exhausted, so he could only watch the kunai attack his head. You still won't save me? Damn it. It's really unreliable. Sancho fish. Hanzo gritted his teeth. The ground suddenly cracked, and the black Sancho fish emerged. The huge body blocked him, but after the kunai fell on it, it turned into a white smoke and dispersed. Oh? What a nice idea. Although you are a little weaker than I thought, your combat experience is more experienced than anyone else, but that's the end of it. Uchiha Kagami was a little surprised. His face gradually turned cold, just when he was about to kill him. Suddenly, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared. This guy is incredibly fast. Quietly appeared behind Hanzo and pierced his heart with one hand. Hanzo turned his head with difficulty, looking unbelievable. Pfft. Why? Didn't we agree to cooperate? Why did you suddenly attack me? You are just a small ninja village. What qualifications do you have to discuss cooperation with a big country? The man behind him looked disdainful. The whole body is covered in lightning-style coat, and the skin is very dark. He has long light hair and a mustache on his chin, and looks very rude and violent. This person is none other than... It is the third Raikage, AI. You guy who goes back on your word, sooner or later you will follow in my footsteps. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Hanzo gritted his teeth and hated it. His breath became weaker and weaker, and then he lost his voice. Third Raikage threw him to the ground casually, with a look of deep disdain on his face. The pinnacle of the ninja world? Is this the level? I originally thought you could contain it, but it ended up being solved in a matter of seconds. What a waste of time. Lord Raikage, you are going too far. Uchiha Kagami frowned and said, you haven't even fought with him, you just took the opportunity to pick up his head, how can you have the shame to ridicule? Why not? Just because I'm the strongest Raikage. Third Raikage showed a confident expression, even you can defeat him. With my strongest spear and strongest shield, killing him will only be faster. Chapter 30 Orochimaru, I bet Uchiha Kagami will win. Hehe. Uchiha Kagami couldn't help but laugh. This guy really can stand and talk without pain in his back. Although Hanzo is a little too watery, he is still famous in the ninja world. The reason why he is so relaxed is because he can only crush them with chakra, and he has mastered more ninjutsu than he can count. Sharingan's blessing allows him to avoid his attacks completely. You are just stronger as a single target. You can't deal with the large-scale poisonous mist alone, not to mention Hanzo's teleportation technique and swordsmanship, which are the best in the ninja world, and his control of water style is also very good. If you really want to fight him, it's really a 50-50 split. Hanzo may not be able to stick to your body, but under the erosion of this poisonous mist, if you inhale even a little bit, you will definitely overturn. But he was too lazy to compete with such a fool. Instead, he glanced at the sky, and Uchiha Kagami couldn't help but smile. Tsuchikage Dano, please come out too, I've already discovered you. As expected of Uchiha, I can't hide it from you Sharingan. Onoki landed from high altitude, floating next to Raikage AI, forming a confrontation with him. Uchiha Kagami glanced at Hanzo's body and seemed to guess the inside story. It seems that you originally cooperated with Rain Shinobi Village and planned to deal with me. Only. It seems that because the peak of the ninja world is about to die, you took the opportunity to hit the target and weaken Rain Shinobi Village to gain the benefits of the war. It's smart, that's how we planned it. Onoki wiped his beard and said with a smile, but suddenly I discovered that the leader of Rain Shinobi Village has been intimidating the ninja world for many years. It is better to get rid of Hanzo. As a small shinobi village, there is no need to worry about the consequences. And your fight with Hanzo must have consumed a lot of chakra. If I join forces with Mr. Raikage, the probability of killing you is also very high. As expected of you, you are so wily and calculating. Uchiha Kagami said with a half-smile, didn't I capture the third Kazekage alive once? Are you so worried about being taken back to Konoha as a guest by me? We're the only ones worried. You, Konoha Village, are obviously very ambitious, but it is unbearable for me, Cloud Shinobi Village, to bear the infamy. Really think you are invincible? I don't believe that with my lightning-style chakra mode, your Sharingan can be avoided. Third Raikage was furious. Veins are popping out, and the whole body is covered in lightning style. It turned into a ray of blue light and rushed towards him, clasping his thumbs and fingers together, and slashed towards his neck with the hand knife. You arrogant boy, take advantage of my 4 swords. What an amazing speed! Uchiha Kagami's pupils tightened. I can't help but be a little amazed at how powerful lightning-style chakra mode is. The lightning-style armor covers the whole body, not only activating the body to enhance defense, but also allowing the lightning-tempered body to increase the speed of nerve response. Although Third Raikage is slower than Fourth Raikage, but the former has stronger attack and defense power than the latter, and is known as the strongest spear and strongest shield in the ninja world. No wonder Sasuke was beaten so badly. It wasn't that Manjiki wasn't powerful enough, but that even though the opponent's movement was vaguely captured, Urja's nerve reaction speed was too slow. There is no way to make the proper strategy, so I can only use Susanoo and Amaterasu to defend passively. But Uchiha Kagami was different. The moment his eyes turned into Manjiki, the 2 fingers of his right hand came together. Swish! The figure disappeared. Then, he appeared next to Hanzo's body. This is Flying Thunder God technique. Third Raikage was surprised and shocked. you actually learned second Hokage, the original Flying Thunder God technique? No wonder you can avoid my attack. Sir Raikage, this person's talent is too high. Onaki said with deep eyes, this reminds me of Uchiha Madara, who once dominated the ninja world. We must work together to get rid of him here. Good. Third Raikage is very reckless. But he was not completely unaware of the crisis. You must know that although second generation is not as good as Senju Hashirama, it has achieved the title of Ninja World's most speedy with its original Flying Thunder God technique. And Uchiha Kagami not only awakened Mangeki Sharingan. Ninjutsu methods are emerging endlessly, and now that he has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he will be even more powerful and the future threat will be too great. The most important thing is that Jing is very young. Even already more dangerous than second generation. It's okay if you are strong. The original first Hokage was kind and had no idea of unifying the ninja world, which made everyone very comfortable. But second Hokage is different. This old guy is an ambitious politician, no less insidious than third Tsuchikage, once Uchiha Kagami grows to the level of Uchiha Madara. No, not even half of it. It was enough to make Onaki feel scared, and the ninja world might not be able to live in peace in the future. After witnessing everything not far away, the young Konoha-san suddenly looked panicked, and even Orochimaru couldn't sit still. It's over, it's over. Tsunade said anxiously, the third Raikage and the third Tsuchikage are going to work together to deal with the mirror. Now the mirror is in danger. We must send the information back as soon as possible, request support. It's necessary to send information back, but we have to do something. Why don't we go support Jing? Jiraiya gritted his teeth and said, Mirror is the future of Konoha. Even if we die here, we can't let Mirror die on the battlefield. Orochimaru, you have the smartest mind, do you think we should support you? I don't think it's necessary. Are you scared? You coward. I'm not a coward, Jiraiya. Orochimaru said hoarsely, don't forget the strength of these two Kage, they are almost the best among the same level. With Raikage's speed, they can easily find a flaw to kill us, let alone Onoki. We only drag Jing down when we go up there. It won't have any effect at all. Instead, it will distract Jing. Your method won't work. Then we just sit back and wait to die? Looking in the mirror, sacrifice. Jiraiya said impatiently. You don't seem to be looking at the mirror. Orochimaru asked. Jiraiya shook his head and said not optimistically, hey, I know that Jing is very strong, but the opponent is not a good person. With the cooperation of two people, can Jing really block it? No. I think Mirror can win. Jiraiya does not believe in evil, why? No, why do you make such a conclusion? What is the basis? Orochimaru's eyes showed a hint of calmness. Go with your gut. I bet Uchiha Kagami will win. Chapter 31 Senju Tobirama, I hope you will not be ignorant of praise. This is certainly not alarmist. Jiraiya and Tsunade got along very briefly, but he, Orochimaru, was different. Since the last meeting at the cemetery, we have had personal contact with him no less than 100 times in just a few months, although we have never seen how the other party acted. But he could tell. Mirror is not a person who would put his own life at risk. In other words, he would only do things he was sure of, and the three of them were chosen by the Mirror to fight against Hanzo. And Jing seemed to have expected it. There is an ulterior purpose between Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, and Rain Shinobi Village. That's why he kept following them and guarding them, but none of Tsunade and the three people noticed. Orochimaru also understood through this. Now that Jingdo guessed that the other party would have a conspiracy. Are you still unaware that the other party's shadow may join forces? Therefore, based on his understanding of Jing, there is a high probability that the opponent cannot beat them. In other words, even if Jing cannot beat them, Jing also has corresponding back UPS. and on the battlefield. On the broken land, the battle became more and more intense. Uchiha Kagami raised his hand and threw out a large number of special kunao, constantly clashing with third Reikage, but his damage was not scratched at all. Because he is of the Uchiha clan. The methods are endless, and chakra is comparable to a tailed beast. Mangeki Sharingan, coupled with the blessing of the Flying Thunder God, is able to capture the traces of the third Reikage and launch counterattacks with extremely fast reaction speed. If it weren't for Onaki's entanglement, third Reikage has already failed, and even defeat is not impossible. Damn! This speed has surpassed my lightning-style armor. I can't even touch him. Third Reikage said angrily, but he can always touch me behind my back. Ah! I am so angry that Uchiha Kagami has the ability to fight me head-on. Do you dare? Haha, do you think I'm an idiot? Uchiha Kagami smiled disdainfully. But the vigilance in his heart has not diminished much, because Onoki has not made any serious moves yet. Onaki is now more than 10 years younger than his second brother, 2 years shy of 50, so he is not old enough to have back pain. And his escape. It is the most threatening technique to yourself, so you must always be vigilant. If he were to go head-to-head with third Reikage, Tsuchikage would catch him and use his dust escape ultimate move, which would really be barbecue. But did third Reikage try its best? Not really. He is still hiding his clumsiness. After all, it's a great ninja war now. It seems that cooperation is actually to prevent the other party from suddenly turning against them. If the trump cards are used up and the ability to resist is lost, it is really uncertain whether third Tsuchikage will change its goals. Onoki also saw each other's wariness, and said calmly and lowly, Sir Reikage, I know you still have a trump card. I am not as fast as you, so there is no way to catch Uchiha Kagami. Only you have a chance. As long as you catch him, I have a chance to kill Uchiha Kagami. Don't worry. I will never take action against you. I swear by the will of Iwagakure's stone. Okay, I believe you once. Lightning style chakra mode full power on. Third Reikage didn't hesitate. Especially hearing the other party swear by the will of stone. I was a little convinced, and all the chakra immediately exploded, and thunder and lightning spurted out of my pores. Zizzy. 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 The lightning-style armor is fully released. His hair stood up one by one, as sharp as steel needles, and his hairstyle looked like a hedgehog. Aha! The third Reikage disappeared. The next second, he appeared in front of Uchiha Kagami. Sanbon Kanchou. Third Reikage put 3 fingers together. As he raised his hand, he pierced the opponent's neck. However, Uchiha Kagami easily avoided it with the Flying Thunder God technique. In a blink of an eye, he came to AI's left and was about to take the opportunity to counterattack. Black Thunder Binding. Third Reikage was delighted. By activating the chakra, the body releases a large amount of thunder and lightning. These thunder and lightning are different from normal thunder and lightning. They are black in color and far less powerful than the previous move, but they have a very strong paralysis effect. Uchiha Kagami suddenly fell into pain and his body went stiff. Tsuchikage, now! Uchiha Kagami, dissipate with the air. Dust escape original realm peeling technique. With Reikage roaring. Onaki clapped his hands together, and chakra gathered in the air. The palm turned into a transparent cube, instantly enveloping the mirror, and the thick smoke dissipated without even a trace of dust left. Third Reikage appeared again, with a fearful expression on his face. Onoki, your dust release almost hit me just now, and you said you keep your word. You are really a liar. Reikage Dano is so fast, he must be able to react, but the good news is, Uchiha Kagami has been eliminated by us. Onaki took a deep breath and said, Konoha's threat to us will be greatly reduced, and the war situation will be biased in our favor in the future. We will live up to our ancestors. Haha, I'm just taking revenge. Who asked Konoha to extort 50 million taels from us in the first place? Fortunately, I killed Silverhorn a few days ago, so it's not a loss. Conspiracy to kill my third brother? How do you want to die? Third Reikage hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the distance. In a flash of light, a man wearing blue laminated armor appeared in front of them. The key is... He is accompanied by an intact Uchiha Kagami. Seeing this scene, Third Reikage and Third Tsuchikage suddenly felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and their expressions were extremely solemn. Onaki's face was extremely gloomy. Second Hokage, you're actually here too? Could it be that you have seen through my plan a long time ago? Almost, but Jing's plan is to deal with you all alone. Senju Tobirama's cold face showed a rare look of anger, but I was worried and followed him. Fortunately, I came in time, otherwise my third brother would have been killed by you. You too, you have gone too far this time. That, second brother. Uchiha Kagami whispered, actually, you didn't need to save me just now. I did it on purpose. I originally planned to kill Reikage, but you ruined it. Shut up. Okay, my brother. The appearance of Senju Tobirama. Onaki was a little scared, but not much. At any rate, Onaki was able to play Thief 6 with one hand. But with the appearance of second Hokage, it was no longer necessary to continue the fight, because once the fight went too far. If you don't protect them all, 1 or 2 people will die. If he dies, Iwagakure will also be in ruins from now on, and Hanzo's death will be of no use. This will completely lose his wife and lose his troops. Then, Onaki thought for a moment and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Hokage, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? We originally planned to deal with the leader of Rain Shinobi Village, and we were just competing with Uchiha Kagami. Really? Then let's discuss it too. Senju Tobirama looked at them and said in an unquestionable tone, 2 versus 2 is fair. If you lose, then I invite you to go to Konoha as a guest. I hope you won't be ignorant of praise. Chapter 32. Although we are enemies, I also admire you very much. Hearing this, Third Reikage smiled instead of getting angry. Senju Tobirama, I don't know if it's the courage I gave you. You were once defeated by our rebellious ninja from Cloud Shinobi Village. And a few days ago, Lien Jinkakuzu was easily killed by me. What qualifications do you have to shout? Doubt my strength? It doesn't matter, you will see it soon. This move will defeat you. Senju Tobirama sneered. Too lazy to talk nonsense to him, he immediately looked at the mirror. The 2 brothers understood each other tacitly, and immediately rushed towards Third Reikage, while the wind attribute chakra in the mirror's hand quickly condensed. It turned into a huge blue sphere. This chakra is extremely huge and its momentum is amazing. Onoki's eyes were fixed on him, and he couldn't help but marvel in his heart, this guy Uchiha Kagami is not only amazing at the Flying Thunder God technique, but the other techniques he masters are even more dazzling. Is this Muji Ninjutsu? What an amazing chakra! But what are you going to do? No matter how fast you 2 are and can catch Reikage's flaw, I won't just sit idly by. Do you really think Shadow is so easy to defeat? Super Big Ball Raise Nan! Uchiha Kagami shouted lowly. It actually hit Senju Tobirama's body. Third Reikage was suddenly puzzled. This means several things, but I haven't had time to respond yet. Suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Uchiha's light joking voice came from behind. Third Reikage, are you just looking ahead to your eyes? Prepare for failure. Flying Thunder God Instant Spin Technique. What? Third Reikage's pupils tightened. He discovered that the Flying Thunder God spell had been engraved on him at some point. In an instant, the Flying Thunder God spell flashes with light. Senju Tobirama and Third Reikage swapped their bodies, and the massive Raise Nan hit Third Reikage straight. Boom! The third Raikage flew upside down. This huge force directly broke his body. Although this move is not as powerful as Naruto's Rasen Shuriken, with the speed of the Flying Thunder God, Raikage has no time to activate the lightning-style armor. Without the protection of the lightning-style armor, massive Raise Nan can naturally break the third Raikage's defense. As a result, a bloody hole was made in his chest. Third Raikage vomited blood and looked sluggish and lost his fighting ability. The whole process happens instantly. The speed was so fast that Onaki couldn't see it, and he was stunned in place. But after seeing Kagami's clone dissipate, Onaki suddenly realized, and couldn't help but said in shock, "You just got hit by third Raikage's Black Thunder." In fact, it was all an illusion. In fact, it was just a clone. But because the Black Thunder didn't do enough damage, it was just more paralyzing and didn't dissipate immediately. And you took the opportunity to carve the Flying Thunder God spell on third Raikage before he could react. You cooperated with Mr. Hokage to perform the Flying Thunder God combo technique? Cooperated with the clone to perform that Muji ninjutsu, and defeated the Flying Thunder God technique in one fell swoop. That's right. As expected of Lord Tsuchikage, your analysis is very accurate. Uchiha Kagami said very confidently, but it's useless even if you see through it. Because the speed of our two brothers' move is very fast, so fast that you don't even have a chance to use dust release. This is the key to our victory. What a powerful ninjutsu! What is that Muin ninjutsu called? Massive Raise Nan. I understand, but Flying Thunder God is also the key to your victory. Haha. This is the Flying Thunder God technique. My second brother's original space-time ninjutsu is so powerful. Mr. Tsuchikage, do you want to continue? Of course, Ying didn't say anything about surrendering. Then keep fighting. Senju Tobirama looked at his glasses complicatedly. In fact, the reason why I defeated the third Raikage so quickly just now was because of the mirror. Because third Raikage's lightning-style armor is so powerful, even simple physical defenses and ordinary attacks cannot break through it, and only the mirror's chakra is enough to do so. And myself. Having a lot of forbidden technique is not necessarily impossible though. But the loss of chakra is not certain. It would be one-on-one, but now Onoki is still watching. You must save your chakra and never be as weak as last time. The battle is about to begin. Because of the threat from the Flying Thunder God, Onoki immediately took to the air to distance himself. The Flying Thunder God's jump requires magic to do it. There is no magic in the air that can't reach the opponent, which makes him invincible. The opponent's dust release can attack them, but they cannot hit each other. This is very angry. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but frown. What should we do now? Onoki won't come down to fight with us at all. If this continues, it's not an option. The opponent's chakra is not as good as mine. As long as we continue to use it up, we will definitely win, but this will be too detrimental to our Konoha's face. I have other ways. Leave it to me, Onoki. Look at it, second brother. Good idea. I saw Uchiha Kagami from behind. He took out a three-pronged special kunai, raised his hand and swung it towards the sky. Uchiha Kagami jumps into mid-air. Before the descent started, the kunai was thrown out again. 2 consecutive jumps in the air, just like that. He kept jumping in the air, Sharingan streaked with red light in the air. Like a dancer, quickly approaching the third Tsuchikage. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but marvel, use kunai to jump to complete the leap in the air? What a fantastic idea, you are truly worthy of being my second brother. Your attainments as Flying Thunder God have surpassed mine. Can this happen? Uchiha Kagami, you are indeed a genius. Onoki was immediately stunned. The opponent continued to attack him at a very fast speed. And his old arms and legs can't match the speed of third Raikage, let alone the Flying Thunder God performed by Uchiha Kagami. But he is not helpless. Onoki clasped his hands together, and chakras surged crazily. If I ask you to jump in a different direction, I won't believe it. You're still not dead. Dust escape limited peeling technique. A sting. A huge dust escape crystal came through the sky. Uchiha Kagami's figure was completely enveloped, and the smoke and dust dissipated. Uchiha Kagami disappeared. However, Uchiha Kagami was already standing on the ground. I don't know when I passed Flying Thunder God and avoided such a large-scale dust escape. Onaki, who had consumed a lot of energy, was naturally defeated. He couldn't help but look embarrassed and said, "I actually lost. My dust release was so completely helpless against you that you couldn't even use Susanoo." No, Lord Tsuchikage, your dust release is very, very strong." Uchiha Kagami said sincerely, "The Susanoo I currently have is not enough to compete with the move you just made. It is most appropriate and respectful to you to use the Flying Thunder God technique to defeat you. I have to say, even though we are enemies, I also admire you very much." Chapter 33 Resurrection of Hanzo, the legendary son of prophecy. "Okay, thanks for the compliment." Onaki felt a little more comfortable. "I remember being beaten up by Uchiha Madara and being ridiculed for my arrogance." Uchiha Kagami was actually a polite person. He couldn't help but become curious about the young man in front of him, who was from the Uchiha clan. Ding! System hint. Favorability +1 from Onaki, get 10 Chakra points. Earth-style rock fist technique, Earth-style weighted rock technique. Alright, although not a super light heavy rock technique. Uchiha Kagami sighed in his heart, if I could get this technique, I could fly like Onoki, and use the Flying Thunder God technique Kunao to leap through the air. It's still a bit of a waste of Shakura, except for being more handsome. After all, it is one of the few techniques in the ninja world that can fly. Uchiha Kagami is still very interested in it. This time he brought it as a guest to try to get it out, and he also couldn't let go of the super heavy rock technique. And Konoha-san witnessed the whole process. At this time, everyone rushed over, all looking excited. Jiraiya and Tsunade were excited that they defeated Onaki and the Third Raikage, while Orochimaru was excited because he saw the power of Kage. Especially the mirror. Almost single-handedly defeated Onoki. Also developed the Flying Thunder God technique, which is even better than Senju Tobirama. If you have such strength, it is not easy to deal with Hanzo, and if you are strong enough, you can naturally be worthy of the third Hokage. Orochimaru's heart became more and more surging, but can I do it? Uchiha Kagami comes from the Uchiha clan and owns Mangeki Sharingan. Senju Tobirama comes from the Senju clan, and I am just a commoner. No. I absolutely can. If my background doesn't work, then use science to change it. Although my scientific journey has just begun, don't be in a hurry. I will produce more results to prove myself, mirror. I will catch up with you. However, Uchiha Kagami does not know Orochimaru's inner workings. Instead, he glanced at Hanzo's body and frowned. Hanzo died too soon. His personal death was actually no big deal. But now Onaki and Third Raikage are brought back to Konoha as guests. As long as nothing happens, Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village will definitely surrender. Although they are different from Sunagakure. Even if there are no shadows, there are still many top ninjas, but the village cannot be without shadows for a day. The existence of shadows plays a role in calming the people of the village. Once they don't come back for a long time, it will definitely affect the morale of the frontline ninjas. At that time, even if Onaki or the reckless Third Raikage refuse to surrender, it will be of no use. It is only a matter of time before Konoha wins the war. And the war is over. But as a buffer zone, the leader of Rain Shinobi Village, Hanzo Ga. There is no one in Rain Shinobi Village except Hanzo who is qualified to be the new leader of Rain Shinobi Village. This leads to the fact that even if the war is over, Rain Shinobi Village will still fall into political strife and civil strife. Some people may think, Why not just swallow up Rain Shinobi Village's territory? No, no, first of all, once the war is over and the 5 major powers in the ninja world have new targets, this will be the trigger for the war to break out again. Furthermore, in fact, the major shinobi villages do not have a strong desire to annex Rain Shinobi Village. First of all, the important war buffer zone cannot be replaced. Originally, everyone only needed to fight in Rain Shinobi Village or other shinobi villages. But once Rain Shinobi Village was carved up, the war buffer zone disappeared. Doesn't this mean that if war starts again in the future, we will have to mess around on our own territory? Who the hell would be willing to do this? Before, Hanzo was at the pinnacle of the ninja world. It also happened to shock the major ninja villages, so in summary, they gave up on annexing Rain Shinobi Village. This was a tacit understanding among the major ninja villages. Even Uchiha Kagami and Senju Tobirama did not actually intend to take Hanzo's life. But no matter what, Third Reikage is a brainless fool. Of course Senju Tobirama also realized it, so he pulled the mirror and came to the corner, and the two began to plot in private. Senju Tobirama, third brother, what should we do now? Hanzo's death will definitely cause turmoil in Rain Shinobi Village, and the talent in this village will wither. It is impossible for anyone to be qualified for more than 10 years. Once the major shinobi villages get their minds on it, the war may start again, it will explode. Uchiha Kagami, actually, Hanzo's death is not without benefit, so let's do this. We only need this, and then this. One day, Rain Shinobi Village may not be able to become a powerful help for us in Konoha. Senju Tobirama, are you serious? Uchiha Kagami, of course. Senju Tobirama, okay, then it's up to you. The two plotted. Second Hokage took the unconscious Third Reikage and Onoki back. As a medical ninja, Tsunade needed to maintain AI's life and return to Konoha, leaving only Uchiha Kagami, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. And Jiraiya looked at Hanzo's body and couldn't help but have a headache. The leaders of Rain Shinobi Village are dead, and Rain Shinobi Village will probably be in civil strife next. Although I don't know how the situation will develop in the future, you and Lord Hokage finally defeated the Third Tsuchikage and the Third Reikage. Originally, the war was about to end, but it seems that it will not be so easy now. Uchiha Kagami said calmly, it's very simple, just resurrect Hanzo and let him regain control of the overall situation of Rain Shinobi Village. Hey? Resurrection? Are you kidding me? Jiraiya didn't believe it at all. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was slightly surprised. He glanced at the mirror and said hoarsely, is this the next plan of you and the second generation project? Are you planning to directly reincarnate Hanzo into the impure world, and thereby indirectly control the entire Rain Shinobi Village? But have you ever thought that Hanzo might not cooperate? After all, this is the village he protects. If we forcibly erase Hanzo's consciousness, there will be big flaws that will be discovered. He will cooperate. Hanzo has no other choice. Jing said. How do you say that? Orochimaru asked. Uchiha Kagami said seriously, it was not our Konoha village that killed him, but Third Reikage. If he is unwilling to cooperate, Rain Shinobi Village falls into civil strife, and the first and least willing person to accept it is Hanzo himself. But Hanzo will not accept Rain Shinobi Village being directly controlled by Konoha, so we will train a child in Rain Shinobi Village as a future leader candidate. This child will put Rain Shinobi Village on the right track in the future. Raising a child. Orochimaru was stunned and said with a suspicious look, not to mention whether this child has that talent, but how can you guarantee that Hanzo believes that this child will not be affected by our will in the future? And contribute to Rain Shinobi Village wholeheartedly? Uchiha Kagami said with a half-smile, of course there is no guarantee for others, but what if this child is the legendary child of prophecy? Chapter 34 Capturing White Zetsu Alive. I will never leak information. Child of prophecy. Jiraiya originally heard very vaguely. But the moment this word appeared, I suddenly became excited. Mirror, do you know where the son of prophecy is? I have been looking for him for more than half a year. Do you know any news about him? I don't know exactly where it is, but it must be in Rain Shinobi Village. Uchiha Kagami looked very determined. The child of the prophecy he was talking about was of course not the unborn Naruto, but the first generation of the prophesied son, Nagato. When he was young, he was transplanted into the Rinnegan by Uchiha Madara, and was hailed as the son of destiny who ended the troubled times. Unfortunately, the original Nagato trio should have had a good ending. In troubled times, he became a disciple of Jiraiya and was influenced by Jiraiya's education. The Akatsuki organization was formed with the concept of peace, which eventually threatened Hanzo's status, and Danzo and Hanzo jointly killed the leader, Yahiko. Parents died in childhood. In addition, his best friend died due to his own kunao, causing Nagato to instantly turn dark and take another kami path. And now Hanzo died too quickly. Uchiha Kagami is worried that Hanzo's death will gradually affect Madara's measures against Nagato. As a key figure in Project Tsuki no Mi, Nagato's every move will affect the direction of the plot, so there is no problem in brushing up his favorability in advance. The key is, Nagato is fully qualified to be the leader of Rain Shinobi Village. Even much stronger than just Hanzo, and Nagato is deeply influenced by Yahiko's thoughts. Isn't it easy for the two of them to complement each other and cooperate with Konan to make Rain Shinobi Village grow? Even becoming the 6th largest ninja village is not impossible. Back to the topic. In fact, Yahiko is also qualified to be the leader of Rain Shinobi Village. Although his hard power is not enough, Nagato lacks in his high charisma. He was able to form the Akatsuki organization in his teens. Making Hanzo feel threatened is enough to prove his excellent leadership skills. There is no gap between Nagato and Yahiko. He can intimidate other ninja villages externally and appease the villagers internally. And what Uchiha Kagami wants to do? That is to cut off Jiraiya in advance and accept the Nagato trio as disciples. Jiraiya's thoughts cannot be allowed to influence Yahiko. In the face of unequal power, any peaceful social interaction is a paper tiger. What the Akatsuki organization needs is strength. As long as you are strong enough, you will have the right to speak in the ninja world. Only when you have the right to speak will others listen to your opinions. When the Akatsuki organization is fully developed, it can be used as an employment organization under Rain Shinobi Village. Specialized in quelling wars, making money, and maintaining peace. It can also increase the prestige of Rain Shinobi Village, a little bit like a peacekeeping force, and Rain Shinobi Village will become stronger in the future. And with the relationship between the mirror, Rain Shinobi Village will be a powerful partner of Konoha. As for the future, it makes no difference to him who can unify the ninja world. After all, before the Tsutsuki clan invades in the future, the ninja world must be unified. Otherwise it will be scattered one by one like in the original work. Moreover, we need to recruit more people in terms of talent, and Nagato and others are indispensable. Otherwise, Naruto and Sasuke alone will not be enough to see the future. Not to mention other Tsutsuki, a single Tsutsuki cannot deal with any one move, and will only fight alone like in Boruto-den. In the end, one lost 9 tails and the other was blinded by Rinnegan. Gee, it's really too tragic. After Orochimaru listened, he couldn't help but asked curiously, the child of prophecy? I heard Jiraiya say it, but although Rain Shinobi Village is not big, but it is not small either. I'm afraid it's not that easy to find. In addition, Hanzo's resurrection requires sacrifices. Do you want me to find a ninja? There are all ninjas here, just find one from a small ninja village. No, it's up to me. Uchiha Kagami closed her eyes. A faint white light glowed on his body, and an indescribable mental fluctuation spread out. Then suddenly his eyes turned into 3 Megatama, his figure disappeared from the spot, and appeared on a hill the next second. "Hey, I found you!" Earth-style Trigaku technique. Uchiha Kagami raised his hand and pressed it. The whole person went into the ground and came out quickly. But there was a strange humanoid creature in his hand. It had a white body and green grass on its head. It looked like a second-hand creature. You actually found me." White Zetsu's eyes widened and he looked horrified. "Impossible. My floating technique can hide its own aura and blend in perfectly with the vegetation. How did you do it?" "Haha, no comment." Uchiha Kagami smiled sarcastically. Without answering this question, this guy is still trying to get information. His technique is a unique perception technique developed through the spiritualization technique, which can emit special mental fluctuations in the form of a spiritual body, thereby sensing souls in most parts of the ninja world. The color of everyone's soul is different. It's almost the same as Sharingan seeing chakra, but the soul is easier to discern. Even if White Zetsu disguises himself as someone else through inhalation, he can only disguise his breath and appearance, but his inner soul cannot be disguised. And Hanzo has been fighting them for so long. With White Zetsu's mobility, he must have discovered it a long time ago. There must be someone watching nearby, so he is aware of White Zetsu's existence. It can be regarded as spiritual perception or soul perception. And for the better part of half a year, he has developed more than just this technique. He also has two unique abilities. One of them is the ability to cover the other person's head and read the other person's memory through spiritual exploration, which is similar to the mind-reading secret method of the Yamanaka clan, but more efficient. But compared to the kind of soul extraction in the human world, it is a little weaker. But it also belongs to the category of soul reading. The second ability is the ability to transmit sounds into the mind in the form of mental fluctuations, similar to the Yamanaka clan's Tongshin technique. But he doesn't need a device to convey it to anyone. As long as it is anyone who has been in contact, there is no obstacle in the scope of the ninja world. Orochimaru walked over and showed a surprised expression. This creature looks so strange. Its cells seem to be filled with a special kind of vitality. Can you leave it to me to study? I promise. I won't kill him within 10 days. There will be more in the future, don't worry, this can be used as a sacrifice. Sacrifice? White Zetsu suddenly became anxious. No, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Uchiha Kagami narrowed his eyes and said, then tell me, where is the red-haired kid? You White Zetsu who are staying in Rain Shinobi Village, don't you know his location? You mean Nagato? No, how do you know? White Zetsu was horrified. No, I will never tell you that the Lord will not allow any of us to take the initiative to leak information about Nagato. Chapter 35 I want to end the troubled times and become the god of this world. Forget it, I'll get it myself. Uchiha Kagami shook his head. He raised his hand and put it on his head, and activated the soul reading. After a few seconds, he slowly opened his eyes and got the information he wanted. We found it. Not far ahead, 3 children are heading in our direction. It seems we just need to wait. So you succeeded in obtaining information. Jiraiya and Orochimaru gasped. It seems like the Yamanaka family is not that awesome at this speed of exploring memories, right? Uchiha Kagami didn't pay attention to their gazes, but glanced at the corpse on the ground. But before that, let's resurrect Hanzo first. We need to negotiate with him, and hope that he will not be disrespectful. Orochimaru, have you learned impure world reincarnation? Ah? I know how, but do you want me to resurrect you? Isn't that control? Otherwise? Originally, Lord Second Generation wanted me to control Hanzo, but I strongly recommended you. It can also be regarded as a test for the future Third Hokage. Thank you so much. Orochimaru's heart was pounding. This person is at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Although Rain Shinobi Village is a small shinobi village, controlling Hanzo is no less than controlling a village. This has a great impact on the young man. When he thought about the other party recommending him highly, Orochimaru felt a little grateful. Jiraiya, on the other hand, felt bad after hearing these shocking inside stories, and couldn't help but be shocked. Oh, you bushy-eyed Orochimaru! Are you going to compete for third Hokage without saying a word? If teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen finds out, will you really not get beaten? But there was a tacit understanding to shut up and remain silent. It was better not to talk too much about this kind of thing. It had nothing to do with him anyway. But Jing didn't hide it from herself. This made Jiraiya feel more fond of him. Ding! System hint. Favorability +5 from Jiraiya, get 50 points of chakra, toad hidden technique, random lion hair technique, ninja technique, needle jizo, sealing fire seal. Favorability +2 from Orochimaru, 20 points of chakra, formation of 10,000 snakes, hidden shadow snake hands, and triple Rashomon. The technique is not bad, but Orochimaru's favorability is really hard to increase. Uchiha Kagami glanced at Orochimaru and muttered in his mind, I gave you impure world reincarnation, Hashirama cell essence, and the right to control Hanzo, but it only reached 35 points. Are we just superficial friends? As expected of you, Orochimaru. On the other hand, because Jiraiya saved him once, his score rose to 46 points. He has just entered into the relationship of close friends and relatives, so he is really a straightforward person. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. After white zetsu served as a sacrifice, Orochimaru raised his hand and pressed it. Smearing his own blood on the scroll, a hoarse voice came out while chakra was instilling. Impure world reincarnation. Ah 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 ah. White zetsu let out a miserable cry. Wrapped in a large amount of confetti, Hanzo transformed into a figure. Hanzo's eyes were dark and his face was full of cracks, but his consciousness was not clear, but he stared at Uchiha Kagami and others. You, what did you do to me? I just used the forbidden technique to bring you back from the world of the dead, Hanzo, are you happy that you are alive again? Uchiha Kagami said with a smile. The forbidden technique of resurrecting the dead? There is such a technique. Hanzo accepted the reality, but suddenly realized something, and his eyes became fierce. You plan to control Rain Shinobi Village through me? Konoha, you are so ambitious, I will never let you succeed. You misunderstood. I, Uchiha Kagami, have always been a kind person. How could I do such a despicable and dirty thing? Uchiha Kagami said sincerely, I just couldn't bear to let the ninja world fall into war. It's a pity that the reckless man from Third Raikage attacked and killed you. I had no choice but to resurrect you and temporarily stabilize the situation in Rain Shinobi Village. I can assure you on behalf of Second Hokage that Konoha will not annex the territory of Rain Shinobi Village until someone in your village is qualified to be the new leader of Rain Shinobi Village. Hanzo, you have no other choice. After all, you don't want to see Rain Shinobi Village and the scene of people being devastated, right? No surprises. After Uchiha Kagami's very kind persuasion, Hanzo finally compromised. But there is another aspect that contributed to the other party's compromise, that is, Hanzo's mentality at his peak was much better than that of Hanzo in his later years. He thinks, even if he himself is controlled, someone will escape Konoha's control in the future. Hanzo's hard power is stronger than Orochimaru's today, but impure world reincarnation has not been perfected, so Hanzo's strength has been reduced by more than half, and it is not difficult to control. Hanzo transformed into his own form through the transformation technique. Covering the cracks on impure world reincarnation's face, the four of them quietly took shelter from the rain in the cave while waiting for the son of prophecy to come. Not long after, 3 poor children, wearing tattered raincoats. There was a girl with red hair covering her eyes, looking a little reserved with her head lowered, and a girl with light blue hair, who was cute and pitiable. The orange-haired boy was very brave and was not timid when he stepped forward. Excuse me, Please, can you give us some food? Okay. Uchiha Kagami raised his hand. He took out a few rolls of biscuits from the scroll and placed them in his hands. Yahiko stepped forward and took them all, and the three teenagers ate them hungrily. They ate very quickly because they had been hungry for so long. Although these cookies are not much, it is not a problem to last for a few days. After eating, Konan stepped forward and took out a flower. The flower was made of paper. The girl held the flower up with a happy face on her face. Thank you, you are a kind person, this flower is for you. Thank you, the flowers are beautiful and you are very cute. Uchiha Kagami took the flowers and said with interest, you three are all orphans of the war, right? What are your plans next? What are your plans? It would be nice if you can survive. Yahiko said in a low tone. Yet. Uchiha Kagami said in a gentle tone, but I don't think you are like this, young man. Why don't you tell me your ideals? Don't be afraid, I, Uchiha Kagami, am a kind person. I want to end the troubled times and become the god of this world. Yahiko had just finished his second grade speech, but he was stunned and couldn't help but said excitedly, wait, you said, you are Uchiha Kagami? You are the one from Konoha village, the legendary Red Fang. Chapter 36 Good boy, your road is widened. Yes, it's me. It's really you, why is a big shot like you here? Yahiko was a little frightened. Even Konan and Nagato behind him were stunned. For war orphans like them, ninjas are all superior beings, let alone big figures like Uchiha Kagami who can rival Kage. For them, such figures are actually no different from historical celebrities. Because they are legendary existences that ordinary people will never come into contact with, so they are so excited. But Nagato is excited but also wary. Because his parents were killed by Konoha ninjas, this made him worry about the safety of Yahiko and Konan. Thinking of this, Nagato gritted his teeth and stepped forward, leaving Yahiko and Konan behind him. A head of red hair covered his eyes, but he revealed a firmness that was not afraid of death. You Konoha village ninjas killed my parents, are you coming to kill them all now? I'm not afraid of you. I will protect them. Tisk tisk. As expected of you, Nagato. Uchiha Kagami couldn't help but sigh. Yahiko is the ideological guide despite the establishment of the Akatsuki organization. But you have always supported them silently and always wanted to protect them, but in the end you turned dark during the peace talks with Hanzo. Your bravery is even more commendable. For the sake of your companions, no matter how strong the enemy is, you will stand up regardless of your own safety. But before Uchiha Kagami could argue, Yahiko stood and pinched Nagato's shoulders, and persuaded with a serious look, Nagato, what are you talking about? In this world, there is black and white. Even Konoha village has good people and bad people, and other ninja villages are no exception. Just because your parents were killed by Konoha shinobi does not mean that Konoha village as a whole will be bad. Of course, this does not prevent you from hating Konoha village. I understand your hatred, but hatred cannot solve everything. We should become stronger. Only by being strong can we stop the war. Moreover, even the third Kazekage who was let go praised a well-organized person like Uchiha Kagami. Do you think he will be detrimental to us? Uchiha Kagami suddenly exclaimed. Good boy, your road is widened. I am worthy of being praised like this by the spiritual leader of the Akatsuki organization, Yahiko. After hearing this, Nagato immediately bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, Kage-senpai. I shouldn't have slandered you like this, I was wrong. It doesn't matter, don't worry, the war will end. Uchiha Kagami looked at them, smiled and said, I see that the three of you are extremely talented. Are you interested in becoming my disciples? Ah! Is this true? What virtue and ability do we have? Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were stunned. After that, I was even more happy and my heart was beating fast. They never thought that they, who had no food to eat and relied on begging every day, would be so lucky as to fall on their heads. No, no, you are qualified to be my disciples. Uchiha Kagami said seriously, don't deny your untapped talents. I am very optimistic about your future. Maybe one day, one of you will become a being that makes the ninja world tremble. Thank you Master Jing, Why don't you change your name? Meet the teachers, my name is Nagato, my name is Konan, my name is Yahiko. Haha, not bad, not bad. Uchiha Kagami is very happy. This time he was really happy, Nagato became his disciple. By the way, there are 2 more cute pendants, which cannot be counted as pendants. Konan is also very talented and can almost kill Obito with the help of 600 billion detonating charms. They are also considered economic talents. 600 billion detonating talisman. What is this concept? Although the price of the detonating charm has not been officially stated. But it's probably between 300 taels and 1000 taels. Take the middle number of 500 taels, and there are 100 million or a full 50 billion. 600 billion is 300 billion. Tisk tisk, Kakuzu cried to death, such a prodigal BCH. Although Konan's own technique is very special and can create a large number of detonating symbols, most of them are obtained from Kakuzu's bounty. As a leader, Yahiko's strengths and weaknesses don't matter. Being able to win over talents is the most critical. And when Orochimaru's technology advances in the future, he may not be able to achieve a wave of epic enhancements. Everything is still unknown. It didn't take long. Reliable news was received from all over the ninja world. Hanzo, the pinnacle of the ninja world, was easily defeated by Kagami, and then 3rd Tsuchikage Oniki and 3rd Reikage AI were captured alive by Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Kagami. The people of the ninja world were shocked again. And because of Uchiha Kagami's superb flying thunder god technique, Sharingan produced a dazzling red light as it passed by, which is known as Konoha's red flash. Yes, he has an extra title. He is the first legendary ninja with dual titles in the history of the ninja world. And Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were also called Konoha Sunin because they fought Hanzo undefeated. But unlike Tsunagakure, Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village still had fighting strength and did not surrender immediately. Therefore, Onoki and Ai are still guests in Konoha Village, but the morale of the frontline ninjas in the 2 great ninja villages plummeted due to the shadow being captured alive. Konoha single-handedly turned the balance of victory towards itself. Soon, the Second Ninja War will be completely over. And it is precisely because of this time that Uchiha Kagami's name has completely resounded throughout the ninja world, and in a sense, he is even more famous than the Shadow. Oh my god! Is this Uchiha Kagami so powerful? The leader of Rain Shinobi Village, who is known as the Demigod, was defeated by him. What does this mean? Even the 3rd Tsuchikage and the 3rd Reikage were captured alive. I don't need to say more about the strength of these 2 people, right? Hiss, that's outrageous. Isn't this strength incredible? Tisk, tisk, it looks like 2nd Hokage is pretty strong too, probably not much weaker than Mirror. You are right, I agree. Haha, I suddenly realized that it seems that there is only 3rd Mizukage from Kirigakure. I wonder if Red Flash will invite that person back to Kirigakure as a guest. It's not easy, isn't it? In this Ninja World War, Kirigakure paddled the whole way, and the 3rd generation was huddled in the village. Could it be that Uchiha Kagami went to the village to capture people alive? Haha, this is too funny. But I have to say that if the 3rd Mizukage is captured alive, wouldn't the war be over immediately? Kagami's contribution is simply unimaginable. No, it's not that easy. It is said that Hanzo was killed by a reckless man in a sneak attack, and a more intense war may break out again. Debunk the rumors. Master Hanzo is doing well. I just met him a few days ago. The situation is very stable. Yes, I am Lord Hanzo's confidant. Someone said righteously, I saw Hanzo-sama pooping in person yesterday. Tisk tisk. I didn't expect such a legendary figure to poop. This little guy like me suddenly felt a lot more balanced. Chapter 37 The legendary immortal eyes sneak into Kirigakure. Rain Shinobi Village. It keeps raining outside. The ordinary wooden house was very lively. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were having fun outside the wooden house. Jiraiya was wearing a funny frog costume at the table, while Mirror was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed to meditate. Before the war ended, it was like a different kind of scenery. As for Orochimaru wanted to monitor Hanzo more easily. So she pretended to be his confidant and protected him at all times. After all, impure world reincarnation has not yet been perfected, and Hanzo's strength can easily be revealed when encountering other enemies. Orochimaru follows him just in case. As for Jiraiya, Mirror kept him just to liven up the atmosphere. After all, Nagato and the others are still young and need to be coaxed from time to time, and wearing funny costumes like frogs does not fit well with their personalities. Mirror. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment and said, not long ago, you said Nagato was the son of prophecy, but I don't seem to see it. What is different about him? He seems to be a very autistic child who talks little. Did you make a mistake? You'll see right away, he's different. Teacher, it's not good. Jing hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, Konan came to the door of the cabin. She had a look of panic and nervousness on her face, and her tone was very trembling. Teacher, Nagato, and Yahiko, they have encountered ninjas. If you want to do harm to them, I'm coming. What? Leave now. Uchiha Kagami suddenly became angry. He immediately sat up and rushed out to where they were playing. Jiraiya also followed closely, but what he saw next directly shattered his outlook on life. In front of me, two ninjas cornered two teenagers. A ninja wielded a large amount of weapons and threw them towards the extremely weak Yahiko. Go to hell, little BD. Don't even think about it. Nagato raised his hand. It actually bounced all the kunao away. Then with huge traction, the kunao went straight towards the other ninja. Poof! The ninja was impaled and fell to the ground dead. The other one looked timid and was about to run away. However, Nagato controlled the kunao again and pierced the back, and the two ninjas from the small ninja village died just like that. I will never allow. You will never harm my companions. Nagato gasped. Messy red hair flutters in the wind, and Uzumaki-like eyes are revealed. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya's eyes widened and he looked horrified. This is Rinnegan. The legendary eye of the immortal is actually on Nagato's body. Yes, this is my disciple. Uchiha Kagami is proud. Even though he knew very well, Nagato's eyes came from Uchiha Madara. But those Rinnegans are not something that ordinary people can handle. Any member of the Uzumaki clan might not be able to withstand such a load. And Obito's talent is powerful enough, right? On the one hand, it was unable to support the load on both eyes, so a Rinnegan was transplanted. On the other hand, in order to be wary of Uchiha Madara, another Rinnegan was hidden in a secret place, but unfortunately it was taken away by White Zetsu. But this is enough to prove Nagato is so talented, even without Rinnegan. His upper limit will not be lower than that of an ordinary shadow. Jiraiya said with emotion, no wonder. You said that he is destined to be the son of prophecy, possessing the legendary eyes of the immortal. In the future, he may really be able to end this chaotic world. Actually, to be honest, I really want to accept them as my disciples, but I'm worried that I won't be able to guide them on their way forward. Even though Toad Sage asked me to find the person of destiny, in my opinion, I'm really not as good as you. Especially Nawaka's death makes me worry that I won't be able to protect them as they grow up. I'm not strong enough now, so Mirror, you are the most suitable guide. Thanks, but Nawaka can be redeemed, but not now, do you understand what I mean? Uchiha Kagami said. Jiraiya took a deep breath and said, I understand that war is cruel enough. Don't let the children continue to suffer harm. I thank you on behalf of Tsunade. If you need anything, tell me. Even if I am low in strength, I will definitely help you with all my strength. You're welcome. Uchiha Kagami changed her voice and said, but I do have a small favor that I need you to do for me. You say. Keep an eye on them for me, I have to go out. Ah? Where are you going now? Is it some secret mission? It's a secret mission, but telling you won't be a leak. According to my second brother's order, I have to go to Kirigakure to capture the third Mizukage alive to make up the whole number. Jiraiya was stunned and couldn't help but complain, no, brother. You are the only one who dares to say this. If it were anyone else, I would have to give him a slap in the face. But you really want to capture Mizukage alive? Kirigakure didn't even bother us. Isn't this a little too rude? Haha, just kidding. Uchiha Kagami said seriously, how can I, a kind-hearted person like me, just catch the shadow of the village next door? Unless they take the initiative to provoke me. My second brother said that Kirigakure has been too peaceful recently. He was swimming almost the whole time during the Second Ninja World War. This is obviously not normal. So I was asked to personally sneak in and investigate the situation of the third Mizukage. Is it too dangerous? Can you do it alone? Jiraiya asked worriedly. Don't worry, I'm just checking the status of third Mizukage. Once confirmed, I'll leave. It won't cause any trouble. What if the third Mizukage is in a bad state? Well then take it back to the village for treatment. It can be considered a contribution to the peace of the ninja world. As expected of you, be careful. Rest assured. Uchiha Kagami calmed the three apprentices a little. Then he said goodbye to them and started his infiltration plan alone. With the Sharingan, it was actually easy for him to sneak in, but in order to be more low-key, he chose to hide among the toads. Using the Toadgakure technique, we arrived at Kirigakure smoothly. Speak the truth. Uchiha Kagami is unimpressed with third Mizukage. Whether it is past memories or modern memories, this unknown third Mizukage has almost no information. In addition to appearance, the time, place, and cause of death have all become a mystery. This is very strange. After all, he is also a Mizukage, but his presence is so low? Or is it intentional on third Mizukage's part? Or, it's not impossible that he was forced to keep a low profile. After all, Uchiha's ancestor is not dead yet. Chapter 38 Kirigakure's Secret, Uchiha Rebounds. The Land of Water, Kirigakure. The only one among the 5 great ninja villages that was established on an offshore island. Due to its geographical location, it is covered in thick fog all year round. Compared with other ninja wars, this ninja village is almost isolated from the world. There are also many peaks on the island, and the buildings tend to be cylindrical. The largest and tallest cylindrical building in the center is the Mizukage building, where Mizukage offices have been used throughout the ages. At this moment, it was very quiet inside the Mizukage building. A man with long black hair and squinted eyes stood beside him blankly. On Mizukage's exclusive seat, a hedgehog man wearing a mask sat, looking very aloof with his hands folded across his chest. This is none other than Uchiha Madara. And the reason why he can go out and take action is also very simple. Naturally, he uses the wood-style clone. When the battle in the Valley of the End ended, he bit off a piece of flesh from Hashirama's arm and then escaped by pretending to be Izanagi. I thought. After transplanting Hashirama cells, Rinnegan can be awakened. As a result, he didn't wake up until he faced death when he was about to die. Because his life was dying, he made a bold attempt to connect with the Gedo statue to extend his life. But he knew very well Time is running out, and people are needed to execute Project Tsuki no Mi. The future star, the agent of Project Tsuki no Mi, also needed someone to help push him towards darkness. The isolated Kirigakure was naturally the best candidate, so he used Sharingan to control the third Mizu cage. This operation is not difficult. Even though he is old, the cages in the shinobi world are too weak now. It is incomparable to Hashirama's level. With his pupil power, the third Mizu cage is almost unable to resist, but with just one clone, it is like completely controlling Kirigakure, and it still needs to be operated slowly. Coupled with the outbreak of the Second Ninja War, the battle zone, Rain Shinobi Village, also needs more attention until detailed intelligence is available to prevent unknown variables from appearing in Project Tsuki no Mi. Therefore, as early as a few days ago, Uchiha Madara sent Black Zetsu and some White Zetsu to explore information, and I think it will soon be harvested. As expected. Not long after, a jet-black creature came out, looking anxious. Master Ban, it's not good, Nagato has been accepted as a disciple. Who is it? You, the descendants of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kagami. Oh? Is it him? I heard you mention it a few times in your previous intelligence. Was it the lucky one who awakened Mangeki? Killed Cho and the third Kazekage? Uchiha Kagami said nonchalantly, you are too nervous, Black Zetsu. These guys called shadows are all in vain and vulnerable. That junior has Mangeki Sharingan. Isn't it right to defeat those wastes? But even Mangeki Sharingan is not a threat, not to mention that he may still be blind, and may not grow up in the future. For me, Hashirama is the only one who can stop me, but that person is already dead. But Black Zetsu was still worried and said, not long ago, Uchiha Kagami defeated Hanzo alone, and then combined with Senju Tobirama, to defeat Onoki and Third Raikage. It is rumored that Hanzo is dead, but he is not dead in the end. I haven't found out whether it is true or not, but it seems that a lot of White Zetsu died nearby. I can confirm that this seems to be related to the next plan of Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Kagami. Not long after that, Nagato was accepted as a disciple by Kagami. He stayed in Rain Shinobi Village for a long time and didn't leave. I thought something was wrong. Hey? Senju Tobirama trusts that junior named Mirror that much. Madara couldn't help but wonder. It's more than trust. According to the information from Konoha Village White Zetsu, Tobirama has regarded the Mirror as a brother. Black Zetsu was very shocked and said, they call each other brothers, one calls the other party's second brother, and the other calls the other party's third brother. Kage is only 25 years old, but his status in Konoha Village is already so high that no one can match it. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Uchiha Madara laughed loudly after hearing this. Senju Tobirama hates a person from Uchiha so much, but he can actually treat a junior of my clan as a brother? This proves that the latter does have something, to be honest. I'm a little interested in this junior. Being able to awaken Mangeki and defeat so many wastes can be regarded as living up to the name of my Uchiha clan. It's a pity that I was born in the wrong era, otherwise I'd really like to meet him. Master Ban, I think. Then meet, Uchiha Madara, here I come. Before Black Zetsu could finish speaking, suddenly, a toad landed on the table. The toad opened its mouth, and a young man with broken hair came out and stood opposite Uchiha, looking down at him. When did this junior come? He was sneaked in quietly. Maybe, this kid is stronger than I thought. Uchiha Madara's expression changed slightly, but she was very calm. After all, he was just a clone, so even if he lost it, it wouldn't be a big deal. And Black Zetsu's whole body was numb. You are the clone and I am the original body. The dark face showed the tension and anxiety of Lao Lu. If the two of them got into a fight later, he would take the opportunity to escape quickly. You, what do you want to do? Don't be nervous. I just want to chat with Madara. Don't worry. I'm a kind person and usually don't fight. Uchiha Kagami said gently. Junior, it's not a good habit to be disrespectful to your elders. Uchiha Madara simply took off his mask and sneered unceremoniously, you really don't think that you can dance in front of me after winning a few rabble, do you? Dance? No, I can't dance. Haha, just kidding. Uchiha Kagami squinted his eyes and smiled, but although Senju Tobirama and I are not real brothers, we are better than real brothers. Senju Hashirama, who has passed away long ago, is my eldest brother. Even if you are a few years older than me, we are all equal, right? As for the issue of strength you mentioned, I don't think that even if you were lucky enough to survive the battle in the Valley of the End, your strength would still be at its peak. It's even a question whether you can exert 1 or 2/10 of your strength now. Although my strength is average, I am still the strongest of the Uchiha clan. I think I will not lose to you. Good. Arrogant. You are worthy of being a descendant of my Uchiha clan. Then let me take a look at what the strongest person of the contemporary Uchiha clan is like. Uchiha Madara is not angry at all. On the contrary, he felt admiration in his heart, and it made his hands itch even more after not fighting for a long time. As he raised his hand, he grabbed the opponent's neck with extremely fast speed. However, swish! Uchiha Kagami raised his hand and threw out the specially made Kunao dart. A flying thunder god stood on the roof beam of the house, and then jumped through the Kunao on Madara's side again, and the chakra in his hand quickly condensed. Raise Nan. The talent is pretty good, has the flying thunder god learned it? Uchiha Madara looked surprised, but remained calm. Although Tobirama's move is very fast, he still has a long way to beat me. Uchiha Rebound. P.S. The origin of Blood Mist Village predates the Third Ninja War. It existed before Obito controlled the 4th Mizukage, Uchiha Madara controlled the 3rd Mizukage, and then it continued to the 4th Mizukage, so it made sense for Obito to control it. Chapter 39 Fierce Battle with Uchiha Madara. I am a kind person. I saw. He picked up the fan behind his back to resist. But what was unexpected was that Rasengan's chakra dissipated. The rebound explosion did not appear. Instead, Uchiha Kagami grabbed one hand on the handle of the Uchiwa fan and clasped his other hand with the other hand. What are you doing? Uchiha Madara didn't react. Uchiha Kagami said very sincerely, after all, I am also the former patriarch of the Uchiha clan. I have inherited the new clan patriarch. As an elder, shouldn't I give some gifts to the younger generation? I think this ancestral flame ball fan is very good, isn't it? That's it. As a junior, I will thank you. How shameless, this is mine. Uchiha Madara said angrily. Yeah, it'll be mine soon. Uchiha Kagami chuckled. Click. Click. The two began to exert force. The chakra exploded, causing the entire wooden house to explode. The floor was even more devastated, and the two sides seemed to be unwilling to give in. But not long after the stalemate, the situation began to change. This kid is so powerful. Chakra is also very strong, it's completely comparable to the tailed beast level, even Hashirama is not much different. Uchiha Madara was shocked and angry. The opponent's strength obviously exceeded his expectations. This was not something he could win just by being a wood-style clone, but his pride as an Uchiha made him not want to lose just like that. Junior, get out of my way. I don't. A hole. Get out of my way. Don't force me. How did I force you? Senior Madara, aren't I playing a wrestling game with you? Ah. I'm so angry. Uchiha Madara feels for the first time. This junior member of the Uchiha clan is incredibly thick-skinned. No longer hesitating, if he retains his strength, his fan will be taken away, and his dark eyes transform from the 3 Megatama into Manjiki. Susanoo! Uchiha Madara shouted angrily. Chakra exploded on his body, and blue ribs condensed. At the same time, the huge Susanoo fist was about to repel the opponent, but Uchiha Kagami also raised the corners of his mouth slightly, showing a faint smile. "Me too, Susanoo. Hooray! Hurrah!" Before the words fell, the majestic chakra soars into the sky. The amazing chakra transformed into dark red Susanoo. Bang! Susanoo punched out. Uchiha Madara's body was slightly startled, and he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, after all, he is old. Once this clone is scattered, Kirigakuru's layout will probably be reopened. The fan is not that important, Project Tsuki no Mi must be the priority. Then, he decisively gave up the flame ball fan. Boom! Boom! Susanoo on both sides, constantly colliding on the sea. The momentum is extremely huge, but as Uchiha Kagami increases the chakra, the Wu-Tengu armor rises. Not only that, I saw that even his legs were transformed. Although the entire Susanoo is not as good as the complete body, it already belongs to the fourth form of Susanoo. The gap in defense and strength is huge. It's not too far away from the complete body. Bang! The chakra blade swept out. The huge force caused Uchiha Madara to fall back continuously. Okay. What an outstanding junior. You actually suppressed me in terms of Susanoo's power, Uchiha Kagami. Among the people of the same race that I have fought against, except for my brother, no one is stronger than you. I, Uchiha Madara, am willing to give it my all. Give me open. Suddenly, a sudden change occurred. The seawater began to make huge waves, and a huge monster appeared. This monster was very ferocious in shape. It looks very much like a turtle, but its back is covered with a ferocious carapace. There are 3 long tails at the tail, and a large number of spikes protruding from the head. The chakra aura is very terrifying. 3 tails? The wild 3 tails have been hidden under the sea. Uchiha Kagami's pupils tightened, and he looked quite surprised. No, Kirigakure can't be that big-hearted. The wild 3 tails must have been sealed at the bottom of the sea, but Uchiha unlocked it. Certainly. Uchiha Madara holds 5 fingers on one hand. The whole body is covered with Susanoo's chakra. Although it is only the chakra of the clone, in order to control Kirigakure, there is no accident, so the main body distributes a lot of chakra to the clone. Although not as good as the mirror. But controlling a tailed beast is not a problem. 3 tails put on the Susanoo armor and opened its mouth under the control of Madara. Watch out, tailed beast bomb. Well done. Uchiha Kagami shows no fear. The last time he captured 3rd Kazekage alive, his chakra was close to the peak of Super Shadow. And this time, defeating Hanzo, Oniki, and AI made his chakra far exceed 100,000, approaching 200,000. A chakra of this level is already a chakra. It is not much different from Hashirama. Although the amount of chakra cannot measure a person's strength, when there is enough chakra, then this concept is completely turned upside down. Complete body. Uchiha Kagami shouted angrily. The dark red chakra on his body soars into the sky. It swept continuously like a strong wind and turned into a huge giant. There were 2 chakra giant blades on his waist, but he didn't intend to use them at all. He held my tailed beast bomb in the palm of his hand with one hand. Immediately afterwards, he backhanded the tailed beast bomb onto 3 tails' heads. Boom! Boom! Tailed beast bomb creates a violent explosion. Like a nuclear bomb sweeping across the entire sea surface, shocking waves were set off. They finally alerted the distant village on the main island, but unfortunately the battle between the 2 of them was over. 3 Tails is in dilapidated condition at the moment. Uchiha Madara looked pale and showed a little sadness. Uchiha Kagami, if you were born in my era, maybe your future limit is far more than this, but unfortunately your eyes will be blind. Especially if you use your complete body Susanoo regardless of the load, your blindness will accelerate. If you don't have any brothers or heirs, you will probably have to live with blindness in the future. Then how can we eliminate Mangeki's load? Uchiha Kagami asked knowingly. It's very simple. Mangeki Sharingan can regain his sight by transplanting a blood relative, or using Hashirama cells, but that boy Tobirama won't agree. He cares about his big brother more than anyone else. I've already got it. My second brother gave me the original Hashirama solution. Uchiha Madara was stunned for a second. He laughed and couldn't help but look him up and down. It seems that I have underestimated the relationship between you and Tobirama, but it is not that easy with Hashirama cells. If you want to control Hashirama's power, it can easily be backlashed. Thank you, Senior Madara, I will remember it, Jing said. Aren't you unwilling to respect me as an elder? Why did you suddenly change your mind now? Uchiha Madara asked with interest. I was just joking. Although Tobirama and I are brothers, I am only 25 years old after all. Uchiha Kagami showed an argumentative smile. Other friends have different opinions, and you are also the former clan leader, how can you be so rude? After all, I've always been a kind person. Chapter 40 Uchiha Madara, damn Tobirama, don't let me meet you. What a good junior, what a pity. Uchiha Madara sighed inwardly. Suppose this kid unlocks the eternal Mangeki. In the future, Rinnegan won't be able to take it back for the time being, so maybe he can replace it. After this battle, he has understood that this boy's potential is unlimited. It may not be as good as Hashirama and himself, but it is already very rare. Just now, if there were no three tails, it's actually not that difficult for Jing to win against his own clone. As if feeling a little guilty, Uchiha Madara glanced at the flame ball fan in his hand. Since you have already taken the fan, I will give it to you. Thank you, Elder, for the gift. I will accept this gift. I like it very much. Jing said modestly. Humph, thank you for what? Uchiha Madara said proudly, these ninja tools are just foreign objects. I have long disliked them. I originally planned to throw them away as garbage. Since you like them so much, why not give them to you? But as the leader of the Uchiha clan. But they don't even have the arrogance of the Uchiha clan. Why should we be grateful to others if we can rob things with our own abilities? It's really disappointing. Ah? Isn't that just like a robber? Uchiha Kagami said seriously, basic human etiquette is still necessary, right? Anyway, I am a kind person and I never like to fight with others. Kind? Are you afraid that you have some misunderstanding about Hessian? Uchiha Madara couldn't help but complain in her heart. Looking at Uchiha Kagami in front of me, I admired but also hated him a little. This kid was supposed to have the pride of my Uchiha clan, but how did he end up being taught by that guy Senju Tobirama? It is simply a different kind of Uchiha clan. Damn Tobirama! Don't let me meet you. When the time comes, the old and new accounts will be settled together. The two of them stood on the sea, dozens of meters apart. Uchiha Kagami was silent for a long time, and sighed, you don't have to hate the second brother that is Tobirama, the current Uchiha clan is too narrow-minded, if it weren't for me. Some time ago, the great elder was about to have another coup, but they were all sent to prison using Sharingan hypnosis. Fortunately, now the second brother has seen my face and is not so targeted at Uchiha. It's really stupid. It's too low-sighted. Uchiha Madara sneered disdainfully, those people are the same as me. Uchiha is a disgrace to me. He is always keen on such a little bit of power. As everyone knows, only when a person is powerful to a certain level, what's so attractive about mere power? Are you also keen on being a Hokage? Uchiha Kagami sighed leisurely, I was very interested at first, but then with the awakening of Mangeki Sharingan, I lost interest in these. The war has allowed me to see too many things. The world is always in constant struggle, with constant bloodshed and sacrifice. I hope I can one day end the conflicts in this world. Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows slightly. So, how do you plan to end this world? Are you not strong enough to change the overall situation, or have you found other channels? Yes, I discovered the son of prophecy. The little boy named Nagato, who has the legendary fairy eyes, may be the savior, but I think we shouldn't place our hopes on others. Uchiha Kagami was very crazy and said, Madara-senpai, you said, if I transplant these eyes to my body, with these Rinnegan, can I completely bring peace to the ninja world? As soon as these words came out, Uchiha Madara's heart suddenly jumped. What a boy, you actually set your sights on my Rinnegan. And now this ambition. It even made him realize that Kagami is a member of my Uchiha clan after all. Otherwise, who would dare to be so bold as an ordinary person? After all, the legend of Sage of Six Paths has a strong fate for everyone. When most people see Nagato, at most they think he will be the savior. Out of awe of Sage of Six Paths, almost no one dared to think anything about these eyes, but Uchiha Kagami in front of them was the first to suggest it. But I have to say that this kid is almost the most suitable for Project Tsuki no Mi. It is not too easy to collect tailed beasts with Mangeki. Only, this kid is not so easy to control. If possible, he still wants to use the people of Kirigakure to help a boy from the Uchiha clan awaken Mangeki and become the executor of Project Tsuki no Mi in the future. This way, there will be a lot less variables. Only, the top priority now is to get Jing to stop thinking about Rinnegan. After all, he will have to rely on Nagato to resurrect him through the Rain Tensei technique in the future. If it is handed over to Uchiha Kagami, it is unknown whether he can be resurrected. Why? Because Uchiha Madara's intuition told him. Uchiha Kagami, a junior, is not as innocent as he appears on the surface, and is always full of bad intentions. Madara-senpai? Why don't you speak? Uchiha Kagami kept chattering, and the battle in the Valley of the End, how did you survive? Did Senju Hashirama show mercy? Did he pretend to announce that you were dead? You're really not a good friend. I couldn't bear to kill you until the end. My eldest brother is really kind-hearted. Uchiha Madara was immediately furious. Who is a good friend with Hashirama? How can he be so kind? He pierced my body without mercy. If I hadn't bit him. Not finished yet. He stopped, feeling something was wrong. Is this guy trying to get information? Senior Ben, why didn't you say anything? Why did you bite him? Is it because of love and hatred? After my brother was bitten by you, did he show any symptoms of rabies? That's enough. Anyway, I survived through a special method. Uchiha Madara didn't bother to lie, and said solemnly, but my current condition is very bad, and I happen to have some plans for peace in the ninja world. You can serve as my agent, help me gradually complete this plan. What's the plan? Project Tsuki no Mi. By collecting the power of tailed beasts, we can achieve peace in the ninja world. Tailed beast? Just this kind of thing. Uchiha Kagami looked strange. Looking at the cowardly group of three tails not far away, all the corners of their mouths were filled with sarcasm. Three Tails wanted to get angry but was worried about being beaten violently. After thinking about it, he huddled up and sank into the seabed in frustration. Although the tailed beasts are not strong, their combined power cannot be underestimated. Uchiha Madara pondered for a moment and said, but their ultimate role is not to end the war with war, but to use the infinite Tsukuyomi cast by Rinnegan, to plunge the entire world into illusion. So that peace is completed. Chapter 41 Senju Tobirama, is your little oil cat sick? He didn't tell everything. After all, Uchiha Kagami can act as the executor of Eye of the Moon. But it is too easy to lose control without planting the talisman. Once the opponent discovers it first, 9 tails can be fused into 10 tails through Gedo statue. Maybe he will become 10 Tails Jinchuriki before he can. To be honest, if Kagami was just a teenager and had not yet awakened Mangeki, he would still be confident that he would not be out of control even without the spell. But Neihijing is already 25 years old. In terms of strength, apart from him and Hashirama, he is undoubtedly the number one in the ninja world. Moreover, he also has a good relationship with Senju Tobirama. Who knows whether the other party is pretending to cooperate, but actually trying to stop him. But little does anyone know. Uchiha Kagami really wants to help. It's not because of Project Tsuki no Mi. After all, the truth of infinite Tsukuyomi is not just as beautiful as an illusion. But as time goes by, the sacred tree will turn everyone in the ninja world into an army of white Zetsu. But in the future against the Tsutsuki clan, Kagaya is an indispensable and important role, and this white Zetsu army is also the bargaining chip that Kagaya originally planned to fight against. But the embarrassing thing is, Uchiha Kagami discovered that white Zetsu is really a thorn in the side of the dish. Although white Zetsu is already very powerful compared to ordinary ninjas, even 100,000 white Zetsu will not have much effect on pervert-level beings like Tsutsuki. On the contrary, Uchiha Kagami's plan is the elite route. For example, people like Naruto, Sasuke, Uchiha Madara, Kagaya, Hashirama. Of course, these people may not be the opponent of the Tsutsuki clan if they unite, but it doesn't matter because there is also a pervert scientist Orochimaru. An existence that can extract wool from Shinigami, and can switch between men and women at will in the future. That kind of people. It shouldn't be difficult to reasonably strengthen a wave of elites. In order to agree to Orochimaru to be the third Hokage, it was actually mainly to increase his favorability. Rights and other things were secondary, so that Orochimaru could make due contributions to the peace of the ninja world. But unfortunately, Madara is a suspicious person. At least I'm not so confident about myself, so I can't really communicate with him, and I can't reveal all my thoughts. Seeing his hesitation, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but test, "Have you thought about it? Kirigakuru's people will be here soon. As long as you help me, our plan will be completely successful. I can use my name in the future for you." "No need for a name, I can cooperate with you," Uchiha Kagami said seriously, "but the plan will not be carried out now. After all, the second brother is very thoughtful and can easily be found out. How about you come to Konoha village to find me after the second brother passes away?" "Hey? Come to Konoha village to see you?" Uchiha Madara was muttering in her heart. "Is this kid trying to trick me on purpose? When the time comes, he will unite with those trash in Konoha to deal with him. I know that even though I am from the Uchiha clan, you don't believe me, you are even worried that I will turn around and sell you out," Uchiha Kagami said with a sincere face. "But I actually hope for peace in the ninja world more than anyone else, and the second brother actually only cares about the interests of Konoha. Compared with you and me, his vision is so different. If you don't believe it, I can kill Tobirama." "Okay, I believe it." Uchiha Madara nodded, "Then I will send someone to find you in 3 days. My body is inconvenient to move. I will contact you through White Zetsu at that time." "Okay, what about Third Mizukage and 3 Tails? What's your suggestion?" "Let me control them. Tobirama asked me to investigate the Third Mizukage. I have begun to suspect that someone is up to something." Uchiha Kagami said slowly, "I will pretend that I failed to infiltrate Kirigakure, and was discovered by the Third Mizukage and started fighting. In order to avoid misunderstandings in diplomacy between the villages, I will take the Third Mizukage away by force and give Tobirama an explanation. And the battle between you and me here can be disguised as a battle with the Third Mizukage. There is no one else here except you. With my eye power, there is no possibility of the secret being leaked." "Okay, it's up to you." Uchiha Madara glanced. "It's clear that you are the only one here who can leak secrets. If you don't have anyone else, you can check out 3rd Mizukage to see if you really cooperate with me sincerely. Then Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu left. Uchiha Kagami was left taking control of the 3rd Mizukage, waiting quietly. Not long after, a large number of Kirigakure ninjas gathered around, and each one of them was ready and nervous. Invasion. Someone has invaded. There is only one ninja in Konoha. So arrogant. Haha. Great, kill him, Konoha's invaders will pay the price. No, this Konoha's Red Fang, Uchiha Kagami, let's retreat quickly. Can Mizukage-sama win? It's broken. Mizukage-sama is defeated. Save Mizukage-sama, hurry up. So strong. We can't even get close. Is this the legendary Red Flash? With the Flying Thunder God being able to defeat Shadow, it really makes people scared. All Mist Shinobi ninjas are furious. But with Uchiha Kagami's strength, these people can't stop him at all. He could only watch as he took the defeated 3rd Mizukage away, but could do nothing. Konoha Village. Inside the Hokage building, Senju Tobirama sits at his desk. He frowned and listened to the information reported by Anbu, feeling a little uneasy for a while. The fact that he sent a camera to investigate 3rd Mizukage was not a spur-of-the-moment idea, but it had been so long since World War II broke out, and the village seemed like nothing had happened. He was very suspicious. There is something wrong within the village. As the first combat force in Konoha village, Kage naturally accepted this task, but after all, this was to sneak into the enemy's village, and it was not the same concept as fighting Kage elsewhere. If there is danger, it will be too late to rescue. This made him a little worried about the safety of the mirror. Senju Tobirama felt regretful again. You haven't come back yet? It's been so long. Could something happen? Came back. Before he could finish muttering. Swish! A Flying Thunder God. Uchiha Kagami appeared in front of him. But there was a long-haired man next to him, which made Senju Tobirama stunned. Who is this? 3rd Mizukage, I brought it back. Mirror said. No, brother. I asked you to investigate the status of the 3rd Mizukage, but I didn't ask you to bring the Mizukage back. Senju Tobirama couldn't help complaining. Now, the 3rd Tsuchikage and the 3rd Reikage are stranded in the village. Together with the 3rd Kazekage who left before, all 4 shadows are here. Do you have a weird habit of collecting shadows? Chapter 42. The war is over, the candidates for the 3rd Hokage. No. Uchiha Kagami said sincerely, originally, I planned to confirm the status of 3rd Mizukage and come back, but I was accidentally discovered, and then I fought with him. But the people in my village don't believe it at all and think I am an intruder. I can only bring Mr. Mizukage back and let you explain it in person. Humph, what do you Konoha mean? We have no intention of conflict with you, but you send people to sneak into our village? Are you trying to provoke a war? 3rd Kazekage cooperated and showed just the right amount of anger. No, Mizukage Dano, don't get me wrong. Senju Tobirama stood up and said solemnly, because your village is independent of the world, I was worried about your safety so I sent a mirror to investigate. I didn't mean to provoke you. The war is almost over. We didn't mean it. Please forgive me. Your Majesty Hokage spoke harshly, I was wrong. The two chatted for a while. The misunderstanding was finally resolved and the two parties reached a reconciliation. Since Kirigakure did not participate in the Second Ninja War, this kind of behavior could easily irritate Kirigakure, so Kagami made another trip to send him back. Under Mangeki's control. Without any mistakes, he returned to the village. Senju Tobirama has never met 3rd Mizukage before, and he doesn't understand the other party's habits at all, so Tobirama doesn't see any flaws. On the way, he went to Rain Shinobi village. A shadow clone was left to take care of Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, and Jiraiya's safety was also guaranteed. and because Onoki and Ai were forced to stay in Konoha. Coupled with the coordinated siege by Tsunagakure's allies, Cloud Shinobi Village and Uegakure were quickly defeated and surrendered in Konoha 37. The Second Ninja War is over. There is peace in the ninja world again. Because the situation created by Uchiha Kagami is more favorable to Konoha, this time the Second Shinobi War ends earlier than in the original work. But the end of the war does not mean the absence of conflict. The weakest one, Tsunagakure, suffered the heaviest losses, and there were always some people inside who didn't like to ally with Konoha, and seemed to be in civil strife. In particular, the reckless men of Cloud Shinobi Village and Uegakure are trying to regain their place, and the disputes between the major shinobi villages have never stopped. And Kirigakure. Because the third Mizukage was captured alive for no reason, I felt very embarrassed. But there was nothing they could do about Konoha. Even if they wanted to do something, they would have to wait until the Third Ninja War came. Besides, they were the furthest away from Konoha and they didn't want to be the one who stood out. And Uchiha Kagami almost single-handedly turned the tide of the battle. This immediately made him a hero of Konoha, and his reputation in Konoha skyrocketed, followed by Hitaki Sakumo. Then, it's Konoha Sunin. The most famous among them is not Tsunade and Jiraiya, but Orochimaru. Because during his time in Rain Shinobi Village, he controlled Hanzo to stabilize the battlefield situation, and also used Hanzo to deliver a lot of benefits to Konoha. Certainly. These are legitimate traits that are reasonable and compliant. Moreover, it was personally supervised by the leader of Rain Shinobi Village, so there were no loopholes. Moreover, he not only perfected impure world reincarnation during this period, but also strengthened his control and strength a lot. He no longer needs to stay in Rain Shinobi Village to monitor Hanzo. Night. Konoha Village. Inside the Hokage building. There was a hint of admiration on second Hokage's stern face. Not bad, not bad. Hanzo just reached a foreign trade deal with us, and it's still 50% higher than the market price. We Konoha will grow stronger again. What foreign trade? Jing asked curiously. It means transporting our Konoha village's souvenirs there, and Hanzo will buy them at a higher market price. Senju Tobirama said with a smile, originally, if we traded with other villages, our village would be exhausted if we earned more than 10 million taels, but now it has at least doubled. Ha ha ha, your idea was great. Rain Shinobi Village has indeed been a great help to us in Konoha. The resources consumed by the war will probably be recovered soon. Well. Uchiha Kagami looked helpless. If you do this, it won't be good for Rain Shinobi Village. Isn't 50% too much? Does Hanzo agree to this? It doesn't matter if he doesn't agree, but I won't do anything about it. Senju Tobirama said sincerely, one of the important reasons for the decline of talent in Rain Shinobi Village is the lack of enough elite ninja teachers to teach young children, so I lent him a group of people, which can be regarded as compensation. This compensation is worth it. It's no problem to pay 50% more. Uchiha Kagami nodded. After all, the major ninja villages even in peacetime. It is also impossible to train talents for other ninja villages casually. If the ninja war starts again in the future, wouldn't it be like picking a stone to shoot yourself in the foot? Only appropriate at this stage. It won't be certain until the follow-up. The two sides can actually complement each other. Senju Tobirama is still not at ease. I'm very relieved about Hanzo. Orochimaru has done well recently, but that kid named Nagato, are you sure it's okay to stay in Rain Shinobi Village? Wouldn't it be safer to bring him back to the village, train him for a period of time without becoming a ninja, and then replace Hanzo when he grows up? But that child doesn't want to come to Konoha. His parents were killed by our Konoha village ninjas, so he has a grudge in his heart. Jing said helplessly. Okay, I don't have to force it, as long as there are no accidents. Uchiha Kagami nodded perfunctorily. Suddenly I felt uncomfortable and rubbed my eyes with my hands. Senju Tobirama worried, "What's wrong? Are your eyes uncomfortable? Are you using Manjiki too often?" "It's a little bit, my eyesight has dropped a lot." Uchiha Kagami looked calm and said, "Haki, but it doesn't matter, it won't have much impact. Even if the war breaks out again in the future, I can still catch a few shadows for the village, no matter who the other party is." "Jing, thank you for your hard work." Senju Tobirama was so moved that he suddenly frowned and said dissatisfied, "By the way, didn't you say that brother's cells can help you? It's been so long. Orochimaru hasn't been researched yet? Can't do such a small thing well. I think this kid is not qualified for the position of third Hokage. Second brother, you." Uchiha Kagami shook his head and laughed. Just as he was about to say something, there was a knock on the door. I saw Orochimaru with slender purple eyeshadow walking in, showing a confident smile. "Second generation Isama, Kagami-sama. If I say that I have developed a Hashirama cell reagent that has no side effects, then am I qualified for the third Hokage?" Chapter 43 The Roots of Konoha, Hiruzen and Danzo are stupid. Hey? Really? Uchiha Kagami is not excited yet. Senju Tobirama changed his usual attitude and sat up directly. "Of course, Lord Second Generation." Orochimaru took out a green reagent and suppressed his excitement. "In order to perfectly match Mr. Kagami's cells, I stayed up all night to conduct human experiments, and finally completed the experiment in 7749 days. This Hashirama cell reagent will not only relieve Kagami-sama of Manjiki's burden, but also allow him to awaken first Hokage-sama's unique wood style." "What? Are you sure?" Senju Tobirama looked excited. "No one has learned my elder brother's wood style yet. Even the Senju clan is not sure." "Are you sure you can make the mirror awaken the wood style?" "Of course. I am a rigorous scientist and I will never talk nonsense." "What about intensity?" "It will be very strong, but it will not be stronger than first generation at the beginning, but as long as the strength of the mirror continues to grow, wood style will continue to strengthen." "Good boy, if you really succeed, I will designate you as the third Hokage." Senju Tobirama is no longer calm. Wood style, he knows very well how powerful wood style is. Although the third brother is strong enough, he even has the same potential as Madara. But Madara, who is as strong as Uchiha, was not defeated by her elder brother's wood style. In the Valley of the End, Madara even cooperated with the power of Nine Tails, but she still couldn't beat him. This is enough to prove the power of wood style. Certainly. The strength of wood style lies in the individual. Rather than the wood style itself, the potential of the mirror goes without saying. Nowadays, Chakra is not weaker than his elder brother. Once Manjiki is no longer loaded, it is not impossible to cooperate with wood style to achieve the unification of the ninja world. "Orochimaru, give it to me." "Good. Second brother, don't you try first." "It's okay, it doesn't matter, I trust Orochimaru." Uchiha Kagami didn't take a second look. A solution filled with Hashirama cells was injected. After a while, he felt powerful life force filling his body, and even the Hashirama cells were very strong. But Hashirama's face does not appear on his body. "Is it done?" Tobirama asked expectantly. "Second brother, I have become a master, and wood style has also awakened." Uchiha Kagami extended her hand. Green buds representing life immediately sprouted from his hands. This immediately made Tobirama ecstatic, and Orochimaru was also the same, but he became even more grateful for the mirror. After all, these are Hashirama cells. And the concentration is almost infinitely close to Hashirama. Although he successfully developed it, he lacks confidence. The other party actually believed in him completely and injected the reagent directly into his body. But as everyone knows, Jing is more confident than him. Why? Because in these few months, Uchiha Kagami kept communicating with him and gained a lot of favorability. It's already over 50 points, and they are as close friends as Jiraiya, but that's not the point. The point is, when the relationship escalates, he gained a new aura characteristic, Science of the Ninja World. Science of the Ninja World, as long as the theory conforms to scientific logic, the experiment will be successful on you. He himself does not have any scientific knowledge. But as long as he stays next to Orochimaru, he can develop the desired experimental results under the influence of the aura. This epic Hashirama reagent is naturally its product. The moment this potion appeared, he knows better than anyone whether this thing will work. Good guy. The system said it was successful, is it still false? Of course, this halo characteristic is not about getting what you want. First of all, it is in line with scientific logic and theory. Anything that does not follow scientific logic will fail. Therefore, it took Orochimaru so long. In fact, if we really count, his previous personal research plus his influence lasted at least half a year. But Orochimaru doesn't know this. I was so moved that I gave him a few more favorability points. Ding! System hint. Favorability plus 3 from Orochimaru, 30 points of chakra, software modification, Orochimaru body replacement technique. Well, this is a bit pervert, but it's not useless. Uchiha Kagami complained in his heart, it's just that it's better not to use it. After all, I spit out snakes, snakes spit out me, and my drawing style of spitting out swords doesn't suit my style. Mirror, I plan to nominate a third Hokage candidate now. Senju Tobirama made a quick decision. Orochimaru has made such a great contribution and is indispensable to Konoha and even the entire ninja world. Orochimaru, are you ready to be a Hokage? Ah! Orochimaru was stunned. I was overwhelmed with joy for a moment. Uchiha Kagami also didn't expect that Tobirama would be so decisive. No, second brother, is it too early now? The war has just ended. Will there be any bad effects if you abdicate so early? No, not early at all. Senju Tobirama said earnestly, you have forgotten that I am already 60 years old. Do I really have to wait until death to abdicate? Konoha is now prosperous, and the replacement of Hokage will prove that our village has no shortage of talents. Not to mention Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Hiruzen, Danzo, who among them can't be a Hokage based on their strength. Other villages don't have this background at all, so there won't be any bad influence. But the high-level meeting will be held later. I want to reveal the news among my own people first, so that the village can accept the news of the third Hokage candidate in advance. Call Hiruzen and Danzo here. Good. Soon. Shimura Danz and Sarutobi Hiruzen are here. Orochimaru was a little embarrassed to face the teacher, so he did not appear in front of him. Mirror stood next to second generation differently than usual, constantly giving them hints with his eyes. Hiruzen and Danzo were both excited. Could it be that Kagami was going to fulfill his promise and elect them as the third Hokage? Knew it. The teacher hasn't given up on them yet. Thank you Uchiha Kagami, thank you teacher for your love. The inner activities of the two were very rich, but Senju Tobirama then said, Hiruzen, Danzo, I plan to let Orochimaru be the third Hokage, you don't have any objections, right? And Kagea picked Orochimaru, I think it's a perfect fit. Hiruzen and Danzo are stupid. Apparently, he was so shocked by this news that he couldn't wrap his head around it. After a while, the two of them calmed down. No matter how stupid they are, they now understand that both of them were deceived by Jing. The old man. Although Hiruzen felt uncomfortable. But after all, Orochimaru is his disciple, so it's not unacceptable. Danzo felt aggrieved, and he looked very unwilling. Teacher, Orochimaru has a very cold personality. I think it may be detrimental to Konoha in the future. I think we can replace him with another Hokage candidate. I know, but there's no need to change. Senju Tobirama thought for a moment and said resolutely, we only need to create a special organization to supervise the current Hokage. I named this organization, Root, the Root of Konoha. As long as the roots are not cut off, Konoha will be rejuvenated again. Even if the Hokage dares to harm the village, the leader of the root can be killed first and then punished. Who do you think is suitable? Hiruzen, I think Danzo is suitable. Danzo, teacher, I can be the leader of the roots. Tobirama, no, you are not strong enough, let Kage do it. Danzo. Chapter 44 Shimura Dan's, Uchiha Kagami, just wait. Teacher, but... Danzo gritted his teeth and said, didn't Jing's eyesight deteriorate? He will soon be blind. How can he be qualified as a leader with roots? So what if my eyesight is diminished? Senju Tobirama said without any doubt, I think you have seen Kage's performance in the war this time. He almost single-handedly reversed the direction of the war and minimized the losses of Konoha. With such penultimate military exploits, it is more than enough to be the leader of general. I have never been a partial person. Danzo, how many military exploits do you have? Me. Danzo felt extremely aggrieved. He has no military exploits, so isn't it possible that all opportunities have been given to others? Especially the time when Konoha-sunen fought Hanzo. Who would have thought that Konoha-sunen could make a name for himself? At first, almost no one except Kagami was optimistic about them, but if he had been braver and fought for it with Hiruzen. Isn't that what military exploits are all about? It might not be difficult to create two prides of Konoha. But everyone knows that the reason why Danzo has so few military exploits is simply because of his cowardice. He never thought that the reason why he failed to catch up last time was because he was timid and did not dare to face Hanzo, who was known as the pinnacle of the ninja world, like Jiraiya and the others. Danzo has also been on the battlefield, but he has always dealt with those miscellaneous soldiers. Whenever he encounters a famous one, he retreats. It's okay for him to be a coward, he also thinks that he is the future of Konoha. Then there will be no one to succeed the Hokage, and Konoha will decline without him. This was the truest thought in his heart. He felt that only by becoming Hokage could Konoha reach its peak. He never felt that he was wrong. Teacher, what about Assistant Hokage? Danzo regained hope and said hurriedly, with my ability, I can definitely serve as a Hokage assistant. Orochimaru is still young and needs experienced people to assist him. I can make him the best Hokage. Danzo, are you so obsessed with power? Danzo said blankly, hey? Teacher. Senju Tobirama seriously reprimanded, I have no doubt about your ability, but you are too obsessed with power. Do you have to obtain power to contribute to Konoha? There are so many outstanding ninjas in the village. Their rights are even lower than yours, but they are not afraid of sacrificing anything to do things for Konoha. Do you have to get rights before you are willing to do things? Or are you just greedy for power and enjoying the satisfaction that power brings you? In fact, you don't care about Konoha at all. No. No, teacher, I'm not. You disappoint me so much. Get out. Teacher, I didn't. I'll let you out. Danzo stood there stunned. The second generation looked at the stern scolding, and Hiruzen remained silent next to it. His whole body felt as if his soul had been hit by an indescribable blow, and he turned around and left the Hokage building while stumbling. And Hiruzen is also worried about his friend's condition. After bowing to the teacher, he went to chase Danzo. Senju Tobirama rubbed his eyebrows and sighed, Third brother, did I do something wrong? They are all my disciples, do they really deny me any power? Second brother, you did nothing wrong. Uchiha Kagami shook his head and said, you also know Danzo's temperament. He will not risk his life for Konoha. He is just greedy for the position of Hokage. If you really give him too many rights, it will cause Konoha huge and unpredictable losses. Only by solving the root cause can Konoha be worry-free. Okay, root organization members, who are you planning to recruit? Tobirama asked again. Let's select some elites from the Uchiha clan. They are excellent in all aspects. Grandmaster Sharingan. No one is more suitable than them. Okay, you can figure it out yourself. Senju Tobirama did not refuse. Because the war is over, the Uchiha clan no longer serves as the Konoha police department. The Hyuga clan is replaced by the Hyuga clan to maintain law and order, and although he does not like the Uchiha clan, the root organization except supervises the Hokage. It mainly conducts a series of secret missions such as intelligence, missions, and assassinations to the outside world. Therefore, there is almost no conflict with the village, and with the presence of Uchiha Kagami, he believes that those Uchiha will not mess around. Konoha Village. On the telephone pole. Danzo stared blankly at the Hokage rock without saying a word. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared at this time and stood on the telephone pole next to him, thinking for a long time not knowing how to comfort him. Danzo, don't blame the teacher, he has his own reasons too. What's the reason? Danzo's eyes became more and more gloomy. I am his disciple. I have followed him for so many years. Why in the end, I have nothing. Hiruzen, don't forget, you had a chance to inherit the third Hokage. But since the mirror saved the teacher, everything has changed. Yes, everything has changed. The teacher's eyes no longer fall on us, your Hokage position is gone, and my Hokage assistant has also been ruined. Who do you think is responsible for all of this? I have no idea. Hiruzen felt aggrieved. But he is an honest person and does not want to slander others behind their backs. Haha, just deceive yourself. Danzo sneered. Uchiha Kagami, it was him. Ever since he saved the teacher seems to have changed. Everything must be discussed with Jing. You and I are like air. If this is the case, I can still accept it. But Uchiha Kagami promised me at the beginning. He promised me that when the time comes, he will elect me to be the third Hokage, but now he has gone back on his promise. How dare he do this to me? How dare he? Ah. Well, he also agreed to elect me. Danzo was stunned for a moment, and then said angrily, this old man, he not only deceived us, but also squeezed us out of the center of power. Now he even encouraged the teacher to form the root organization and made him the leader of the root organization. Uchiha Kagami can kill Hokage first and then strike back. What is the concept of this? Doesn't this mean that he is superior to Hokage? In the future, Hokage will be controlled by him at will. Such Konoha, what future will there be in the future? If you don't let me be the Hokage, Konoha will decline sooner or later. Hiruzen sighed helplessly. Although what Danzo said is right, some of it is actually wrong. He thinks that Uchiha Kagami instigated the second generation project, but the teacher is not someone who can be instigated easily. Since he did so, he must have his own considerations. As for Danzo as Hokage, Hiruzen actually disagrees even more because he knows his best friend well. His personality is a bit too extreme, and he is actually not suitable for being a Hokage, but he can't hurt their feelings by saying so. Hiruzen, do you think I'm being extreme? Danzo asked suddenly. I didn't. Hiruzen quibbled. Sure enough, even you think so. You are my best friend. How could I be extreme? I am all for Konoha. I know, you are here for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt tired. He has now understood the other person's heart. When he had to deal with Hanzo, he still had the courage to go on the offensive, but as a good friend, Danzo just said nothing. Doesn't this explain the problem? Since you don't dare to sacrifice for Konoha, how can you talk about doing it for Konoha? Too lazy to be serious with him and tired of comforting him, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and left, leaving Danzo alone in a daze. Okay. Okay. Do this to me. Danzo gradually became ferocious in his heart. Uchiha Kagami, you dare to trick me. I won't let you go, just wait for me. Chapter 45 Uchiha Kagami, Sakumo, give it as you like. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 4 years have passed. Konoha 41, Summer, Uchiha Clan Land. In the huge courtyard of the Patriarch, 2 young men were competing in sword skills. Clang! Dang! 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 Although the 2 are not very old, but his sword skills are already very proficient, no less than those of ninjas who have graduated for many years. One of them had a lumpy nose, a pair of big black eyes, and the sword skills in his hand were dazzling. Constantly approaching the opponent, trying to find the opponent's weaknesses. The other one had short silver-white hair and was holding a white ninja sword to keep resisting. Although he was a little embarrassed, he was still outstanding. Fire style great fireball technique. Water style water barrier. The young man saw that his sword skills could not defeat the opponent. He immediately retreated a few steps, quickly formed seals with his hands, and the fireball collided with the water wall. A large amount of water mist evaporated immediately. Soon, they reached a stalemate. Logically speaking, the 2 are similar in age, and their sword skills are from the same school. There should be no one who is stronger than anyone else, but Shisui is from the Uchiha clan and is born with more chakra than ordinary ninjas. And Kakashi simply couldn't stay in a stalemate for too long. Finally, his legs and feet went weak and he almost fell to the ground. But Shisui stepped aside, supported him and sat next to him, making Kakashi a little frustrated. It's so difficult. I still can't beat you. I'm still too weak. Shisui encouraged me gently, you are very strong, but I have more chakra than you. When we grow up, with more chakra, it will not be so easy to tell the winner. All right. The 2 teenagers looked at each other and smiled. Arriving at the back of the courtyard, there are 2 wooden wicker chairs. Uchiha Kagami and Hitaki Sakumo were drinking iced juice leisurely. After a while, they finally recovered. Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Both of them clapped in unison. Wow, what a hearty battle! Uchiha Kagami said gently, you are worthy of being my Shisui, and worthy of being the son of White Fang. Your talent is indeed very strong. In the future, you may have the opportunity to be a Hokage. Thank you, Uncle Jing, for your praise. Kakashi was a little shy. I haven't thought about being a Hokage or anything. Anyway, my goal is to catch up with Shisui. Ha ha ha, what a good boy, he knows how to be satisfied. Uchiha Kagami blinked. Sakumo, you really gave birth to a good son. Even my uncle is envious. I envy you. Don't think I don't know that Shisui knows more than that. Hitaki swordsmanship is just the basics. Sakumo said helplessly, Kakashi is still far behind. How about being a Hokage? This is a bit too much. Please stop praising me. Children can easily become proud. Haha. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with encouraging education. Besides, Kakashi is really excellent. This is a fact. Uchiha Kagami smiled half-heartedly and said, besides, Kakashi is really qualified to be a Hokage. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Right. If Kakashi could be the Hokage, the Hitaki family's ancestral graves would be filled with smoke. Hitaki Sakumo shrugged. He didn't care, even though he had the talent to see through other people's talents. But it is not a prophecy, so it cannot predict the future. In his eyes, although Kakashi has good talent, if there are no other opportunities, the upper limit is the level of elite Genin. But his Sakumo's current prestige, already second only to second Hokage and Kagami, but Orochimaru took over as early as the year before last. Second Hokage retreats behind the scenes, which makes him, to a certain extent, the most powerful among the veteran ninjas. Plus the operation of the mirror. Get some good ninjutsu resources for Kakashi. This made him very grateful for Jing's help and regarded him as his best friend. Shisui, come to Grandpa's arms. Okay. Shisui smiled. Sitting in Uchiha Kagami's arms. He liked his grandpa's arms very much and felt warm every time. And since Uchiha Kagami became a grandfather, he has become more gentle. I have to say that it is really sweet to have a grandson. Well, it smells better than my son. Now, when Shisui is still little, she can still hold her and rub her, but when she grows up, she won't be able to. Not to mention that the world of Hokage is so precociously drawn that children aged 4 or 5 look like teenagers, and teenagers look like they are in their 20s. By the time the next war breaks out, it will probably only be a few years away. Shisui was lying in his arms eating grapes, with curiosity on his young face. Grandpa, I want to know, how did you and Uncle Sakumo join forces to defeat the third Kazekage and finally bring them back to the village? I also want to know. Kakashi also raised his hands and said excitedly, this is the battle for fame between two uncles. Father, are you, as the rumors say, using our Hitaki sword skills, to force the third Kazekage to retreat? Well. Hitaki Sakumo was embarrassed. Although he was not weak at the time, he did not have cage-level strength at all. Not to mention the one who is known as the strongest wind shadow. At that time, he was actually no different from paddling, and his cooperation was a bit useless. But no matter what. Under Konoha's momentum, Sakumo was blown away. Coupled with Kage's repeated impressive achievements after that, the ninja world thought that he was also very awesome, and even had the terrifying ability to capture Kage alive. To be honest, he's really not that strong. What the FK? It's all slander, slander. Seeing his father silent, Kakashi couldn't sit still. Of course, Hitaki swordsmanship is the top swordsmanship in the ninja world. At that time, Sakumo chopped the sand iron of the third Kazekage with one sword. Uchiha Kagami smiled and patted his forehead, then with my Sharingan's subsequent cooperation, we jointly won the third Kazekage. Your father is very strong. Otherwise, why are you called the two heroes of Konoha with me? Really? Sakumo. Having said this, Uchiha Kagami also turned his head and blinked at Sakumo. Hitaki Sakumo smiled stiffly and said insincerely, yes, that was indeed the case at the time, but it was mainly because of the mirror. Sure enough. I knew my father was awesome. Kakashi clenched his fists. Her young face was full of admiration. The same is true for Shisui. After all, there is no need to brag about Kage's strength. No matter which battle is shown, it is a legend that can hardly be replicated, and my grandfather is also the most awesome. The two teenagers are very active. After not staying long, we went to the corner to play together. After they left, Hitaki Sakumo wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Mirror, the outside world has praised me as a god. What if I really take on an S-level mission, but I fail and get beaten? I don't care about winning or losing, but I don't want to lose face in front of my children. It doesn't matter, you can give it away as you like, I'll take care of Kakashi for you. Chapter 46 The young Minato turns into a seductress. You're kidding, we are all veteran ninjas. Uchiha Kagami smiled, I won't send out missions casually. Besides, there are so many S-level missions. Don't worry. Kage-sama, Sakumo-sama. Suddenly, an Anbu appears in front of them. He looked very respectful and said anxiously, sorry, the new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was lost and kidnapped by Cloud Shinobi Village. It's been half a day. Second generation Misama has issued an S-class mission. I hope Sakumo-sama will dispatch as soon as possible to recapture Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. What? Hitaki Sakumo was shocked. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was lost? How did it get lost? Uchiha Kagami suddenly frowned and said with a sharp expression, such an important person is left unguarded? There are so many police officers in Konoha, and the Hyuga clan is just doing nothing, but they actually let Cloud Shinobi Village sneak in. I'm sorry, Master Jing, I don't know either. Okay, I'm not mad at you. Sakumo doesn't know how to fly Thunder God. When we get there, Nine Tails will become the village next door. I'll go by myself. You tell the second brother, he won't blame you. Nine Tails, I will bring it back. Yes, Lord Mirror. Mirror, thanks. Sakumo also breathed a sigh of relief, but frowned and said, but the other party has been away for a long time, and the area is so large. How are you going to search for it? The method is very simple. Mirror closed her eyes. A faint white light emitted from the body. The spirit body emits mental waves that sweep across the entire ninja world. He immediately found the target, raised his hand and threw out the flying thunder god darts continuously, and disappeared after a few jumps. Night. Fire Nation. On the northeastern border. A red-haired girl was tied up all over. Whirlpool Kushina walked step by step with her head lowered and helpless. She was very desperate inside. This is already the closest border to the Kingdom of Thunder. As long as you cross the border, it won't take long to reach the enemy's territory. By the time, I was completely hopeless. Even if she was smart enough to leave her hair down and give Konoha a clue to follow, it was still unknown whether she could find it. So tired, so sleepy. Kushina felt very tired. After walking for a long time, she fell to the ground. But she was roughly pulled up by the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village. Looking at the bright moon shining in the night sky, Kushina became more and more sad. And at this moment, in the darkness not far away, Uchiha Kagami watched silently. When he was about to take action, he found a handsome young man with yellow hair quietly following behind the 4 or 5 ninjas in Rain Shinobi Village. Hey! Isn't this the protagonist's father? Uchiha Kagami suddenly remembered something and thought to himself, is this scene the highlight of his heroic rescue of the beauty? These ninjas are just genin, and Minato can handle it well enough. And it seems that it was because of saving Kushina. The two fell in love, and the protagonist Naruto was born from their union. It would be a bit bad if he interfered in advance and ruined the relationship between the two of them, and Naruto couldn't be born. So, he watched silently. And not long after, Minato took action and acted very decisively. Without any mercy. He raised his hand and took away each and every Cloud Shinobi ninja, leaving only the last enemy in the blink of an eye. Just as Minato approached quietly, he planned to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, a sudden change occurred, and the ninja actually discovered him. He raised his hand to knock his kunai away, and pinched his wrist with his right hand. This reaction speed made Minato look surprised. You're not Chunin? Who are you? I am the head of the Cloud Shinobi Ninja. In order to take down the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, I personally led the Jainin team. Otherwise, how could I have concealed it from the Hyuga clan? I thought no one would come to save her, but I didn't expect that a genius boy from Konoha would be recruited. Go to hell. Cloud Shinobi smiled grimly. Killing intent burst out from his eyes, and the blade was covered with lightning-style chakra. This technique is undoubtedly at Jainin's level. He can't stop such a sharp attack, and the shadow of death hangs over his head. Poof! However, the next second, a red light flashed. The blade was defeated easily, and someone cut it in half with a single blow. With a plop, the broken body fell to the ground. Cloud Shinobi held his head, vomiting blood, fear, and despair. Konoha's red flash. I didn't expect you to be here. I didn't die unjustly. It's a pity. Nine Tails, Uchiha Kagami looked him up and down, and couldn't help but murmur in his mind, it's actually Jainin? Or Cloud Shinobi, isn't this guy the one who kidnapped Hinata in the first place? This will make everything fine and avoid future troubles. It was 3 ninja battles at the beginning. Originally, Cloud Shinobi Village came to Konoha to sign a truce agreement. As a result, the ninja who sneaked into the Hyuga family and tried to kidnap Hyuga's eldest daughter was beaten to death on the spot by the Hyuga clan leader, and was bitten back and asked Konoha to compensate. At that time, Hiruzen succeeded to the throne in order to prevent Konoha from falling into war again. At the same time, in order to weaken the Hyuga clan, the clan leader had no choice but to let his younger brother take the blame. Hisashi was willing to die, but this did not prevent the conflict between the branch house and the clan from intensifying. The death of Hyuga Hisashi also made Niji hate the clan. But now, it seems to have been resolved in advance. Kagami has no interest in the Hyuga clan, but Hisashi is okay if he doesn't die. He has no other purpose, he simply wants Niji to have a father, nothing more. And the moment I saw the mirror, Minato was immediately overjoyed and showed admiration. "Mirror-sama, why are you here?" As expected of Red Flash, a flying thunder god can kill Jainin. The flying thunder god technique is really amazing, and it's great that second generation created it. Really? Want to learn? I'll teach you. Hey? Really? The boy Minato was overjoyed. Just as she was about to say something, Kushina was about to faint from exhaustion. Minato ducked in front of her, not only helped the girl up, but also held her in his arms, holding a strand of red hair in his hand. Kushina was stunned. "Is this my hair?" Minato looked down and showed a sunny smile. "Your red hair is very beautiful. I noticed it immediately and came to save you alone." Kushina tilted her head arrogantly. "I don't need your help." Minato smiled softly. "I know, you are very strong. Both in terms of strength and heart, but I can't control my body and I want to save you, so I came." "Nonsense." Kushina blushed. Uchiha Kagami was silent on the surface. "But in my mind, I only made a 6. Minato is really talented. This high-end seduction technique puts even him to shame. Naruto is such a dull boy. How come he didn't inherit anything from his father? P.S. The original Hiruzen is in office. Not just because of fear of another war, not just because of cowardice. According to the official setting, at the celebration banquet hosted by Hiruzen at the end of the Third War, the Uchiha clan sent people to attend the celebration banquet, but the Hyuga clan sent no one to attend because of Princess Hinata's birthday. There is a reason for Hiruzen's dissatisfaction. But it does not prevent the old man from being internal or external, making Konoha feel aggrieved, and there is something wrong with the way he handles it. Chapter 47 Uchiha Kagami's Murderous Intention. The Secret of Magic. The girl's blushing face. Minato was stunned by her beautiful cheeks. "You look so pretty when you blush." "You're talking nonsense." "I'm serious, you are the prettiest I have ever seen." "Enough." Uchiha Kagami couldn't stand it anymore. "You two, stop showing off your affection to me here. Tell me in detail, why were you kidnapped? The Hyuga clan's police department, why didn't they find you? And why did the barrier fail?" "That," Kushina said with a guilty conscience, "it's not that the barrier of the village has failed, it's that I happened to be unhappy and went to play outside the village, and it was a bit far away, so I was kidnapped by the Cloud Shinobi village ninja. It's all my fault. I'm willing to accept the punishment." You can't blame Kushina. Someone in the village bullied her and thought she was a red-haired monster. That's why she ran away. She didn't mean it. The young man Minato defended. "If it's punishment, punish me. I'm willing to bear any punishment for her. I don't want it." The girl's face turned red again. But she still twisted her body very proudly. Uchiha Kagami didn't want to watch anymore, so he went back with Minato and Kushina. For the sake of clarity, second generation did not punish them, even though both of them had graduated several years ago. But Minato's rescue was successful, which is considered to be a balance between merit and demerit. Only Jing was puzzled as to why Cloud Shinobi Village was so stubborn. After losing so miserably in the second Shinobu battle, he actually dared to steal the Nine Tails Jinchuriki this time. Didn't his family also have a Jinchuriki? While he was walking and thinking, suddenly he frowned, and he noticed a vague sense of peeping, just when he was about to use his spiritual perception. A girl grinned innocently. "Hey, did you find me? Are you White Zetsu? You got it right. As a reward, can you give me a piece of shit?" Uchiha Kagami's face was filled with questions. But after thinking for a moment, he understood the other party's true identity. It's not just White Zetsu, but Afei, who is different from most White Zetsu, is very curious about things with strong taste like poop. But he is also the most special White Zetsu. In the original 4-war package, Yamato used a low-end version of True several thousand hands to stop Gamura's shadow, and his combat power must be above Kyokage's. And the appearance of the other party. Let him guess a little. Uchiha Kagami chuckled. "Madara asked you to spy on me? Worry, I regret it, right? Ale, you are so smart, but don't say it so harshly. After all, we are all partners who will work together in the future." Afei licked the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but said, "As a gift for our meeting, I will give you the information you want, and you will give me a piece of your shit. Speak quickly. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you." Well, the reason why Cloud Shinobi Village kidnapped Nine Tails Jinchuriki is because their village's 8 tails went berserk some time ago and they haven't found a suitable new Jinchuriki yet. No wonder. Uchiha Kagami suddenly understood. In other words, Killer Bee has become 8 tails Jinchuriki for the time being. At this time, Killer Bee seems to be only 9 years old. It seems that he has just become the partner of 4th Raikage in the future, but his potential as a perfect Jinchuriki has not yet been discovered. Is there any other information? Jing asked. Gone. No, you still have it. Uchiha Kagami wears the aura of Jaininkai no darkness. Immediately, his temperament became gloomy. This temperament made Afei's scalp numb and he couldn't help but speak. Because your eyesight is declining, there is a risk of blindness. Madara-sama plans to choose another plan executor. The target is a child named Obito, who seems to be about the same age as your grandson. Oh, keep talking. In addition, Madara-sama. No, I can't say, no. Madara-sama also asked me to monitor Shisui, because you attach great importance to him, and he hopes to control your grandson, to prevent Project Tsuki no Mi from happening. Madara, you are looking for death. Hear this. Uchiha Kagami's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The chakra faintly spread out, and cracks appeared on the ground. Anyone? You can't even touch Shisui. Even if that person is Uchiha Madara, he's going to make him pay. This powerful aura shocked Afei, causing his whole body to tremble. Are you going to FG go blind? It's so fierce. I can't do it anymore. I'm going to pee. No, I don't have the urge to pee, I'm going to poop. Well, I can't seem to pull it out. I don't have a skin swallow, and I don't have ARM. Anyway, the Lun family is so scared, so scared. And now Uchiha Kagami. After injecting Hashirama cells, Awakening Wood-style Mangeki had no side effects. In the past few years, the popularity of passersby has increased, causing his chakra volume to accumulate to 500,000 points, and his strength is not much worse than the normal Hashirama. Now, the only thing missing is the magic. As long as he has magic, he has nothing to fear even if Madara resurrects him. But here comes the problem. The Senjutsu of Mount Maiboku and Rika Cave both have their own shortcomings. One will have frog eyes and the other will have dragon horns. But it's not just about appearance. Although Naruto also learned the senjutsu from Mount Maiboku, the senjutsu blessing was not very strong. Even if Kabuto later learned Rikake's senjutsu, he was completely tortured by the two brothers Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke, and was completely inferior to Hashirama's senjutsu. But where did Hashirama's senjutsu come from? A sacred place rarely mentioned in the original work, Shiju Forest. However, Mount Maiboku, Shijulan, and Rikacave are all sacred places. Logically speaking, the increase in senjutsu will not be much different. So why is it so outrageous for Hashirama to learn senjutsu? It can be deduced from this. The strength of the magic increase still depends on the individual's strength. Naruto's massive chakra comes from 9 tails, but he doesn't have much individual chakra. Excluding the 9 tails mode, Naruto's individual strength is actually inferior to Hashirama, so the increase in senjutsu is not that outrageous. Certainly. In addition to the 3 holy places, there is another possibility. That is, Hashirama is born as a sage body. Not only can he heal without seals, but he can also absorb natural energy without going to a holy place. And the self-created magic is definitely more compatible with itself, and it is understandable that the increase will be larger. But these two, no matter which one, he needs to slowly verify it. Afei waved his hand and said cautiously, "This boss, those words were said by Madara and have nothing to do with me. Can I leave?" "You can leave, but bring a message to him for me." "Boss, tell me. Don't try to control everything, or it will come back to bite you." Uchiha Kagami said coldly, "Let Madara wait patiently for Project Tsuki no Mi to be launched. I will look for opportunities to resurrect him in the future, but I dare not touch a hair on Shisui. I will make him regret living in this world." Note: the source of Hashirama's senjutsu is not mentioned in the original work. But most of the secondary settings come from the Wet Bone Forest. After all, Tsunade signed a contract with the summoning beast of the Wet Bone Forest, so it is reasonable. But it is not a lie to be born with the body of an immortal. Because Zhongyu's bloodline is the body of an immortal, and he is most likely a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, he can naturally absorb natural energy and can easily go berserk. The curse seals are all low-end versions derived from Zhongyu. There are such cases. Hashirama is the reincarnation of Ashura and is born with a sage body. It stands to reason that the 3 major holy places will all have changes in appearance. After all, Mount Maiboku and Rikacave both have it, so it's impossible for the Shigu Forest to be special, right? Therefore the second possibility is relatively high. Some people may question that all the senjutsu and Sage of Six Paths were learned from Gamamaru, but this is a second TV creation and cannot be counted as the original setting. The original manga is Rinnegan Hagoro Romo, and the birth of Sage Body is confirmed. Chapter 48 Uchiha Kagami, second brother, Madara is not dead yet. The Land of Wind, Tsunagakuer. This is one of the poorest great ninja villages in the ninja world. Due to the year-round sandy environment, the entire Tsunagakuer is miserable, and even the film industry has to find ways to make money. As the strongest Kazekage, the magnet style in one hand can crush minerals, and selling minerals has become his main way to make money. But now he couldn't care about that, because he was captured alive in the second ninja battle, which caused his prestige in the village to plummet. Plus Ebi's push. In the past few days, he had to choose the candidate for 4th Kazekage. And Ebis will also fight against him. This is actually not much different from civil strife, because even his death will follow him. Konoha Village. Uchiha Tribe Land. Jing returned to the courtyard and sat down not long ago. Senju Tobirama knocked on the door and came in. Uchiha Kagami hurriedly stood up to greet him, pretending to be angry. "Second brother, why are you here? You too, tell me in advance. I will send someone to pick you up. Don't worry about your body. I'm old, it's not like I can't move. Besides, if you let the evil Uchiha, let those people pick me up, you might as well let me come here by myself. Senju Tobirama's words made him laugh. Since the second generation project has been put behind the scenes, the two often talk all night long. But it is precisely because of Uchiha Kagami, otherwise he would not take the initiative to come to the Uchiha clan land. Even if he eats shit, it would be impossible. It is not easy to get him to make these changes. The two were sitting on chairs facing each other. Even though they were 35 years apart in age, Senju Tobirama regarded the mirror as his own brother. We can even say, in a way, more trust than Hashirama. Why? Because the establishment of root tissue gives the mirror very great rights. As the leader of root, Uchiha Kagami is no less than the real leader of Konoha. After all, as long as the current Hokage makes any threatening move against Konoha, it can be strangled in the cradle. As for the daimyo? Haha. The daimyo has the right to name the Hokage's position. But he has no right to let Konoha change the leader of the root, so as long as the root is there, Hokage will not threaten Konoha. As for the mirror person, Tobirama trusts him completely, he trusts him unconditionally. The mirror will never threaten Konoha, and it will never let Konoha decline. Of course, the reason why Jing is so calm is that the favorability between the two of them is almost full, almost 99 points. Second brother, why did you come to see me? Jing asked curiously. I noticed that you broke out chakra, although it wasn't much, but you seemed to be enraged. This is the first time I noticed that you were so angry. What was the reason? Tobirama asked. It's nothing, second brother, you think too much. Really? Real? Okay, then let me ask you. Senju Tobirama glanced at the flame fan hanging on the wall, and his expression became serious. I remember that when Uchiha Madara left Konoha, he took away a large number of ninja tools from the Uchiha clan, including this flame fan. So, where did you get it? Well. Uchiha Kagami was stunned for a second. He glanced at the flame ball fan and looked slightly unnatural. Second brother. You are so observant. I just accidentally picked up this fan on the roadside when I went to Kirigakure before. Picked it up? Okay, let me ask you. Senju Tobirama spoke again. I originally asked you to investigate Third Mizukage, but you took your own initiative and brought him back. You explained it specifically for yourself. I didn't notice anything was wrong at first. Later, I sent Anbu to Kirigakure secretly to investigate, and found that the Third Mizukage seemed to have different habits a few years ago, but this subtle difference. The people in Kirigakure did not notice it. But according to my experience, there is a high probability that it was controlled by illusion. Was it you? I did it, I admit it. Why? Second brother, I don't want to lie to you. Uchiha Kagami gritted his teeth. For the first time, he showed his true feelings. Then don't lie to me, Jing. I regard you as my brother. Senju Tobirama said with a low expression, so I cannot target Uchiha, I can cancel the power of their police department. To be honest, if the eldest brother is alive, he may doubt who is the real brother. Danzo and Hiruzen are not suitable to be Hokage, okay. I listen to you, you said Orochimaru is suitable, okay, I still listen to you. Mirror, Tobirama, ask yourself. I haven't treated you badly in these years, right? Right. Then why can't you tell me? Senju Tobirama couldn't hide his sadness. Of course this is your right. I also believe that you will not harm Konoha, and I will not take office again, depriving you of your rights. I will never do that. But the mirror. I don't have many years to live, you know. Okay, second brother, let me tell you, okay. Uchiha Kagami couldn't bear it anymore. When you asked me to investigate Kirigakure, I actually met Uchiha Madara, and the flame ball fan was snatched back from him. The Third Mizukage was controlled by me at first, but was later taken away by him. Senju Tobirama was no longer calm. You mean Madara is still alive? And you also fought against him? No, I know you are very strong, but will it not be enough to face Uchiha Madara? It was just a clone. My strength was average at the time, but I still defeated him. Uchiha Kagami said confidently. Now, after many years, with my current strength, even if I meet Madara at his peak, even if I can't win, I won't lose. Then Madara returns again. What's the purpose? For Project Tsuki no Mi, but what do you say about this plan? In fact, it is not very useful. That pretty much explains it. Tobirama roughly understood it, but was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, he will be tired of it in a few years, so these things can just make the lens hurt. Anyway, the lens will not let Konoha decline. And it seems that Tobirama is not interested. Uchiha Kagami didn't think so. When the time comes, not only you, the second brother, but also the eldest brother will also come to help. Stopping Uchiha Madara is no big deal. But those who claim to be Tsutsuki, the heavenly beings, are more difficult to deal with than the last. I am not sure. While the two were chatting happily, suddenly, with a swoosh, someone appeared. Anbu knelt down on one knee and said with a respectful expression, Master Second Generation, I have urgent information to report to you. Explain. There is civil unrest in Tsunagakure. Well, what's the result? No. Not very clear. Aren't you talking nonsense? I didn't know there was civil strife in Tsunagakure. Senju Tobirama rolled his eyes at him. This frightened Anbu to death, and Uchiha Kagami put on the halo of darkness of the ninja world and showed a gentle smile. Don't be afraid, second generation will not eat people. Think about it carefully. I know, you have information. Now reorganize the language report. I really want to remember. Anbu replied, as a result of the civil strife, the third Kazekage failed to keep its position, and someone became the fourth Kazekage. Well, your name is Luo Sha, right? That, it's not, it's called Scorpion. What the hell? Scorpion? Did you make a mistake? What about Luo Sha? Jing asked. Anboi reported, Raza was wanted by Tsunagakure for the crime of assassinating third Kazekage, and now he has defected. Uchiha Kagami, oh. P.S. The manuscript has been deposited and sent out. 100,000 words, life and death, destiny and wealth are in the sky, I hope not to rush into the street. Asking for some free gifts to generate electricity for love, I will update you all as needed, thanks, Omega. Chapter 49, Forced to be the king of two pillars, pretending to be awesome all the way and getting hammered all the way. Luo Sha defected. Or because of the assassination of the third Kazekage. But Scorpion took over and became the fourth Kazekage. Uchiha Kagami feels a little confused. Why doesn't this plot follow the routine? Shouldn't it be that Scorpion assassinated the third Kazekage, causing him to defect, and Raza ascended to become the fourth Kazekage? What the hell is this? Senju Tobirama was surprised why the mirror was shocked, and couldn't help but ask, Third brother, what are you shocked about? There is civil strife in Tsunagakure. Isn't it normal to choose fourth Kazekage? Why did you seem to be sure that it was Luo Shaitang fourth Kazekage? And not the one named Scorpion? Is there any inside story in this? I'll explain to you later. Uchiha Kagami hurriedly asked, let me ask you, what are the specific details of the civil strife in Tsunagakure's political struggle? Tell me everything, without leaving anything out. Yes, Lord Mirror. Anbu said respectfully, when the second ninja war broke out, because you killed Cho and captured third Kazekage alive. Tsunagakure was the first to surrender. Chiyo's death made Ebis hold a grudge. At the same time, he also believed that the third Kazekage was no longer suitable to continue to govern, so he encouraged the people to slander the third Kazekage. The influence of the third Kazekage was weakening day by day, and the daimyo of the Land of Wind seemed to be interested in nominating others. But the third Kazekage did not sit still and waited for death, so he ordered the young scorpion to assassinate Ebis, but was found out and imprisoned. Etc. Uchiha Kagami frowned. Isn't Scorpion the grandson of Cho? Ebis is Chiyo's biological brother. Doesn't that mean the former is the latter's great-uncle? Scorpion has a crazy mind. Why did he want to assassinate Ebis? Anbu explained, because after the third Kazekage returned to Tsunagakuer, he accepted Syet as his disciple. At the same time, Akatsuki moved him with emotion and reason, and made Syet understand that he went to fight you with the determination to die. For the sake of his dead grandmother and parents, he was finally willing to give up the dignity of the cage, and was humiliated by Konoha as a prisoner, but Ebis only talked about it, and didn't really do anything for Chiyo's revenge. So, the young scorpion believed that Ebis was half responsible for the death of his parents, so he went to assassinate Ebis. Uchiha Kagami suddenly understood. Good guy, that's what happened. According to the original plot of Scorpion's assassination of the third Kazekage, it actually happened within the past few years. He was actually about the same age as Nagato, around 10 years old. And the reason why Scorpion assassinated third Kazekage. In fact, the main reason is because of the death of his parents and the inaction of third Kazekage. Therefore, he hated third Kazekage and killed him, but due to the butterfly effect caused by himself, third Kazekage was not inactive. Instead, had a battle with myself. Almost dying and being captured made Sia very touched. Although Ebis is his great-uncle, in this world of Hokage, not to mention relatives, brothers can help you for a while. After all, there is a world with a tradition of killing teachers. Once you are a teacher, you will always be a father. Even your father can give it to you. What a piece of shit is your great-uncle. Thinking about it this way, Uchiha Kagami understood. As for the failure of the assassination, it is actually normal. After all, although Ebis is average in strength, he is too cunning to succeed so easily. After all, Sia was also his sister's grandson, and he couldn't kill him. Then, he was temporarily detained in prison. Uchiha Kagami said, "What happened next?" "Keep talking." Anbu replied, due to the failure of Scorpion's assassination attempt on Ebis, Ebis was worried that the other party would take action against the third Kazekage, so he dispatched his confidant, Raza. This young man, who also has the limit of blood inheritance, magnet style, can control massive amounts of sand gold, was once the most qualified young man to be a Kazekage, but he has not yet grown up, and was easily defeated by the third Kazekage. However, the crime of assassinating the third Kazekage was avoided. In the end, Raza was defeated by the third Kazekage and defected, becoming an S-class traitor. Ebis was executed on the spot for the crime of instigating the assassination of the Kazekage. Scorpion was naturally acquitted, and became the youngest fourth Kazekage. However, due to his young age, he will not be in power for a few years. Currently, the third Kazekage is still in power behind the scenes, with Scorpion assisting on the side. Uchiha Kagami understands. It seems that the plot here seems a bit complicated. But in fact, to put it bluntly, the positions of Xie and Luoxia have been exchanged. However, Xie needs to be cultivated for a while because he is still young. As for Luoxia, being a rebel would be an advantage for him. Anyway, this inhumane beast Luoxia has always treated his son as a tool. After all, Gaara was really miserable when she was young. Her mother died early and her father didn't love her. Her parents died early. If it weren't for Naruto's redemption, she would have turned dark. And Gaara was raised by her uncle Yashimaru, and is just such a relative. After finally having a little emotional bond, Raza actually wanted to judge Gaara's value to see if he could suppress his emotions and control Shikaku, so he sent Yashimaru to assassinate Gaara. Yashimaru was accidentally killed by Gaara. Then the tailed beast went berserk, and Raza thought Gaara was a failure. Good guy. They are so nice, but you have to stimulate them like this. It caused the family's emotional breakdown, and the instigator thought that his son was a failure. What the hell, is he not a beast? Wrong. They are worse than beasts. The key is, Raza didn't want to give up the tailed beast weapon yet, so he kept sending people to assassinate Gaara. In the end, Gaara became lonely, bloodthirsty, and indifferent, becoming a weapon that only knew how to kill. This Luasha is totally inappropriate. Moreover, Luasha's own strength is also very inferior, not comparable to the third Kazekage at all, and his ability to govern is also lacking. Apart from his ability to control placer gold, to help provide funds for the village, he is almost useless. If you look at it this way. On the contrary, Scorpion is the most suitable candidate for Kazekage. At least Scorpion's puppets can make up for the lack of Tsunagakure's ninja reserves, and they are even more powerful than Cho in using poison, so they have a lot to do when they grow up. Wait until Anbu leaves. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but sigh and said, as expected, our village is better. All other villages are in chaos, but our village is very stable. There is no political struggle. Uchiha Kagami was speechless. In the future, our village will be much more chaotic than others. Whether the ninja world is in chaos or not depends on whether there are rebel ninjas in Konoha village. Especially the Uchiha clan is more arrogant than the last. Uchiha Itachi killed his relatives and wiped out the entire clan, and Uchiha Obito started the Fourth Ninja War. Sasuke rebelled against the village. Nu was blasted by the Five Shadows, and beaten to vomit blood by Raikage. This hard-charging king was beaten all the way while pretending to be cool, and Sasuke seemed to be a little distracted. But who makes him the protagonist? And compared to Uchiha Itachi and Obito, who are extreme and want to lose their parents, Urju is already the most sane person in Uchiha. Originally Jingting didn't like Sasuke's pretense, after all, he always failed to show off. But now I think about the group of people who were forced to lose their Rinnegan by the second pillar in Boruto legend, who were slapped and forced to fight by passers-by after sneaking into the enemy's forces, but they dared to be angry and dare not express their grievances. If it were the past, with Urju's character. If a passing dog barks at him, he will receive an Amaterasu. Jing suddenly felt. Urju's just keeps showing off like this, there's actually nothing wrong with that. Chapter 50 Senju Tobirama's expectations surpass Hashirama. Konoha 44 years. Ended due to civil unrest in Tsunagakure. It has stabilized again and the third Kazekage has not disappeared like in the original work. Therefore, there is no need for Hitaki Sakumo to sneak into the investigation personally. Sakumo seems to have escaped the fate of suicide. Kakashi did not lose his father at a young age and did not wear a mask. It is worth mentioning that Shisui and Kakashi graduated at the age of 5. Promoted to Chunin at the age of 6, he is now 7 years old. Together they broke the graduation record and became an outstanding ninja in just 1 year. As a legend of the ninja school, they were favored and loved by countless girls. So far, he became the leader of the list of 2 young men to be punished. Especially Obito was very depressed because Rin also liked Kakashi and Shisui. But Obito doesn't hate Shisui. On the one hand, he is the eldest grandson of the clan leader, and on the other hand, Shisui is gentle and polite to others. In addition, they are both from the Uchiha clan, so they have a good relationship. And Kakashi is too cool and loves to be a BCH. It's so annoying. And Rin also particularly likes Kakashi, well, hate multiplied by 1,000 times. This day, Obito is out of school, looking gloomy. At this time, a boy of the same age wearing a forehead protector and big eyes walked over to the school gate, causing the girls around him to scream wildly. Ah 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 ah! Shisui actually came to school. My male god, My male god. He is so handsome. He has perfectly inherited the majestic appearance of the patriarch. Look here, ah! He's here, I can't survive. Obito suddenly became very depressed. Look at you, you made everyone crazy when you appeared. Leave quickly, we can't stay here anymore. Yeah, let's go. Shisui smiled slightly. The two left here side by side. As the two walked, Obito asked, "Don't you have any missions today? Why are you back?" "I remember, ninjas who have just graduated have a lot of missions. It's done. Those tasks are very simple. They were completed in the morning." Shisui shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "These low-level tasks are too boring. I originally wanted to apply to go out, but my grandfather didn't allow me to go. He thought that I haven't even awakened Sharingan yet, and it would be dangerous to go out because I am too weak." "Hey? Are you still weak? I can't even survive your 3 moves." Obito was shocked. "Haha, let's not talk about this anymore, let's go to my house, let's eat barbecue and cake together. Today is my grandfather's birthday party. The barbecue invented by my grandfather is delicious, let's go and eat together." "Ah, this is not good, is it?" Obito is a little scared. Although Jing is very kind, he is still a majestic patriarch. In addition, he is from the Uchiha clan, and he has a fear of being a poor student when meeting his parents. He always feels that he will be scolded for failing to live up to his expectations. Even though the patriarch is not that kind of person. But he is still a little timid, but the barbecue invented by the patriarch is really delicious. Some weird condiments are added, but it tastes spicy and fragrant anyway, and there are weird side dishes and drinks every time. Thinking of this, he swallowed. "Okay, I know you want to go. Grandpa is very kind to others." Shisui pulled him away and didn't allow him to refuse. "When the time comes, we children will share a table, and they adults will share a table, it won't have any impact." "Who else besides me?" Obito asked curiously. "The kids are just 4 or 5 of us, you and I, Kakashi and the others. I don't know about the adults' table, but there won't be too many people." Shisui explained patiently, "Most of them are close friends of my grandfather. Those with ordinary connections will not come. Don't worry." "That's good, I haven't had barbecue for a long time." Obito still couldn't hold it back. So he went with him and came to the patriarch's house. The Uchiha clan chief's home is certainly big, with a large courtyard of 300 to 400 square meters, 3 small buildings of 4 or 5 floors, and an artificial fish tank feeding more than a dozen koi. There are also many tall green plants dotting the courtyard. This home is luxurious and a little simple, but it is enough to show the authority of the patriarch. An Uchiha Kagami. He is 32 years old this year and still looks young. Especially after being injected with Hashirama cell solution, I have very strong vitality and look no different from when I was in my 20s. As for why there was a birthday party. Originally he didn't want to, but his second brother forced him. It is always said that he has only a few years to live. After all, Senju Tobirama is 67 years old this year, although his appearance does not show aging. But Uchiha Kagami is still keenly aware that his lifespan is approaching. Then, he holds a birthday party every year. "But I won't make a big fuss and just invite some friends and juniors." In order not to make Senju Tobirama feel uncomfortable, Uchiha Fugaku, his family, and other clan members will not be present. As soon as Obito walked in, then he saw Haifeng, the clan leader's son, busy entertaining guests. And each of these guests is either of noble status or extremely powerful, such as Ninja World's most speedy Senju Tobirama, Konoha's White Fang Hitaki Sakumo, Konoha Sunin Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, etc. Everyone sent valuable birthday gifts. Senju Tobirama even gave the red laminated armor worn by first Hokage to his third brother. The moral of this is self-evident. Second brother. Senju Tobirama said earnestly, "This is the armor my eldest brother wore before he was alive, so I will give it to you." Second brother. Uchiha Kagami was a little frightened. "Did you dig it out of the grave? Is this a bit rude to my elder brother?" "I don't mind. I'm just afraid that you will be beaten in the future." "Get out of here, you're talking nonsense. I didn't take the armor from brother's graveyard. Do you really think that brother only has this set of armor? I sorted it out from brother's belongings. It's really not serious." Tobirama rolled his eyes. "Second brother, then this is too valuable, I can't accept it." Uchiha Kagami said. "No one wears this armor anymore, and no one is qualified to wear it." Senju Tobirama patted his shoulder. "Second brother, I give this to you not only because I value you, but also because I always think you have that potential. Catch up with the former god of ninja. Or even surpass him. Create a prosperous age for Konoha. I will give you this layered armor, brother, don't shirk it." "Thank you, brother." Uchiha Kagami was moved. "But I muttered in my heart that I would wait until Hashirama was resurrected. When you see this armor being given away by your second brother, will you jump up and curse? After all, this armor is a couple model with Uchiha Madara.